Chapter 733. After the black-clad swordsman made up his mind, he wanted to charge forward and delay Xiaochen. However, at this moment, a saber suddenly appeared in Xiaochen's left hand. He placed his right hand on the saber and leaned forward slightly. In an instant, a boundless killing intent surged out. The black-clad swordsman felt like there were many eyes in the air, looking at him coldly and expressionlessly. This startled the black-clad swordsman. He quickly stopped, not daring to charge forward. Damn it! What's going on? It is clearly just a starting stance. Why am I so afraid? The black-clad swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He could not help but want to retreat. Xiao! A saber light flashed, and the black-clad swordsman quickly swung his sword to block. However, he missed. Xiaochen appeared at the black-clad swordsman's side, and blood spurted out. Xiaochen had chopped off the black-clad swordsman's left arm. The black-clad swordsman cried out in pain. His complexion was as pale as paper as he retreated continuously. The four black-clad swordsmen lying on the ground felt confused. They had seen everything clearly. Xiaochen's saber strike looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. Why did Big Brother not block it? This was the first time Xiaochen used the starting stance of Qing Emperor drawing the saber in actual combat. The effect was pretty good. Right now, the instant Xiaochen drew his saber, he could move in 16 different directions. Against an opponent one grade lower, he could defeat them in an instant. Situ Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. An early-stage medial grade martial monarch actually lost so easily. Who exactly is this person before me? I have never heard of such a powerful white-robed bladesman in Clear Wind City, no, Hunluo province. Let's go. Before Situ Feng could recover from his shock, he felt his body lighten. Then, he was carried into the air by Xiaochen. The wind blew by Situ Feng's ears. As they flew, Situ Feng's mind was filled with questions, but he could not voice them. After flying for a long time, Xiaochen slowly landed. Situ Feng stood firmly and immediately said, "Many thanks, friend, for saving my life. Would you tell me your great name?" After narrowly escaping death, Situ Feng could not help the joy in his eyes. When Xiaochen interacted with strangers, he always kept his guard up. He did not say much and directly asked Ao Jiao's question from the immortal spirit ring, "Where did you learn your sword techniques?" Situ Feng was slightly stunned. After he reacted, he said, "I learned my sword techniques from the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. I was once an outer sect disciple there. After failing to become an inner sect disciple several times, I returned to my clan in Clear Wind City." What exactly are the origins of this person's sword techniques? You only took one look, and you want me to save him? Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. Ao Jiao replied softly, "That is the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadow's sword that the Thunder King comprehended himself when he was young. He has never taught it to anyone. I'm just curious as to how he learned it." Naturally, Situ Feng could not hear the conversation between the two. He bandaged his wounds and looked at Xiaochen. "Friend, you probably offended the Lu clan by saving me. How about returning to the Sita clan with me? Is the Lu clan very strong?" Xiaochen asked interestedly. Situ Feng had forgotten that Xiaochen was an outsider, so he told him about this place in detail. This savage beast forest was already very close to Hunluo province. The nearest city was Clear Wind City, a medium-sized city in Hunluo province. There were two major factions in the city. One was the Lu clan, and the other was their Sita clan. The two clans were like fire and water, fighting each other for many years. The clan heads of the two clans were half-sages. Although they had been fighting each other for many years, their strengths were equal. Neither could do anything to the other. Since the clan head was only a half-sage, Xiaochen relaxed. He rejected, "There is no need. I'll send you to the periphery of the forest and leave on my own." Situ Feng exclaimed in shock, "Their clan head is currently in this savage beast forest. If they discover you, you will not be able to escape death." In Situ Feng's opinion, although Xiao Qin was strong, he was only a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch at best. If a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch came, things would not be good. If Xiao Qin ran into a half-sage, there would be no chance of survival. He could only rely on the Sita clan to survive. Xiao Qin shook his head and rejected this person's invitation. This person had not said why the Lu clan was after him. Clearly, he did not trust Xiao Qin. At this moment, Situ Feng was clearly trying to rope Xiao Qin in. He wanted to use Xiao Qin and the Lu clan to tie him to the Sita clan's war chariot. Seeing that Xiao Qin had rejected his invitations several times, Situ Feng's attitude turned cold and he did not say anything more. "We've arrived. Take care of yourself." After leaving the inner area of the savage beast forest, Xiao Qin looked around. After he discovered that there was no danger, he planned to leave. Situ Feng looked around and thought for a moment. He said, "Friend, there is a stronghold of my Sita clan not far from here. How about you send me there? At that time, our clan head will reward you greatly. At this moment, I have not recovered from my injuries. Any spirit beast would be able to take my life immediately. I will be completely safe once I reach the stronghold." Situ Feng had already sent a hummingbird to the Sita clan about what he discovered. The clan head would definitely be alerted and bring all the experts over. At that time, when the Situ clan fought with the Lu clan, an additional person would increase their chances of victory. With Xiao Chen's strength, he was definitely worth roping in. If Situ Feng could accomplish this, in addition to his earlier contributions, the clan head would reward him greatly. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "It doesn't matter. You lead the way. I don't want to walk too much." Situ Feng rejoiced in his heart. He quickly led the way to the Sita clan's stronghold. The two of them moved quickly in the dense forest. Occasionally, spirit beasts would appear. Xiao Chen released his aura and scared them away. He did not delay at all. Soon, a heavily guarded stronghold appeared before the two of them. Two Situ clan cultivators descended from the treetops. Situ Feng revealed a smile and quickly went forward. He whispered a few words to them, and the two cultivators gave Xiao Chen a deep look before returning to the stronghold. When Xiao Chen saw this, he did not want to waste any more time. He said, "Goodbye, you are already completely safe. Friend, don't be in such a rush to leave." Seeing that Xiao Chen still wanted to leave, Situ Feng grabbed him by the wrist. He said somewhat anxiously, "Clan head, they will be out soon. There will be a great gift for you later." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. His body moved slightly, and he shook off Situ Feng's grip. "Ha ha. This friend is the young hero who killed the Lu clan cultivators." Carefree laughter resounded. The many cultivators at the stronghold's entrance clustered around a dignified, gray-robed old man as he walked quickly towards Xiao Chen. Situ Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly went forward and whispered a few words into the gray-robed old man's ear. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiao Chen with an increasingly grave expression. He waved his hand, indicating for Situ Feng to step back. A faint smile appeared on his aged face. "This brother looks unfamiliar. You must be from somewhere else. Speak, what reward do you want? Since you saved my Sita clan's people, Sita will definitely not mistreat you." The gray-robed old man stepped forward and spoke to Xiao Chen. His tone was very imposing. However, Xiao Chen noticed that the Situ clan experts behind the gray-robed old man had already spread out, forming a fan shape. The formation they stood in was very ingenious. As long as Xiao Chen made any strange movements, this group of people would immediately seal off Xiao Chen's path of retreat and surround and kill him. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually took a step forward. His entire body formed a strange stance. Instantly, all the cultivators who had spread out in a fan-shaped formation felt that Xiao Chen was staring at them. Clearly, there was only one person and one pair of eyes. However, the stance he formed was very strange. It was like he could instantly draw his saber and chop down everyone. Old Sir is right. I am indeed from somewhere else. However, I was just passing by this place. Saving people is just something I did in passing. There is no need for any reward. Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. When facing this half-sage Situlei, he did not show any fear at all. A boundless light flashed in the depths of Situlei's aged eyes. He wanted to see through this white-robed bladesman before him. This brat is clearly only a peak medial grade martial sage. Why is he not showing any fear before this old man? What trump card does he have for him to be so confident? Situlei did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. He smiled and said, "Young hero is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This old man admires you. Since there is no need for any reward, let's have a drink in the fort. No matter what, we should have a good chat." A wily old fox was indeed a wily old fox. Situ Feng's careless and crude performance was laughable when compared to the unfathomable Situlei. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "There is no need. I am in a rush, so I will take my leave first." When Situlei heard this, his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Take care. I will not send you off." However, Situlei made a gesture with his hand behind his back. That was the Situ clan's order to surround and kill Xiao Chen. Once the gesture was completed, it would be the order. The Situ clan cultivators would mercilessly attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense clearly captured the movements of this person behind his back. Without waiting for Situlei's gesture, Xiao Chen took the initiative to make his move. As Xiao Chen lowered his cupped hands, he placed his right hand on his saber's hilt. The Qing emperor's drawing the saber was ready. The cultivators who had spread out in a fan shape all felt a strand of saber light flying at them. Wang! The 10-odd people quickly drew their weapons and dodged to the left and right. The originally perfect encirclement immediately turned chaotic. Xiao Chen released his hand and withdrew his killing qi. His lips curled up as he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, old sir. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I think the hand behind old sir's back was also a joke, right?" Situlei had only completed half of the gesture behind his back. Before he could complete it, something unexpected happened. Situlei could not help but feel startled. However, his expression did not change. Situlei quickly withdrew his hand and extended it to Xiao Chen. As if nothing had happened, he laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, heroes come from the youth. Little brother's courage is admirable." Xiao Chen took 2 steps back and calmly turned around. Then, he left under the unfriendly gazes of the group of superior-grade martial monarchs. After moving a kilometer away, Xiao Chen revealed an expression of luck on his calm face. That had been very dangerous earlier. 1 half-sage, 10-odd superior-grade martial monarchs, and more than 100 medial-grade and inferior-grade martial monarchs. If Xiao Chen had really attacked, he would not have been able to leave without paying a heavy price. Chapter 734. However, it was still fine. Situlei feared Xiao Chen's strength and did not dare to take risks, fearing that he would suffer too many losses. The people of the Situ clan are all bad people. You saved that person, yet they still treat you like this, Ao Jiao said angrily from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he said, "Logically speaking, they do not know that I have a treasure on me and that I am just passing by. Not only do I not have any grudges with them, but they also owe me a favor. They should not have reacted like that." Ao Jiao's eyes wandered, and she revealed an expression of understanding on her delicate face. She said, "You mean to say that there is something fishy about this?" Xiao Chen leaped onto a tree branch beside him and silently extended his spiritual sense back. He nodded and said, "There is definitely something strange about this. I want to see what exactly is going on." At the gates of the stronghold, Situ Feng felt surprised. He asked, "Clan head, why are we just letting him go? This person is very strong and cannot be of use to us. He will be a source of trouble and disrupt our plans." At this moment, Situlei's expression had already turned completely sullen, looking extremely terrifying. He looked coldly at the surrounding people and said, "So what if we do not let him go? The encirclement is already broken. It will be too difficult to keep him here. We might as well let him go, lest we gain another enemy. I do not want anything unexpected to happen while we are fighting for the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit." When Situ Feng heard this, he was greatly startled. Is that white-robed bladesman really that horrifying? Even the clan head said that it would be difficult to keep him here. However, it is not safe to just let him go. This person's origins are unknown. It is hard to say that he is not here for the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, an old man beside Situ Feng said worriedly. An old man said worriedly. This old man had a profound cultivation, and he was only a step away from the half-saint realm. He was the great elder of the Situ clan. Situ Lei looked into the distance and said coldly, "Naturally, we have to be on guard. Find 2 people who are good at tracking and have them follow him from afar. See if he is really just passing by. If he is not, we have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. The Lu clan's people are already having a headache. I will not allow anyone to fish in troubled waters." The voice was bone-chilling and emotionless, devoid of any warmth. Xiao Chen, who was on the tree branch, withdrew his spiritual sense and suddenly understood. He muttered, "So, that is how it is." The white nascent fruit had similar effects to the earth essence fruit. It could increase a cultivator's cultivation without any side effects. However, normally, the peak white nascent fruit could only live for 500 years. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was extremely rare. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a mutated fruit. Its effects could even tempt martial sages. If the clan obtained it and gave it to the Situ clan to break through to half-sage, the martial sage Xiao would not be. 1 half-sage was equivalent to 50 superior-grade martial monarchs. In that case, the balance between the Situ clan and the Lu clan of Azure Peak City would be broken. No matter who, the Tian, the other clan would. The clan would be, and would be. And would. Chen, Lei would be, Chen. Tutu. Hey, Trash Master, you can't be thinking of something, right? You have to think clearly. With the strength of the 2 families added together, it's impossible for us to win. Chen Yu Chen, to say. Chen, a. Chen. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Chen was tempted, she reminded him. Xiao Chen said softly, "I do have such intentions. To break through to superior grade martial monarch, I would need at least 200 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. That is an astronomical sum. This 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit is practically made for me." Ao Jiao continued to advise, "However, it is too difficult to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from 2 half-sages. Furthermore, they have a group of martial monarch experts behind them." Xiao Chen leaped down from the tree branch and said calmly, "I know my limits. There are strong and weak half-sages. Clearly, these 2 are much weaker than by Wuxia and the others. The most important thing is that these 2 are not united. Given that, I have a good chance." Shwa. Soft footsteps resounded. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw 2 black-clad men sneaking around. They stuck to a tree 500 meters away, watching him carefully. The 2 black-clad men withdrew their auras. They were like a rock, showing no signs of life force as they stuck to the tree. Their concealment skills were very impressive. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was much stronger than the mental energy that regular cultivators use to sense. At such a close distance, Xiao Chen could not keep any secrets from them. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. There did not seem to be anything wrong with him. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The stronghold of Azure Peak City's Lu clan in the Savage Beast Forest was also a heavily guarded mountain stronghold with many experts. There were many wooden houses in the mountain stronghold. The guards were stationed every 5 steps and 10 steps. Everyone had a tense expression on their faces. The Lu clan's upper echelon gathered in one of the wooden houses, anxiously discussing countermeasures. The rectangular mahogany table was filled with the elders of the Lu clan. Behind the tables and chairs stood a crowd of cultivators. For the sake of the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, the Lu clan sent out all its elites. Even the weakest Lu clan disciple here was a medial-grade martial monarch. Seated at the top of the mahogany table was an old man dressed in a black brocade robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. He was the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Chen. Beside him stood a young man. This was Lu En's eldest son, Lu En's. He was already a peak superior grade martial monarch. If Lu En's obtained the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, he would use it to break through to half-sage. Patriarch, this subordinate is incompetent and allowed Situ Feng to escape in the end. The black-clothed swordsman, who only had his right arm left, knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Lu Chen said expressionlessly, "Get up. It does not matter whether you catch him or not." After he discovered our goal, he immediately used a hummingbird to send the news to that old man, Situ Lei. An old man on his right said helplessly, "Our scouts have reported. Situ Lei has already led all the experts of the clan to the gathering point in the savage beast forest. It looks like it will be even more difficult to pick the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit this time." It was impossible for there to be no spirit beasts guarding the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. When it fully ripened, it might even attract spirit beasts from far away. Trying to obtain the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit from among these spirit beasts was already difficult enough. Now, with the addition of the Situ clan, the number of variables had increased significantly. Lu Chen could not help but worry. A ferocious light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. No one dared to look at him directly. He said coldly, "There can only be one clan in Azure Peak City. This old man has had enough of that old man, Situ Lei. Since he dares to come, this is a good opportunity to destroy him." A strange light appeared in Lu En's eyes. He said, "Father, a mysterious white-robed bladesman saved Situ Feng. That white-robed bladesman easily injured 5 martial monarchs. We have to guard against him." Hatred flashed in the eyes of the one-armed black-clothed swordsman. He said, "Indeed, clan head, that person has a strange background and is very strong. If the Situ clan supports the Situ clan when the white nascent fruit ripens, it will be very disadvantageous for us." The Situ clan and the Lu clan were evenly matched. If one side received help, the balance would be broken. This person was not lying. "Ens, bring some people to investigate. If it is just a passing cultivator, then forget about it. This is a critical period." "Do not complicate matters," Lu Chen said after thinking for a while. The one-armed black-clothed swordsman said anxiously, "Clan head, he injured a cultivator of my Lu clan and chopped off one of my arms. How can we just let this go?" Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the one-armed black-clothed swordsman. He said in a frosty voice, "You piece of trash. Not only did you let someone leak the news, but you even dare to question my decision?" The one-armed black-clothed swordsman's heart skipped a beat. When he felt Lu Chen's killing chi, his body trembled and he did not dare to say anything more. As dusk approached, Xiaochen found an empty space and started a fire. Then, he started to roast some spirit beast meat that he had hunted. The 2 scouts of the Situ clan silently hid in a tree 500 meters away. They withdrew their auras and only used their peripheral vision to observe Xiaochen. They were very careful and cautious, afraid of attracting Xiaochen's attention. Speaking of which, Ao Jiao, what is the relationship between that eternal heavenly sword school and the Thunder King? Why does he have the thunder light fleeing shadow sword? If Situ Feng had not used this sword technique, Xiaochen would have left long ago. It would be a lie to say that he was not curious. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, felt very suspicious as well. Her delicate face filled with confusion. She said softly, "I don't know. I don't recall the Thunder King establishing his own sect." Crunch. Crunch. The golden beef of the golden savage ox, which had been picked up by a tree branch, gave off crunching sounds as the flames roasted it. The surface of the beef cracked open, and golden oil flowed out. The aroma of the beef whetted one's appetite. Xiaochen twirled the tree branch in a practiced manner. As he looked at the golden beef, he asked, since he did not establish a sect, did the Thunder King leave behind any secret manuals? Jiao replied without hesitation, he did leave behind secret manuals. However, I am sure that no one else obtained them. There is no possibility of them leaking out. Then, did he have any disciples? If he did, it would not be surprising if they leaked out, Xiaochen continued asking. Jiao shook her head and said, Sang Mu has always been a loner. He did not even have many friends. How could he have a disciple? There were no secret manuals or inheritors. However, 2,000 years later, when Jiao came to the Kunlun realm again, she saw the Thunder King's Thunderlight fleeing Shadow's sword. This was indeed strange. The golden beef was already cooked. Xiaochen tore off a piece of beef and enjoyed the delicacy. Then, he took out a flask of wine from the universe ring and drank it. Xiaochen sat by the bonfire and ate large chunks of meat, feeling very carefree. After the meat and wine were done, Xiaochen stood up and stretched his body. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and said softly, actually, we will know the truth after we make a trip to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Of course, that is on the premise that I can survive and obtain the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Right after Xiaochen spoke, he quickly turned around and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The resplendent saber light instantly lit up the dark forest. 500 meters away, the tree hiding the two Situ clan cultivators exploded. The two Situ clan cultivators were completely exposed to Xiaochen. Let's go. This person discovered us long ago. The two Situ clan cultivators were greatly startled. Without saying anything else, they split up and ran. Xiaochen looked at the Situ clan cultivator on the left and smiled faintly. He pushed off the ground, and an azure dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him into the air. The two scouts were good at hiding and tracking. Their cultivations were not high, they were only early-stage inferior-grade martial monarchs. How could they be a match for Xiaochen? Chapter 735. Even if Xiaochen used only half his strength, he could easily kill two people. The dragon image moved up and down, and Xiaochen instantly caught up to that person. Xiaochen did not waste any words. He infused his vast lightning-attributed quintessence into his saber and killed that person in one strike. The blood on the saber exploded into a red mist by the electric light. When it spread out, a red light spread out. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and peered through the red light. Then, he started to chase after the remaining person. When that person heard his companion's miserable scream, he paled in fright. He died in one exchange. Who exactly was the person the clan had told them to follow? Blue Dragon Tail Whip. A strong wind blew, and Xiaochen's body moved in an arc. He passed by many towering trees, bringing with him a strong gust of wind. With a "so" sound, he suddenly appeared in front of that person. That person quickly ran away. Xiaochen's casual kick carried 500 tons of force. Everywhere it passed, space trembled. Bang! Xiaochen's foot landed on that person's chest at lightning speed, breaking his sternum. The force surged through his body, rupturing his internal organs. That person vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back with a pained expression. His back crashed into a tree and he could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and walked over calmly. As his footsteps got closer, that person's eyes filled with boundless despair and pain. Let me ask you a question. If you want to live, tell me the truth, Xiaochen said indifferently as he looked at the other party, not showing any emotion at all. Xiaochen's overwhelming strength and unparalleled sharpness caused this person's mind to be in chaos. He did not dare to disobey. What question? That person asked in a quivering voice as he leaned against the tree. Xiaochen looked coldly at the other party and said, "Tell me everything you know about the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Tell me everything in detail." That person's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively wanted to quibble, so he said, "I don't." Bang! Before Xiaochen could say that he knew, he kicked this person's chest again. The powerful force caused the tree behind this person to break apart with a loud boom. His body was sent flying backwards. After landing on the ground, the man rolled on the ground. His internal organs were all damaged, and his sternum was broken. His face was pale, without any trace of blood. Xiaochen stepped forward and said calmly, "Even if you don't tell me, I can find out from others. Now, I will ask you again. Are you going to tell me or not?" Seeing Xiaochen's decisiveness, that person had a pained expression as he looked at Xiaochen in fear. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he said, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." After listening to the other party's story, Xiaochen had a thorough understanding of the matter. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit needed another 7 days to ripen. This was the reason why the two clans did not rush to make a move. There was also a rank 9 spirit beast guarding the white nascent fruit. When it ripened, it would attract even more strong spirit beasts. "Give me a message to Situlei. Tell him that he went back on his word. I am very angry." After saying that, Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground and quickly left this place. "Are you really not afraid of him snitching? Are you really going to let him go?" Ao Jiao asked, feeling it was strange. If Situlei found out that Xiaochen wanted the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, he would be seeking trouble for himself. Xiaochen had a calm expression. He smiled and said, "Since I made a promise, there is no need to kill him. Furthermore, if he returns alive, he might even be able to help me." Situlei is a shrewd person with age. He is suspicious and cautious. This is a matter of life and death for his clan. He will be even more careful. From the Sita clan cultivators, Xiaochen already knew where the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was. It was on a small slope near the savage beast forest. Without needing to think too much, Xiaochen could guess that the Sita clan and Lu clan cultivators were near the slope. It would be irrational for him to go there now. After all, there were still 7 more days before the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit ripened. There was no rush. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiaochen took out the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber from the universe ring and slowly unfurled it. When the painting was completely unfurled, it gently drifted over and hovered in front of Xiaochen. The might of the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber in actual combat was extraordinary. Xiaochen had experienced it firsthand. This was just a superficial understanding of it, and it already had such combat prowess. If it improved further, it would be even more incredible. Xiaochen's interest in this mysterious painting deepened. Taking a deep breath, Xiaochen looked at the person in the painting. The person in the painting wore blue dragon battle robes. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his appearance was delicate and handsome. If others looked carefully, they would discover that Xiaochen looked very similar to this person. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, as if they were ancient. It was unknown how many years this person had experienced for such a deep gaze. Xiao! A saber light flashed, and the person in the painting suddenly moved. However, it was not clear whether the saber moved first or the person moved first. Xiaochen had seen the trajectory of this saber before. Although he could not clearly see the other party's figure, based on his vague perception, Xiaochen quickly drew his saber and blocked this saber. To others, Xiaochen did not move at all, as if he was meditating. However, at this moment, Xiaochen's mental state fluctuated intensely. This battle was even more intense than the one with Bai Wuxia, exhausting his mental state by several times. After 10 seconds, Xiaochen's complexion paled and he took 10 steps back. After a while, the horror in his eyes slowly disappeared. 10 seconds. I finally managed to block 32 saber strikes. I also discovered 2 different trajectories of the saber strikes. Xiaochen put away the painting and closed his eyes. Then, he started to comprehend the intense mental state battle. Time passed slowly. At some point in time, Xiaochen's hand had already grasped the saber hilt at his waist, forming a strange stance. Many illusionary figures leaped out of Xiaochen's body, hacking at the towering trees in front. All sorts of scenes appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Saber lights danced around, an electric light shot out. Each figure had a different trajectory of the saber strike. The saber lights chopped the trees in half in Xiao Chen's mind. Leaves flew everywhere, and strong winds blew. When the 34 figures leaped out, Xiao Chen opened his eyes at an appropriate time. His aura blended in with the surroundings. Xiao Chen clearly only had a pair of eyes, but he locked onto all 34 trees in front, unable to distinguish which were real or fake. Xiao. Following the feeling in his heart, Xiao Chen naturally drew the saber in his hand. The saber light was resplendent and dazzling. In the dark night, it was like a blazing sun, shining brightly. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The 34 trees in front were instantly chopped in half at the waist. Rows of trees fell with a loud rumble. The remaining tree trunks were all of different heights and gaps. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he could not help but rejoice. It turned out that the saber could really be drawn like this. If it was just the instant the saber was drawn, one could split the saber chi into 34 parts. Although such a technique was difficult, it was still possible for an expert bladesman of the younger generation to do it. However, to achieve a different trajectory, position, and strength for each strand of saber chi, aside from a true grandmaster level senior, no one else in the younger generation could do it. First young master, there is some movement over there. Let's go over and take a look. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's sharp ears picked up footsteps and the voices of cultivators. He could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Chen scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered 8 superior-grade martial monarchs of the Lu clan 3 kilometers away. Under the leadership of a young man, they were rushing over here at high speed. Saber lights danced around, chopping the trees in front into pieces. Then, Xiao Chen wiped away the traces of his training. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and withdrew his aura, hiding in a nearby tree. Dong! 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 The footsteps drew closer. The people led by Lu Enz appeared at the place where Xiao Chen had practiced his saber. Lu Enz casually looked around. The trees in front had been chopped into pieces by the saber chi. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed the remnant lightning attributed quintessence in the air. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Look around. They look similar to the target. They are lightning attributed bladesmen. After discovering them, sound the alarm immediately." The one-armed black-clad swordsman followed beside Lu Enz and did not leave with the others. The black-clad swordsman was not strong in the first place. Now that he had lost an arm, his combat prowess decreased even more. Lu Enz brought the black-clad swordsman mainly because he wanted the black-clad swordsman to help him identify the target. Lu Enz held his sword and asked interestedly, "Lu Hua, how strong is that white-robed bladesman? Tell me objectively." Hatred flashed in Lu Hua's eyes. When he recalled Xiao Chen's attack, he could not help but reveal an expression of horror. Very strong. His cultivation is not high, but his saber techniques are very strange. I clearly judged the trajectory of his saber. However, I still missed when I was about to attack. Lu Enz's lips curled up in a smile. He said, "Changing moves at the last minute? It looks like he is a bladesman with sharp eyes and extremely fast attacks." When Lu Hua heard this, he hesitated for a while. Then, he said, "First young master, he was indeed very fast." However, this subordinate felt that he did not change his move at the last minute. Lu Enz's expression turned grave. He could not understand. He said, "Since you already judged the trajectory of his saber, and he did not change his move at the last minute, logically speaking, you should have been able to receive that saber strike." Lu Hua could tell that Lu Enz suspected that his judgment was wrong, that he had been fooled by a feint. He quickly denied it. "First young master, I dare say that this subordinate's judgment was correct." Lu Enz glanced at Lu Hua's mutilated arm and smiled in disdain. However, he did not say anything. So. After the 8 superior-grade martial monarchs who went out to search failed to find anything, they shot back like arrows and landed before Lu Enz. Reporting to first young master, "We did not find that person, the black-clad men reported in unison. They looked at Lu En's, showing their absolute loyalty. They should be death-sworn soldiers trained by the Lu clan. Xiao Chen, who had already hidden himself in the tree, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was not afraid of these 8 people. Instead, he was afraid of being discovered and exposing his strength. Before the white nascent fruit ripened, the Lu clan would target him. Lu En's asked doubtfully, not even a single trace. Not a single trace. We did not discover anything. When Lu En's heard this, he laughed loudly. He said, how could there be no trace at all? Even if he heard our footsteps and left in advance, he would have left some traces in his haste. Chapter 736. Lu Enyan withdrew her smile and showed a sullen expression. She shouted, this person is definitely nearby. Destroy all the trees within 500 meters. Do not leave a single one alive. Blast them all to pieces. Yes. The 8 black-clad martial monarchs leaped into the air and quickly carried out Lu En's orders. Surging sword lights swept out in all directions. Bang! 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 The sword chi rampaged in all directions, and the towering trees were instantly turned into sawdust in the face of this heavy sword chi. The tree Xiao Chen was hiding in was the first to be attacked. He sighed and had no choice but to reveal himself. Tree shards filled the air like snowflakes. Xiao Chen flew backward and landed on a tree branch. So. Lu En's led the 8 superior-grade martial monarchs and leaped into the air. They landed on a few trees that were not attacked and surrounded Xiao Chen. Lu En's looked at Xiao Chen and asked the one-armed black-clad swordsman on the ground, Lu Hua, is that him? Lu Hua was very excited. His body trembled as he shouted, first young master, it is him. He is the one who saved Sidu Feng and injured our brothers. Lu En's raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. His expression turned sullen as he said, you are rather bold. You injured my Lu clan's people, yet you did not mix with the Sidu clan's people and did not leave quickly. You are doing this for the white nascent fruit, right? Xiao Chen's expression did not change. Even though he was surrounded by 8 people, he did not panic. He said calmly, I do not know what you are talking about. A murderous intent flashed in Lu En's eyes. When he thought of his father's instructions, he said coldly, you better not know. I'll give you a chance now. Scram out of the savage beast forest immediately, and the matter of you saving Sidu Feng will be written off. Trying to threaten Xiao Chen to leave? Too naive. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. He said indifferently, it is not up to you to decide who I save. It is even less up to you to decide whether I leave or not. Lu En's expression turned cold as killing intent surged in his eyes. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber and said, I dare you to say that again. It was a very common line, but Xiao Chen had no intention of paying attention to him at all. There were some words that he had always disdained to say a second time. Since you say that I don't have the guts, then I'll use my actions to prove it. Whether I have the guts or not, there's no need to talk so much. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly condensed the aura of the Qing emperors drawing the saber, merging it with the surrounding environment. Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The resplendent purple saber light was as bright as the sun, shining brightly. Xiao! 9 strands of purple saber qi instantly flew out from different trajectories. The saber lights were dazzling, and the saber qi looked like rainbows flickering with electricity. All 9 of them, including Lu En's, were astonished. Xiao Chen's saber aura had enveloped all of them. It seemed that everyone could become his target. However, logically speaking, he only had 1 saber and 1 pair of eyes. It was impossible for him to attack 9 people at once. All of this was just an illusion. However, the reality defied common sense. Xiao Chen's saber really struck 9 people. Furthermore, the trajectory and strength of each saber strike were all different. At this moment, common sense was completely overturned. Clang clang clang. The sword light and the saber chi collided, and quintessential essence exploded, emitting a powerful shockwave that directly chopped down a large tree. With one slash, he easily disrupted the formation of the 9 people, throwing them into chaos. Soaring dragon, Shaochen rode the dragon and flew up. The cyan dragon image carried him and directly flew in front of Lu En's, quickly using ghost image chop. Thunder roared without end. The saber lights were like ghostly shadows, hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Lu En's flicked his wrist and a blue sword flower appeared, blocking the saber light. However, the veritable essence energy and immortal state of thunder contained in the saber far surpassed his expectations. With each saber strike, Lu En's retreated 100 meters in the air. After 72 attacks, he had already retreated more than 7 kilometers. A strong wind formed by veritable essence energy swept out. Everywhere the two passed, towering trees were uprooted, and long gullies appeared in the ground. After the 72 attacks were completed, the saber chi containing the immortal state of thunder immediately formed a vast sea of lightning that exploded. Lu En's reaction speed was very impressive. Before the sea of lightning formed, he quickly executed his heaven-ranked martial technique. 9 dazzling blue balls of sword light surrounded Xiao Chen's body and quickly spun around. Xiao Chen glared, his hair scattered, and his clothes fluttered wildly. Boom! The sea of lightning clashed with the 9 balls of veritable essence energy. A surging energy surged out, and the ground actually sank. After that, countless specks of dust shot out like cannonballs, forming a huge pit around the two. Lu En's held the advantage in terms of veritable essence energy. However, Xiao Chen's state was immortal, and his physical body was much stronger. In such a head-on clash, while the two looked equal, in reality, Xiao Chen's injuries were much smaller than Xiao Chen's. Pu Ci. In the end, Lu En's could no longer hold on. The 9 balls of blue veritable essence energy shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the sea of lightning, revealed a cold gaze. Then, an untraceable saber light flashed. Dang! The saber light originally wanted to pierce through Lu En's heart. However, Lu En's hid a tough heart-protecting mirror on his chest. It was unknown what rank this secret treasure was, but it completely blocked Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen managed to survive. However, the veritable essence energy contained in the saber could not be blocked by the heart-protecting mirror. The huge impact caused Lu En's to vomit another mouthful of blood. Lu En's body flew high into the air and tumbled on the ground before he climbed back up in a sorry state. Lu En's looked at Xiao Chen with some horror in his eyes. Now, it was clear whether Xiao Chen dared to say that or not. Lu En's scanned the area with his spiritual sense. The 8 black-clad martial monarchs, who he had shaken off, would arrive soon. This Lu En's did not look like a good-for-nothing young master. It was not worth dragging things out for the sake of killing this group of people until the other side's main force arrived. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the blue dragon under his feet circled around. Then, he soared into the sky, carrying Xiao Chen. First young master, are you all right? The 8 black-clad martial monarchs did not chase after Xiao Chen. Instead, they quickly surrounded Lu En's, protecting him tightly. Lu En's coughed, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He said with some lingering fear, Lu Hua was right. This person's saber techniques defied common sense. His state contained mysteries, and his physical body was terrifyingly strong. Aside from my father, no one in the Lu clan can suppress him. We have to send news back quickly. We have to eliminate this person. Savage Beast Forest, Situ clan's stronghold. When Situ Lei heard the news from the scout, he was astonished. He said, "Are you saying that not only did the white-robed bladesman discover you, but the other person also died at his hands?" The scout lowered his head and said, "He is too strong. We are not a match for him at all." Situ Lei looked suspiciously at this person. He asked sullenly, "Since that is the case, why did he let you return?" The scout's heart trembled. When he thought of Situ Lei's horrifying means, he quickly explained, "He told me to bring back a message." He said that the clan head went back on his word and that he was very angry. As for Xiao Chen's interrogation about the white nascent fruit, he had leaked the secret in the end. Naturally, he would not say anything. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape death. Situlei thought quickly, what does he mean by saying that I went back on my word? Is he blaming me for sending people to follow him? He is very angry. Is he threatening me? Never mind, it is not wise to offend a ruthless person at such a crucial moment. As long as he is not here to snatch the white nascent fruit, it is fine. So what if a scout dies? However, just as Situlei was about to speak, he noticed that the scout's hand, hidden in his sleeve, was trembling violently. Kneel. Situlei's expression changed as he suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder and as majestic as a mountain. The majesty that Situlei had accumulated over the years suddenly erupted, causing the guilty scout to panic. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy, "Clan head, please spare me. That person forced me to say the matter of the white nascent fruit." I definitely did not take the initiative to say it. Situlei's face sank. He said in a cold voice, "What a deep scheme. I nearly fell for it. Letting him return alive is better than killing him. This is clearly a better way to eliminate my suspicions. Strong strength, calm, and decisive mind. This person must be eliminated." Situlei casually kicked the scout in front away. Then, he instructed his subordinates, "Pass down my orders. Search for that white-robed bladesman with all your might. I will personally lead a team to kill this person." On the other side, a similar scene played out in the Lu clan's stronghold. When Lu Chen heard Lu En's report, he was greatly startled. After a while, Lu Chen instructed, "Search for this person with all your might. I will personally lead a team. How can we let someone take advantage of the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit?" It was easy to understand why the two of them made the same decision. They were not afraid of an enemy in the open, they were afraid of a strong opponent hiding in the dark. Anyone would fear such an enemy. There were still 7 more days before the white nascent fruit matured. By eliminating a variable, they would feel more at ease. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chen clearly felt that the atmosphere in the forest was different. The Sita clan and the Lu clan, these two clans that had feuded with each other, seemed to have come to a tacit understanding and worked together. With the hillside with the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit as the center, the Sita clan spread out in a fan shape and started a thorough search. With such a dense search, no matter how well Xiao Chen hid, he was discovered in the end. The ones who discovered him were a group of cultivators from the Sita clan. Their cultivations were not high, so Xiao Chen did not have to spend much effort to kill them all. However, the other party had also successfully sounded the alarm, exposing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt 2 extremely strong auras heading for him. They did not hide their auras at all. Everywhere they passed, the spirit beasts gave way. As Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the approaching people, he frowned and said, "The 2 clan heads actually made a move personally. It looks like they are determined to get this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit." Xiao Chen was probably in trouble now. The thing that he worried about the most had happened. With a half-sage leading the team and the trump cards in his hands, it would be easy for him to escape. However, with 2 half-sages working together, unless he used all his trump cards, it would be impossible for him to leave easily. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped onto a tree branch. Then, he nimbly moved through the forest. With one gentle leap, he traveled 500 meters. Xiao Chen left many trees behind him. Chapter 737. Not long after Situlei left, he appeared where Xiao Chen had been. The ground was strewn with the corpses of 5 or 6 Situ clan cultivators. All of them had died in one strike. Some of them had not even drawn their weapons. Whoosh! 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 The superior grade martial monarchs of the Sita clan, who were slower, landed one after another. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were greatly startled. What a fast saber! Situlei's expression turned somewhat grave. He felt a chill run down his spine. If such a horrifying person attacked him from behind, it would be extremely dangerous. Xiao! Sonic booms resounded. Situlei did not even turn his head as he said, "He is here." The person who arrived was Situlei's nemesis, the Azure Peak City's Lu clan's clan head, Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not say a word. He only looked calmly at the corpses on the ground. However, the Situ clan cultivators behaved as though they were facing a great enemy, feeling incredibly nervous. Soon, the superior-grade martial monarchs of the Lu clan landed one after another. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they revealed similarly horrified expressions. Situlei turned around and looked meaningfully at Lu Chen. He said calmly, "Old fogey Lu, you and I have fought for decades. You should know what I am thinking now, right?" Lu Chen's wrinkled eyes squinted slightly. He smiled and said, "Given our characters, we are not willing to let others take advantage of us. I know what you are thinking. Good. Before the white nascent fruit ripens, our clans will put aside our past grudges and deal with this person with all our might. What do you think?" Situlei said sullenly with a bright gleam in his eyes. Lu Chen revealed a sinister smile on his aged face. He said, "That is exactly what I am thinking." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The two clans, which were like fire and water, were actually prepared to work together to deal with a common enemy under the pressure of Shaoqin. If news of this spread, it would startle the entire Azure Peak City. Situlei looked in the direction that Shaoqin had taken. He said calmly, "Aside from you and me, no one else can stop this brat. My opinion is that once we discover this brat, we should immediately attack together. You and I, let's attack together immediately. Don't hold back, lest we increase the number of casualties." Last night, Lu Enz had already told Lu Chen about Shaoqin's strength. Now that he saw the corpses before him, Lu Chen could not help but feel astonished. Even though Lu Chen had not seen Shaoqin before, he had a rough guess of Shaoqin's strength. He felt that Situlei was not exaggerating. Cultivators of the two clans filled this small area. Furthermore, Shaoqin was not familiar with the Qin. Even if they had the advantage of speed, they would still be discovered by the cultivators of the two clans from time to time. They could not truly calm down. 3 days later, even after Shaoqin did everything he could, he still could not shake off the cultivators of the two clans. After a while, Situlei and Lu Chen finally blocked his way. In front Shaoqin Chen smiled. Situlei's Chen. Behind him, Lu Chen held a sword as he looked expressionlessly at Shaoqin's back. Several cultivators hid in the forest on both sides. They leaped around and formed a huge encirclement, blocking all of Shaoqin's paths. "Little brother, you really made this old man look for you for the past few days," Situlei said sullenly as he pointed his spear at Shaoqin. In the past few days, the number of cultivators of the two clans that died at Shaoqin's hands was uncountable. The people who came here were all elites. They had spent a lot of resources to nurture them. Anyone would feel frustrated if they died like that. Even though 2 half-sages blocked his path, Shaoqin did not panic. He smiled and said, "The two of you really think highly of me. To think that you are working together to deal with a junior. Haha. I want to see if you can still smile later. Old fogey Lu, attack." Sparks flew on the tip of the spear. Situlei pushed his wrist forward, and the spear became like a dragon, roaring as it carried Situlei. In that instant, sand and pebbles flew, and a strong wind howled. Situlei unleashed his half-sage aura. Even the sky changed color. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he attacked at the same time. An icy blue light flickered on his sword, and a strong sword intent spread out. Lu Chen's hair fluttered wildly as his clothes fluttered. He pushed off the ground, and his sword hummed as he thrust it at Shaoqin. When the 2 half-sages arrived, the auras of 2 half-sages pressed towards Shaoqin like mountains. Regular martial monarchs would not even need to make a move. Under the pressure of such auras, they would find it hard to move. They would not even be able to breathe and would be instantly blasted into bits. However, these two were too naive to think that they could suppress Shaoqin, who had consumed 10-odd monarch blood grass, with their auras. After activating the power of his bloodline, the ancient sovereign's aura in Xiao Chen's body surged out. A noble, ancient, vast sovereign's aura spread out, clashing with the half-sage auras of the two without any fear. Bang! 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 The formless auras clashed, giving off loud sounds in the air. Suddenly, small hurricanes formed and surged out in all directions. The hurricanes swept through the trees on both sides. The lush leaves were immediately swept away, leaving only bare tree trunks. The cultivators of the two clans hidden in the trees quickly moved out of the way. Before the ancient sovereign's aura, Situlei and Lu Chen could not help but pause for a moment. They were clearly caught off guard. Xiao Chen squinted and took advantage of this opportunity. He quickly drew his saber with his right hand. This was the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber, which he had gained a basic understanding of. The boundlessly resplendent purple saber qi split into two, moving in two different trajectories as they attacked the openings the two revealed. Dang! 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 Two metallic clangs resounded. Situlei and Lu Chen, two half-sages, were actually forced back by Xiao Chen's saber. However, a half-sage was still a half-sage in the end. After Xiao Chen adapted to the sovereign's aura, he charged over again. The overwhelming attacks carried vast quintessence, looking like dark clouds covering the ground. Their auras were startling, and their might was unparalleled. Xiao Chen received 10 moves head-on. His qi and blood surged, and his arms went slightly numb. Although he did not suffer any substantial injuries, the situation was not good. He could not retaliate at all. The difference in cultivation is too great. Even if I exhaust all my trump cards, I cannot take down two half-sages for now. At best, I can fight them to a draw. There are still so many cultivators eyeing me covetously. If I run out of quintessence, I will not be able to escape death. I have to think of a way to get them to give up on chasing me. After all, their ultimate goal is the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit and not to fight with half-sages. Amid the strong wind, Xiao Chen received the attacks of the two. He quickly thought about what to do. Unknowingly, 100 moves had passed. Beside the forest, the cultivators of the two clans widened their eyes as they watched. They all had incredulous expressions. Unexpectedly, this fellow lasted 100 moves against the attacks of two half-sages without showing any signs of weakening. Situlei's spear light trembled as he said sullenly, "Old fogey Lu, it's time to make your killing move." Their opponent was unexpectedly difficult to deal with, causing the two to lose some patience. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Kill him in one move." Xiao Chen suppressed the energy in his body. With a thought, the two are going to use their heaven-ranked martial techniques. My chance might be here. 9-ring starburst. Lu Chen shouted ferociously, and 9 blue balls of sword qi appeared around him. Each ball of sword qi was compressed and contained horrifying might. The balls of sword qi circled around Lu Chen frantically. Lu Chen's aura soared, and strong winds blew in all directions like sabers. Ka! 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 Without any time to react, the towering trees were chopped into pieces by the wind blades. The surrounding cultivators of the two clans revealed horrified expressions as they quickly fled. The might of this move in Lu Chen's hands was more than 10 times stronger than Lu En's. They were on a completely different level. Lu Chen pointed his sword into the distance, and the 9 balls of sword qi merged into one. A dazzling light shot towards Xiao Chen. 10,000 swords hummed in the air, clanging endlessly. On the other side, 9 berserk flaming dragons soared up behind Situlei. The flaming dragons were 100 meters long, and flames surged out. They reared their heads back and roared with a startling aura. Situlei grasped his spear with both hands and shook it. 9 flaming dragon-shaped spear qi shot out, roaring ferociously. Flames blazed in the air, and the temperature soared. Even the dust in the air melted away, looking very horrifying. Countless strands of energy clashed in Xiao Chen's body. That was the after effect of receiving 100 moves from the two half-sages head-on. If not for the golden light barrier on his bones, he would have already been severely injured. Fortunately, as long as he recuperated after the battle, he would be able to recover immediately. After suppressing this energy, Shaochen watched the two execute their heaven-ranked martial techniques. Shaochen suppressed this energy and looked at the heaven-ranked martial techniques executed by the two. He quickly made a decision and instantly executed the dragon-subduing slash, Return of the Azure Dragon. Vast waves surged behind Shaochen, looking at the boundless sea. 999 pillars of water soared into the sky as the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. The dragon might gathered on the saber and formed a surging dragon-shaped saber chi. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and dragon might spread out. Then, it clashed with the resplendent sword chi and the horrifying 9 flaming dragons. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion occurred on the ground. The sword pill and the fire dragon saber chi exploded at the same time. Countless cracks appeared on the ground in an instant, spreading out like a spider web. Huge rocks soared into the sky and shot through the air, covering the sky and the sun. After that, the shock waves shattered the rocks in the air and scattered them with the wind, forming a surging, boundless sandstorm. A white figure could be seen in the dust that filled the air. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back miserably. Clearly, using Return of the Blue Dragon rising from the sea to clash head-on with the heaven-ranked martial techniques of two half-sages was too much. Shaochen only lasted for a moment before the shockwaves knocked him back. Situ Lei and Lu Chen had unsightly expressions as well. The shock wave knocked them back 500 meters, and the quintessence in their bodies turned somewhat chaotic. When the dust settled, a white figure riding on the blue dragon quickly fled into the distance. As for Situ Lei and Lu Chen, they looked at the white figure and did not rush to give chase. After a long time, Situ Lei said unhurriedly, "Old fogey Lu, unexpectedly, you are still so black-hearted. If you really dared to execute your killing move, 9 heavenly star burst, this brat would be a corpse by now." Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "Likewise. You still did not execute your boundless sea of flames." After chasing Shaochen away, the two of them, who had fought for most of their lives, immediately became hostile with each other. This made sense when one thought about it. These two were mortal enemies. How could they trust each other absolutely? If one side used their killing move and the other side did not, wouldn't that give the other side a chance to kill them on the spot? Chapter 738. Situ Lei smiled gently and said, "This brat is already crippled. Earlier, he received 100 moves from us. Now, he received 2 heaven-ranked martial techniques. He will not be able to recover within a month. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit would ripen in only 4 days. By the time Shaochen arrived a month later, the white nascent fruit would be gone, and it would be useless." This was also why the two were not in a rush to chase after Shaochen. Unless one was a martial sage, no one could recover within 4 days from the heaven-ranked martial techniques of 2 half-sages. No matter what, they managed to get rid of a hidden danger. Although they paid a high price, it was all worth it. Lu Chen turned around and smiled. "Old fogey Situ, there is a tricolored flame python guarding the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. How about we work together later?" Situ Lei laughed loudly and said, "That would be for the best. We cannot let others watch from the sidelines. Naturally, we cannot let a beast take advantage of us." It was rather funny. The two had relaxed expressions and calm gazes. They did not look like mortal enemies who had fought for decades. After the discussion, both sides retracted their forces, no longer paying attention to Shaochen. A white figure swayed as he descended from the sky above a small river in the periphery of the savage beast forest, landing on the riverbank. Shaochen raised his head and looked at his pale reflection in the river. He coughed intensely a few times, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, dyeing his white robes red. This time, Shaochen was severely injured. His internal organs all cracked. He had truly sustained internal injuries. However, his injuries were not as severe as Lu Chen and Situ Lei made them out to be. Under martial sage, indeed, no one could withstand the attacks of two heaven-ranked martial techniques and recover quickly. However, Xiao Qin was an exception. His physical body had already reached the standard of a martial sage. Furthermore, his bones had formed an internal defense. In terms of resistance to attacks and recovery, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a regular inferior-grade martial sage could not compare to him. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, looked at the pale Xiao Qin, who occasionally frowned due to the intense pain. Feeling confused, she asked, "Xiao Qin, if you had used Soaring Dragon, you would not have suffered such severe injuries, right?" Xiao Qin swallowed a healing medicinal pill and squeezed out a smile on his pale face. "There is no need. My goal is the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, not to fight to the death with two half-sages. Continuously exposing my strength will only make the two of them more wary of me. Why don't I get injured at the right time and let them think that I can't fight anymore? At that time, I'll give them an unexpected surprise." Being chased by the two great clans for the past few days had left Xiao Qin mentally and physically exhausted. He had not been able to relax for even a moment. The two half-saints were pressing down step by step, and it caused his mind to be strained at all times. It was too exhausting. If this continued and Xiao Qin kept putting on a brave front, not only would he fail to obtain the white nascent fruit, but he might even lose his life here. Ao Jiao frowned heavily. She still said with some reluctance, "However, it is still too dangerous for you to continue like this. If they really steeled themselves to continue chasing you, you would be in real danger now." Xiao Qin analyzed calmly, "That won't happen. The two of them fear each other. If I were no longer a threat, they would not have worked together to suppress me. Furthermore, riches come from danger. Even if they chase me, I will accept it. No one in this world can predict everything." After 3 days, Xiao Qin's strong physical body completely recovered. Xiao Qin, who was at the riverside, opened his eyes. His delicate face had a ruddy glow, and he looked spirited without any signs of illness. Xiao Qin radiated a sharp aura, and his eyes were bright and spirited. His gaze was as sharp as a knife's edge. After stretching his body, Xiao Qin took out a black cloak from the universe ring and draped it over himself. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "In another day, the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit will ripen. The white nascent fruit will definitely be mine." Xiao Qin stretched his arms and soared into the air like a huge bird. Just as he was about to land, a blue dragon image appeared under his feet. Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet, and his body flew forward again. In an instant, he crossed a kilometer. Xiao Qin moved like a black arrow as he quickly moved forward in the forest. After 1 hour, a hill more than 800 meters tall appeared at the limits of his vision. The cultivators of the Situ clan and the Lu clan hid at the foot of the hill. They looked at the summit with fervent gazes. The white nascent fruit was about the size of a fist. With such a long distance, Xiao Qin could not see it with his eyes. He could only keep extending his spiritual sense forward. Finally, Xiao Qin saw the white nascent fruit hiding at the edge of a crack in the wall. The 4 black petals made the white spirit fruit look exceptionally eye-catching. The spirit fruit was snow-white and as soft as a baby's skin. No one could bear to touch it. Xiao Qin extended his spiritual sense and soon discovered the tricolored flame python guarding not far away. The tricolored flame python was covered in flame tattoos. It was not very thick, only 100 meters long. It could not be compared to the 300-meter-long python that Xiao Qin once saw. However, the bewitching tricolored snake crown on its head was like an evil poppy flower, and it was emitting a strange aura. It reminded people that this was a genuine 9th-grade spirit beast that could be compared to a semi-sage realm expert. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense noticed Situ Lei and Lu Chen in the air. The corners of Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. He pulled down his hood and crossed his arms. Then, he stood on a tree branch and waited quietly. Before a storm, there would always be a period of calm. The wind would not blow, and the beasts would not cry out. Everything would be exceptionally quiet, so quiet that it would make one feel sad. At this moment, the hill with the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was undoubtedly in this period of calm. Situ Lei and the Lu clan cultivators hid themselves in the grass and trees below the hill. They held their breaths and remained motionless, cautiously watching each other. Everyone knew that no matter which side obtained the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, the other side's clan would suffer a calamity. The families on the other side would suffer a calamity and be expelled from Green Summit City. Their hundreds of years of family business would be completely destroyed. No one could accept such a result. A battle with the other side was unavoidable. The clan heads of the two clans chatted cheerfully, standing side by side in the air. Those who did not know what was going on might even think that the two were old friends. Situ Lei looked at the slope and slowly said, "When the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit ripens, it will definitely attract many peak rank 9 spirit beasts. At that time, the disciples of our clans will go and block these foreign spirit beasts. The two of us will work together to kill the tricolored flame python. After that, the fight for the white nascent fruit will depend on our own abilities. Brother Lu, what do you think?" Lu Chen smiled calmly and said, "Based on Brother Situ's tone, it seems like you can defeat me and obtain the white nascent fruit." When Situ Lei heard this, his expression did not change. He put on a superficial smile and said, "Brother Lu must be joking. If I were really confident, your Lu clan would have been chased out of Azure Peak City long ago. Why would I wait until now? Sly old fox." Lu Chen cursed in his heart. He did not linger on this topic. He said, "Sure, let's go with your suggestion." Situ Lei had trump cards, but so did Lu Chen. If they relied on their own abilities, Lu Chen was not afraid. As the two waited quietly, time slowly went by, and the sky slowly darkened. Normally, the roars of all sorts of beasts could be heard in the savage beast forest at night. Strangely, there was not a single roar tonight. Under the night sky, many pairs of eyes stared at the small hill. No one relaxed at all. In the boundless darkness, time and scene seemed to freeze. Situ Lei and Lu Chen stood side by side in the air, each with their own ulterior motives. The tricolored flame python beside the white nascent fruit. The cultivators of the two clans hid at the foot of the hill like statues. Even further away, there was Xiao Chen, dressed in a black cloak, leaning against a tree trunk with his arms crossed. Everything formed a strange picture. All that was left was for the white nascent fruit to ripen. When a mountain torrent erupted and a storm arrived, the picture would shatter. Amidst the silence, it was already midnight. Suddenly, the white nascent fruit's 4 black leaves glowed with light. The black leaves were a boundless starry heavens. The motes of light were the twinkling stars in the starry heavens. At this moment, the people who had been waiting for a long time could not help revealing faint excitement in their eyes. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was about to ripen. The tricolored flame python guarding at the side moved its body slightly. It stuck out its forked tongue as it looked greedily at the crystalline, snow-white fruit. Situ Lei's and Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Even people as astute as them could not help taking a step forward. Even they themselves did not notice it. The cultivators of the two clans hiding at the foot of the hill leaned forward, advancing 5 or 6 meters in unison. At this moment, some ripples appeared in the quiet picture. Aside from the young, black-cloaked bladesman standing on the distant tree trunk, who remained as calm as before, everyone else in the picture could not resist the temptation. All the people in the picture could not resist the temptation and took a step forward. The motes of starlight on the leaves increased in number and grew brighter. In this boundless darkness, they became even more eye-catching. Xiao Chen, who was far away, could see them clearly. The thousands of motes of light flickered, looking very beautiful. They overshadowed the white nascent fruit's luster, giving off the feeling of a guest stealing the spotlight. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary. No matter how bright a supporting character was, he was just a supporting character in the end. Suddenly, a fiery light appeared in the middle of the flickering motes of starlight. The light was like the blazing sun, instantly suppressing the motes of light. It was like the sun quietly hiding in the night sky. When it released its light, even the dazzling stars would lose their brilliance. How could the light of a grain of rice compete with the sun and the moon? The moment the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit released its light, it shone brightly. A vast and boundless spiritual energy surged out into the surroundings. The multicolored light in the sky looked like snowflakes drifting down, filling the sky with auspicious signs. Roar! The 5-colored auspicious sign and the spiritual energy that leaked out from the spirit fruit spread far and wide in an instant. The powerful roar of a beast resounded throughout the sky and earth. The ground trembled. As the peak rank 9 spirit beast ran for its life, the shock waves actually reached this place in an instant. My Situ clan disciples, heed my orders. Guard the hill. Do not let any spirit beast near. My Lu clan disciples, heed my orders. Guard the hill. Do not let any spirit beast near. Situ Lei and Lu Chen shouted at nearly the same time. The instant they spoke, their figures moved like lightning, arriving beside the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Chapter 739. Without saying a word, they each sent a palm strike, sending the tricolored flame python, which wanted to swallow the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, flying. The tricolored flame python tumbled in the air before landing at the foot of the slope. Then, it glared angrily at Situ Lei and Lu Chen, who were plotting against it. Move further away and deal with this beast. If we destroy the white nascent fruit, it will be over. Situ Lei's spear trembled. Before the tricolored flame python could react, he took the initiative to attack. Lu Chen quickly followed with a surging killing chi. The tricolored flame python was about as strong as the two. Normally, if they met alone, they might not be able to deal with this beast even after putting in a lot of effort. However, today, they ran into 2 half-sages determined to obtain the white nascent fruit. No matter how strong the tricolored flame python was, it could not reverse the situation. 2 men and 1 snake started an intense battle on the slope. With the 2 working together, they suppressed the tricolored flame python until it could not cause any trouble. At the same time, the battle at the foot of the slope also started. Hundreds of elite cultivators of the 2 clans worked together to defend against the rank 9 spirit beasts rushing over frantically. The battle at the foot of the slope was much more bloody than the one at the top. Although there were no peak rank 9 spirit beasts, there were more of them. The cultivators of the 2 clans defended bitterly, but they still paled in comparison. Casualties occurred at every moment. At this moment, the peaceful scene was completely torn apart. Miserable cries, beast roars, quintessence explosions, and all sorts of chaotic noises rang out endlessly. Under the hood, Xiaochen stared at the white nascent fruit, which still gave off a bright light. He entered deep thought. After a while, Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground like a ghost in the night. He silently flew forward, flying higher and higher until he hid himself in a cloud. Xiaochen controlled the wind and carried the cloud to the top of the white nascent fruit. The people in the intense battle all had nervous expressions. No one noticed this scene. A dark cloud in the sky slowly approached the white nascent fruit. When the cloud descended to 2 kilometers, Xiaochen stopped and looked at Situ Lei and Lu Chen, the 2 half-sages that posed the greatest threat to him. The tricolored flame python was already covered in wounds. The poisonous flames it spat out were growing thinner, and the threat it posed to the 2 was diminishing. Seeing that the tricolored flame python was about to die, Situ Lei and Lu Chen's movements gradually slowed down. The distance between them had unknowingly increased. A strange light flickered in their eyes as they stared at each other. Their main focus was no longer on the tricolored flame python. The pitiful tricolored flame python had nearly died. Due to various reasons, Situ Lei and Lu Chen had hung it up, refusing to give it a quick death. Situ Lei's spear light swept out, and the 3-colored flame flew up. The momentum was astonishing, but in fact, it did not use much strength at all. Lu Chen kicked the tricolored flame python, flying at him back. Then, he smiled indifferently and said, "Brother Situ, I'll leave the final strike of this beast to you." Situ Lei smiled calmly and said, "Brother Lu, you go first. With your movement technique, you will definitely be able to easily dodge the counterattack of the tricolored flame python before its death." "Ha ha. Brother Situ, you go first." How can this old man's strength compare to yours? Before any spirit beast died, it would make a desperate counterattack. These two were crafty. Clearly, they did not want to endure this final strike. Just as these two were pushing each other away, a black figure suddenly descended from a cloud above the white nascent fruit. This figure moved astonishingly fast. The direction in which he appeared caught everyone off guard as well. A figure flashed. Situ Lei and Lu Chen, who were chatting with each other, could not react at all. Someone snatched away the glowing white nascent fruit. When the two of them looked back, they saw a black figure carrying the white nascent fruit, rushing down the mountain quickly. Situ Lei's and Lu Chen's mouths gaped open in shock. When they reacted, they became enraged. How bold! How dare he snatch away the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit from under our noses? Situ Lei roared ferociously and chased after the black figure in a frenzy. After planning for such a long time, someone snatched away the treasure at the last moment. No one could accept such a disappointment. Boom! Spear lights trembled, and sword lights flickered. In their rage, Situ Lei and Lu Chen each sent out a move. A blue ball of sword light and a roaring fire dragon charged at the black figure, trying to block him. The black figure seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He pushed off the ground and leaped up, easily dodging the two fatal attacks. The fire dragon and the ball of sword exploded, creating a strong shockwave that surged out. The two raged. In order to block that black figure, they frantically ran, sending all sorts of attacks at Xiao Chen. Bang! 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 Quintessence surged, and rocks flew out. The horrifying shockwave created a strong wind, cutting the surroundings like knives. Although Xiao Chen dodged all these attacks, the black cloak he wore was already in tatters. It was no longer useful, so he casually took it off. The moment the white clear wind robes appeared, Situ Lei and Lu Chen immediately recognized Xiao Chen. They were dumbfounded. How can this be? He is so severely injured. How can he appear in such a short time? The shock in the two's eyes was extreme. They could not help but stop what they were doing. They stared at Xiao Chen in a daze. After so many schemes and plans, after so many rounds of searching, in the end, this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit still ended up in the hands of an outsider. Ignore those spirit beasts. Block him. When the two recovered their wits and saw that Xiao Chen had already run far away, they shouted at the disciples at the foot of the mountain. Instantly, hundreds of martial monarchs abandoned the spirit beasts they were fighting and launched themselves at Xiao Chen. So. Many figures flew out, their quintessence surging. 200 or 300 martial monarchs appeared together. Their auras merged into one, looking like a vast mountain range before Xiao Chen. There were close to 300 martial monarchs. Although their cultivations varied, if they attacked together, even a half-sage would not dare to clash head-on. Xiao Chen's face sank, and his sea of consciousness surged. He quickly circulated the dragon tone art in his body, draining his quintessence and mental energy at the same time. The dragon-shaped quintessence circulated in his body, and resounding dragon roars resounded continuously. When Xiao Chen felt the explosive energy in his chest, he opened his mouth and roared. The vigorous true dragon's voice immediately surged out. The wind howled, and dragon's might spread out. The resonant dragon's voice was like a clap of thunder, ear-splitting. When the sound wave spread out, the trees in the way gave off crisp cracking sounds as they all snapped in half. The close to 300 martial monarchs felt a strong wind blow at them. They could not even open their eyes. Those with weaker cultivations were even knocked back. What was even more horrifying was that the dragon's might contained in the sound wave, infused with surging mental energy. When it entered these people's seas of consciousness, it sounded like thunder roared in their minds. His entire head was in a daze, and the movements of his hands stopped for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon image and charged over. The ferocious impact knocked the people in front of him into the air like sandbags. By the time these people recovered their wits, Shao Chen had already taken advantage of this moment to cross the crowd and run far away. When Situ Lei and Lu Chen saw this scene, they were flabbergasted. Even though they were very knowledgeable, they had never heard of such a strange martial technique in the world before. By the time the two of them regrouped and chased away all the rank 9 spirit beasts around the slope, Shao Chen had already disappeared without a trace. How hateful! Situ Lei clenched his teeth, and his complexion turned ashen. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the mountain to tremble. Even if Lu Chen had snatched away the white nascent fruit, Situ Lei would not have felt so sullen. However, he could not accept a nameless brat snatching away the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Lu Chen's expression was scarily unsightly as well, even worse than Situ Lei's. Originally, his Lu clan was the first to discover the white nascent fruit. In his heart, the Lu clan had already treated the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit as their family treasure. The Lu clan had put in a lot of effort, mobilized many people, and lost many elites. In the end, it ended up benefiting someone else. How could Lu Chen accept this? After the white nascent fruit is picked, it has to be consumed within 12 hours. Any storage space is useless. This person cannot get far. We still have a chance, Situ Lei said with a sullen expression when he thought of something. If one did not pick the white nascent fruit in its entirety, it was best to consume it right after it was picked. Otherwise, the spiritual energy contained in it would slowly leak out. If one did not consume it within 12 hours, the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit would become an ordinary spirit fruit, no longer as miraculous as before. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with hope. That's right. He will not be able to leave the savage beast forest within 12 hours. If our two clans work together, we will definitely be able to find him. The two clans both had strongholds in the savage beast forest. They had far more people than Situ Lei and Situ Lei. The cultivation of the others might be weaker, but there were not many requirements for them to search for someone. On the other side, Shao Chen ran for 5 kilometers before he stopped. He felt something wrong in the universe ring. He sent his spiritual sense in and discovered spiritual energy permeating the space within the universe ring. It was like a mist, spreading everywhere. When he looked carefully, it turned out that the vast spiritual energy contained in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was leaking out continuously. Even though a large amount of spiritual energy leaked out from the dazzling spirit fruit, it did not show any signs of dimming. This made one sigh. No wonder the two clans would use their entire clans to fight for it. However, continuing to leak out was not a solution. Even a fool could tell that something was wrong. Shao Chen asked doubtfully, "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Ao Jiao said with some pity, "Quickly consume it. Otherwise, its effects will be greatly reduced. It would have been great if we had uprooted it. It would have been even better if the roots were intact. That way, we could have transplanted it into the immortal spirit ring." Shao Chen smiled bitterly. Ao Jiao made it sound easy. At that time, it could be said that he had plucked it from the hands of 2 half-sages. If not for these 2 half-sages fearing each other and harboring ulterior motives, he would not have stood a chance. It would be very difficult to refine this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit in a short time. The two clans would definitely send people to search for him. Chapter 740. If someone interrupted him during the refinement process, the consequences would be dire. At best, he would be severely injured. At worst, he might even lose his life. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, there would be so much trouble. The joy in Shao Chen's heart slowly cooled. He felt conflicted. The two clans were very familiar with this place. No matter how well he hid, they would find him. 3 days ago, when he was being chased, he had not been able to relax for even a moment. Ao Jiao urged, "Stop dilly-dallying. Quickly refine it. Otherwise, the medicinal effects will weaken." Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind was not Shao Chen's character. Steeling himself, Shao Chen looked around and found a dense bush. After making some simple disguises, he sat down cross-legged and took out the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit from the universe ring. A regular white nascent fruit could live for 500 years at most. A 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was definitely a mutated fruit, comparable to a rare treasure. It was not much less valuable than dragon marrow. After calming himself, Xiao Chen's expression turned completely calm. Then, he swallowed the white nascent fruit. The white spirit fruit was fragrant and sweet. It melted in his mouth. Before Xiao Chen could savor the taste, the white nascent fruit turned into a warm current flowing through his body. Boom! The medicinal energy took effect in a moment. Xiao Chen's skin and hair all turned crystalline, flickering with light and giving off a radiance. This was especially so for Xiao Chen's head of black hair, which fluttered in the wind. He looked like ancient jade, filled with a boundless charm. The surroundings of Xiao Chen's dantian surged. The warm current that the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit turned into fell like rain. Every drop of rain contained surging heaven and earth spiritual qi, and they fell without stopping. Xiao Chen's cultivation soared continuously, showing no signs of stopping. Soon, he touched the formless bottleneck of superior-grade martial monarch. The spiritual energy contained in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. Now, Xiao Chen even regretted using this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit to break through to superior-grade martial monarch. Perhaps it would be even better if he used it when he was trying to break through to the half-saint realm in the future. However, this thought passed in an instant. Not to mention the fact that the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit could only be found and not sought. The purple thunder divine incantation that Xiao Chen cultivated required far more quintessence than ordinary people. The white nascent fruit that others could use to break through to half-sage might not have the same effect on him. Boom! The vast spiritual energy gushed like a river. After a few hits, it broke through the formless bottleneck of superior-grade martial monarch. However, the jade-like luster on Xiao Chen's body did not weaken at all. His 3,000 strands of hair flickered with fluorescent light, fluttering in the wind. A surging energy flowed through Xiao Chen's body. He felt very carefree. At this moment, he finally advanced to superior-grade martial monarch. However, what delighted Xiao Chen even more was that the spiritual energy in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit did not run out. In the world around Xiao Chen's dantian, droplets of rain fell continuously. Just one drop of rain was equivalent to 1 day of cultivation. Xiao Chen's cultivation continued to advance. After 1 hour, as he continuously refined the spiritual energy, he completely stabilized his cultivation as a superior-grade martial monarch. The spiritual energy in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit had not run out yet. Xiao Chen quickly made a decision. He would make use of this opportunity to break through to late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen started to refine his quintessence. He turned the unending but slightly loose spiritual energy into thick and heavy purple lightning-attributed quintessence. Time slowly went by. With the help of the white nascent fruit, Xiao Chen's quintessence was completely solid in less than 1 hour, becoming as heavy as a mountain. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen took out a quintessence gathering pill and swallowed it. Then, he started to refine his dense purple quintessence a second time. The carefree feeling in Xiao Chen's body vanished. Replacing it was the intense pain of refining quintessence twice. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Xiao Chen's forehead. He clenched his teeth and endured bitterly, silently enduring the pain of the quintessence gathering pill. Even though Xiao Chen had already experienced it twice, this experience still made his soul tremble. His entire body ached, and he wished he could stop immediately. Since ancient times, countless people had tried to refine their quintessence twice. Most of them could not endure it and gave up. The remaining few could not endure it and died from the pain. A strong physical body and an indomitable will. Only by having both could one successfully refine their quintessence twice. Otherwise, even if one was a demonic genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years, it would not work. The heart-wrenching pain constantly questioned Xiao Chen's heart, asking if he had clearly seen his own path, if he really knew what he wanted. The path of a cultivator was filled with thorns and endless bumps. No matter how much effort and sweat one put in, one might not reach the peak in the end. Would one's heart waver? Would one still have the courage to endure this boundless pain? Xiao Chen's heart did not waver. His past beliefs became even firmer as he questioned himself. Xiao Chen never doubted his own path. Not in the past, not now, not in the future. Dong! Dong! Look around. The clan head said that as long as we find that brat, we do not need to capture him to obtain a great reward. Urgent footsteps resounded. At this crucial moment, the cultivators of the Situ clan and the Lu clan had actually arrived. If someone injured him while he was consuming the quintessence gathering pill, he would definitely enter a berserking chi deviation. Xiao Chen quickly thought about it and decided to give up on this opportunity. Although the loss was great, compared to entering a berserking chi deviation, he had no other choice. Don't move. Focus on refining your quintessence. Absorb all the medicinal liquid in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. I'll block these people for you. Before Xiao Chen could reply, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, flew out with a whoosh. The simple disguise that Xiao Chen laid immediately tore a hole. The cultivators of the two clans immediately discovered Xiao Chen's jade-like luster in the dark forest. We found him. Quick, inform. The person who spoke was incredibly excited, attracting the attention of the search team. But before he could finish speaking, a beautiful figure flickered over, blood splattered, and his head flew into the air. Only now did the others notice that at some point in time, a pretty girl with a frosty expression was hovering in the air. Ao Jiao held two short sabers made of light in her hands. Without saying anything, she charged at the remaining people. Most of the search team were only martial kings. How could they be a match for Ao Jiao? Lights flickered, and they fell one after another. This startled the leader of the search team. He turned around and ran, quickly activating the alarm mechanism hidden in his sleeve. An ear-piercing buzzing sound immediately radiated in all directions like ripples. The sound swept through the many trees. After a while, all the cultivators within 50 kilometers heard the commotion. Pu Ci. The lightsaber in Ao Jiao's hand flew out and nailed the person who successfully triggered the alarm to a tree. The search team of 11 people died in a few breaths of time. The temporary danger was resolved. However, an even greater danger was about to arrive. Sensing two strong auras flying over at lightning speed, Ao Jiao could not help but frown slightly, feeling very worried. Two clumps of light descended from the sky, releasing horrifying energy ripples. They blasted many trees into pieces and filled the air with dust. Situ Lei and Lu Chen walked out of the dust cloud expressionlessly, holding their weapons in their hands. The two looked around and immediately discovered Xiao Chen, whose entire body gave off a jade-white glow. Rage burned in their eyes. This brat was actually refining the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Now, even if they killed this brat, they would not be able to retrieve the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. In their rage, the two rushed forward, wanting to chop Xiao Chen into pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. Chong! Chong! Ao Jiao descended calmly from the sky. She brandished the two sabers in her hands and blocked the attacks of the two. Her exquisite saber techniques were executed miraculously. The cold light was piercingly cold, and it forced the two of them, who were not prepared for it, to retreat in a single exchange. Item spirit? After they landed, Lu Chen and Situ Lei exchanged strange glances. Then, they rejoiced and looked at Ao Jiao with a fervent gaze. Situ Lei's spear trembled as he laughed softly. I have long felt that this brat's saber is strange. Unexpectedly, it actually gave birth to an item spirit. Lu Chen smiled sinisterly and said, a treasured saber with an item spirit. Even if we split it evenly, it would be more than sufficient to make up for our losses. As half-sages, the two were naturally more knowledgeable than ordinary people. They immediately figured out Ao Jiao's identity and rejoiced in their hearts. Ao Jiao floated quietly on the ground. When she saw the greedy gazes in the two's eyes, she could not help but smile coldly. Who do you think you are? After receiving the Thunder King's inheritance, the lunar shadow saber, do you think that just anyone can grasp it? Situle's eyes lit up as he laughed loudly. No wonder this brat is so strong. So, he is the inheritor of the Thunder King. It looks like we are going to make a big profit this time. Watch how I subdue you. Xiao. Situle's figure flashed, and his spear turned into a fire dragon as he charged at Ao Jiao. The strong state of fire was accompanied by vast quintessence. Its might was incredibly startling. Lu Chen did not want to fall behind. A blue light surged on his sword as he quickly followed. Since the Thunderwood sword broke, Ao Jiao had not recovered her strength. She had been reborn in the lunar shadow saber. Even so, she barely reached the combat prowess of a medial-grade martial monarch. In terms of cultivation, Xiaochen was no match for the two. Fortunately, her saber techniques and combat techniques far surpassed theirs. She could still deal with the two for a while. However, as time dragged on, the situation slowly turned for the worse. Under their relentless attacks of quintessence exhaustion, Ao Jiao found it increasingly difficult to hold on. Bang! An opening appeared in Ao Jiao, and Situle took advantage of it. His spear swept out and sent Ao Jiao's weak body flying. Little girl, you still dare to boast? Do this old man have the qualifications to wield the lunar shadow saber? Situle laughed maniacally and took advantage of the situation to attack. A fire dragon circled his spear, forcing Ao Jiao to retreat again and again. Chapter 741. Boom! A blue sword ball gave off a metallic sword hum as it flew towards Ao Jiao, who was being held back by Situle. This sword ball was made up of thousands of strands of sword qi. If struck, it would feel like someone had swung thousands of swords. This was Lu Chen's unique killing move. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take down Ao Jiao in one move and force her to submit. Just at this critical moment, the jade-like Xiao Chen in the bushes behind suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed with an unparalleled sharpness. The light withdrew, and Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold and emotionless. He leaped up and gathered a vast lightning-attributed quintessence in his right hand. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and punched, striking the blue sword ball flying at him. Electric light exploded like a flame, and the boundless sword qi hidden in the blue sword ball was scattered by this punch. It turned into sword winds and scattered in all directions. After shattering Lu Chen's fatal strike with one punch, Xiao Chen looked at Situle, who was attacking Ao Jiao relentlessly. His cold eyes did not contain any emotion. An azure dragon image appeared under Xiao Chen's feet and carried him forward. Then, Xiao Chen punched without hesitation. Thunder roared in the sky, and the flickering electric light on his fist looked like it would last forever. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind. Under the illumination of the electric light, he looked like a war god descending, filled with might. The instant Xiao Chen got close, he activated the ancient sovereign's aura. A vast and epic aura pressed down like a mountain, causing Situle's movements to pause. Bang! Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Chen's fist, flickering with purple electric light, quickly smashed into Situle's chest. Bang! When Xiao Chen's fist landed on Situle's chest, it gave off a thunderous sound. The lightning streaked across the sky, and a vast lightning-attributed quintessence poured into Situle's body through his chest. Situle's head full of black hair, qi, all of them were electrocuted, his face was pale, and his body flew backward. Ao Jiao, come in. I'll help you fight back how these people beat you. Looking at the two people in front of him expressionlessly, Xiao Chen's eyes surged with killing intent, and his aura continued to rise. The flickering lightning illuminated his delicate face, making it look particularly eye-catching. A smile appeared on Ao Jiao's pale face. This sentence was enough for her. There was never a need to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Once he said it, he would definitely do it. The weakened Ao Jiao turned into a beam of light and entered the immortal spirit ring. Situle and Lu Chen looked at Xiao Chen with bewildered expressions. As half-sages, they actually felt a little timid before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shattered Lu Chen's sword ball with one punch and sent Situ Lei flying with another. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed after consuming the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit far surpassed the two's expectations. Xiao Chen gently waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then, he looked at the two and said indifferently, "Make your move. Let me see what qualifications you have to take my lunar shadow saber." Lu Chen and Situ Lai exchanged glances. They could see incredulity in each other's expressions. The white-robed bladesman, who they chased twice and forced to flee miserably, actually took the initiative to challenge them. "Since you want to die so much, Situ Lai, will grant your wish." Situ Lai could no longer endure the disdainful gaze in Xiao Chen's eyes. He roared ferociously and brandished his spear, taking the initiative to attack. 9 berserk fire dragons soared behind him. Guided by the spear, they quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. He glanced at the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand, and a greedy expression appeared on his face. Then, he quickly followed up and launched 9 star-like blue sword balls. The two's attacks were the heaven-ranked martial techniques that defeated Xiao Chen previously. They intended to severely injure Xiao Chen again, not giving him any chance to flee this time. Unfortunately, the two did not know that Xiao Chen had purposely lost the previous time. Now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved greatly. Not only had he advanced to superior-grade martial monarch, but he had also refined his quintessence twice. The current Xiao Chen was no longer the same as before. How could he care about these two moves? Grasping the saber hilt with his right hand, Xiao Chen leaned forward slightly. He circulated his energy for the dragon-subduing slash. The soaring aura slowly withdrew and hid itself. Xiao Chen remained as motionless as a mountain. He was like a true dragon in hibernation, continuously calculating the trajectories of the two's killing moves with his eyes. Only when the two heaven-ranked martial techniques were only 8 meters away from him did Xiao Chen suddenly make a move. He turned into a true dragon and took a light step forward. With just one step, the ground split open with a loud bang, and a black crack spread out in front of him. Hidden dragon in the abyss, a gentleman plans before taking action. Soaring dragon in the sky, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Xiao Chen soared into the air. Following the feeling in his heart, he naturally drew the lunar shadow saber. It was like a true dragon furiously swinging its claws. The might of a true dragon soaring into the air, the rage of a true dragon, unstoppable. Bang! The saber light was very dazzling. Situ Lei's 9 clumps of flames howled miserably at this soaring saber strike. They turned into sparks and scattered. Lu Chen's 9 sword orbs that resembled starlight directly exploded, and the sword chi hidden within them shot out in all directions like a celestial maiden. The shock waves of the sword chi blasted deep pits on the ground, creating a scene of devastation. After breaking the killing moves of the two, Xiao Chen's momentum did not decrease. He launched a great counterattack at the two. Xiao Chen had refined his quintessence twice. Now, when it came to competing with quintessence, he no longer feared the two. By relying on his strong physical body, he dared to fight, not fearing injury. In the air, Xiao Chen's aura flourished. He brandished his saber and executed all sorts of martial techniques, forcing Situ Lei and Lu Chen to continuously retreat. After 100 moves, Situ Lei and Lu Chen felt their blood churning. Their internal organs trembled violently. The flowing electric light rampaged in their bodies. In the past, the two of them had used their cultivation to suppress Xiao Chen, forcing Xiao Chen into a sorry state within 100 moves. Now, the situation was reversed. With the same level of quintessence, the advantage of Xiao Chen's physical body showed itself. Similarly, after receiving 100 moves, his strong physical body blocked most of the energy. As Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered, his delicate face appeared very relaxed. The show was just beginning. Spring thunder chop. Burning to desolation. Fated person in autumn water. Grieving frost. The 4-season saber technique, which was only slightly weaker than a heaven-ranked martial technique, was easily executed by Xiao Chen like he was eating or drinking, forcing Situ Lei and Lu Chen into an even more sorry state. Cycle of seasons, endless growth. The cycle of seasons, which could rival most heaven-ranked martial techniques, swept out endlessly with the power of the cycle of seasons. The thunder of spring, the fire of summer, the wind of autumn, and the frost of winter. The mysterious phenomenon of the cycle of seasons was perfectly infused into Xiao Chen's saber technique. When he swung his saber, he sent the two, whose qi and blood were already unstable, flying back while vomiting blood. The two of them landed on the ground with a loud bang. The huge impact caused the ground to tremble and dust to fill the air. The two pairs of eyes filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Chen. If they had only been shocked earlier, then now, they were filled with utter horror. Unexpectedly, two half-sages were suppressed by a superior-grade martial monarch to the point where they vomited blood and could not breathe. Since when did such a demonic genius appear in the Tianwu domain? Unexpectedly, they did not know about it. Situ Lei struggled to his feet and held his spear. He said in a deep voice, "Old fogey Lu, even if you underestimate me, you really cannot hold back." "As you say." Lu Chen's expression was equally grave. He said indifferently, "If we do not kill him today, given his talent, the two of us will not stand a chance in the future." In the air, Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon image. His white robes fluttered as he watched the two half-sages prepare to use their trump cards. His delicate and handsome face did not show any fear. It was as Xiao Chen had said in the past. There were strong and weak half-sages. Murong Lingfeng had casually slaughtered Gu Mu and the others like him like pigs and dogs. Clearly, the two people from before were only on the same level as Gu Mu. They were much weaker than the seven giants. As long as Xiao Chen could close the gap in quintessence, he would not fear these two. Since they wanted to kill him, he did not want to leave any loose ends. This time, Xiao Chen would put an end to all his grudges. Boundless sea of fire. 9-star heavenly explosion. Situ Lei and Lu Chen shouted at the same time. The two of them no longer held back, executing their killing moves without holding anything back. When facing the current Xiao Chen, holding back would be no different from sending themselves to death. Whether it was success or failure, the two of them placed all their bets on this final move. A boundless sea of fire spread out from Situ Lei's body. Blazing flames stretched as far as the eye could see. The mysterious phenomenon looked very real. The heat waves coming from it made everyone feel a scalding heat. It felt like even the air would melt under this sea of fire. A huge wave of fire surged over the sea of fire. As Situ Lei stood on the sea of fire, a ring of red flames appeared around him. His entire body was immersed in the flames as he tossed out the spear in his hand. It carried a boundless might as it flew towards Xiao Chen along with the boundless huge waves. The fire wave wanted to drown Xiao Chen, and the spear light wanted to pierce through Xiao Chen. The boundless hatred in Situ Lei's eyes was all focused on this move. On the other side, Lu Chen's 9-star heavenly explosion had a horrifying might. It did not look any weaker than Situ Lei's. 9 dazzling blue balls of swords as bright as the sun formed a ring in the sky and spun rapidly. Lu Chen stood in the middle of the ring with his sword upright. He placed his left hand on the sword and circulated his quintessence continuously. The 9 blue balls of swords spun rapidly. In the end, they were no longer 9 balls of swords. Instead, they formed a ring-shaped storm of swords. Within the ring-shaped storm of swords, the buzzing of countless swords could be heard. 10,000 swords clashed with each other, clanging endlessly. Die. In an instant, the two of them completed their killing moves in practically an instant. They carried an overwhelming might as they charged at Xiao Chen. Only a scarlet flame and the huge ring-shaped storm of swords could be seen. Xiao Chen's body was instantly drowned in it. Chapter 742. After executing their trump cards, the two appeared extremely fatigued. Their quintessence was drained, and they placed all their hopes on these two moves. Situ Lei panted slightly as he muttered, "It's time to end this." Even the strongest half-sage would not be able to escape unscathed from a medial-grade heaven-ranked martial technique that exhausted all our quintessence. No matter what, this brat was just a superior-grade martial monarch. No matter how demonic he was, he would not be able to escape death after 2 half-sages cut off all means of retreat. Lu Chen had the same thought in his heart. His gaze was urgent, anxious to know how badly Xiao Chen would end up when he was swallowed up. Bang! Suddenly, a bright golden light shot out from the sea of fire. The two, who had lost the protection of their quintessence, felt a stinging pain in their eyes like needles. A loud explosion resounded in the boundless sea of fire. The horrifying shock wave formed thick clouds that soared into the sky. A deep, spiral-shaped pit a kilometer wide appeared in the ground. When all the dust and debris soared into the sky, Situ Lei and Lu Chen finally saw the situation inside. The white-robed Xiao Chen had his hair fluttering in the wind. His delicate face was in high spirits, he did not look injured at all. A strange flame diagram hovered in the air in front of Xiao Chen. It flickered with golden light and materialized everything in the world, including the entire world. That's impossible. Unexpectedly, he is not injured at all. What kind of strange martial technique is that? Unexpectedly, he blocked the full-powered heaven-ranked martial techniques of 2 half-sages. Situ Lei and Lu Chen goggled. It was like they saw the most inconceivable thing in the world, something that surpassed their understanding. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He did not give the two much time to react as he gently waved his right hand. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram shot forward. The 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and the world all entered it. 1 yin and 1 yang, the 2 flames chased each other, making the golden light of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram even more dazzling. It looked like the sun, eternal and inextinguishable. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out. Lu Chen and Situ Lei, who did not have any quintessence left, could not resist at all. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram knocked them into the air one after another. His body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying in the air. Xiao Chen's face sank, and he pushed down with a flip of his hand. Pooh! As dust flew up, 2 half-sages, who were once famous, were crushed into meat paste by Xiao Chen. With a thought, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram stuck to the ground slowly disappeared. Finally, it turned into 2 beams of light, 1 white and 1 purple, returning to Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and staggered, almost falling down. After the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram reached great perfection, this was the first time Xiao Chen used it in actual combat. Due to his lack of experience, he had exhausted too much mental energy. If he could control it well, he could completely reduce the power and not waste his mental energy. 5,000 meters away, the Situ and 2 clans' cultivators had already arrived. However, the battle between Xiao Chen and the 2 half-sages had already reached its climax. They could not interfere at all. Originally, everyone thought that Xiao Chen would die for sure. However, the result exceeded their expectations. Unexpectedly, a superior-grade martial monarch managed to kill 2 half-sages. Furthermore, he did it in such a tyrannical manner, crushing them into meat paste. When the cultivators saw Xiao Chen resting with his eyes closed, they were horrified. They did not dare to advance at all. After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and gently drifted over. Soon, he arrived before the 2 corpses that no longer resembled human corpses. When Xiao Chen thought back to his encounters in the past few days, he realized that he had fought a battle of wits and courage with these 2 strong old foxes. He had been in danger of death several times. By relying on his solid foundation and extraordinary calmness and decisiveness, Xiao Chen had the last laugh in the end. Not only had Xiao Chen obtained the rare 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit and advanced to superior-grade martial monarch, but he had also killed 2 half-sages. After taking the 2 spatial rings, Xiao Chen no longer lingered here and headed for the exit of the forest. As the cultivators of the 2 clans watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, they stared at him. However, none of them had any intention of following him. After the matter was over, Xiao Chen left, hiding his scholarly achievements. He carried his pride and went on his way alone. 3 days later, the news of a white-robed bladesman killing Situ Lei and Lu Chen, the two tyrants of Azure Peak City, spread like wildfire to every corner of the city. These two clans dominated Azure Peak City for a long time. Situ Lei and Lu Chen were peak experts who had already shaken the entire city decades ago. In this small green summit city, the two of them were godlike existences. When people suddenly heard that these two people died at the hands of a young white-robed bladesman, no one believed it. They thought it was just a joke. However, as the cultivators of the two clans spread more news, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it was verified. Everyone in the city was shocked. Several old people sighed. The new generation replaced the old. To think that Situ Lei and Lu Chen died just like that, making someone else famous for nothing. As for Xiao Chen's identity, all sorts of rumors spread. Some of them were so exaggerated that people found it funny. The largest restaurant of Azure Peak City was bustling with people. Business was booming, there was not a single empty table in sight. Do you know that the identity of the white-robed bladesman has already been revealed? It is the famous Bai Wuxia's challenge. What's going on? Could this white-robed bladesman be the person that Bai Wuxia officially acknowledged? That should be the case. The cultivators of the two clans have already compared the portraits. They look at least 70% similar. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen and wear white robes. How could there be such a coincidence? If it is this person, then Situ Lei and Lu Chen's deaths are not unjust. After all, even one of the seven giants, Bai Wuxia, officially acknowledged this person. The most discussed topic in the hall was none other than the white-robed bladesman. The place was extraordinarily bustling. Xiao Chen, who was wearing a black cloak, sat at a table by the window on the second floor. He appeared very calm about all this, not showing any complacency. He had only killed 2 half-sages who were as strong as Gu Mu. Any one of the 7 giants would have been able to do so. Furthermore, they would have done so much more easily than Xiao Chen. After putting down his wine cup, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on a round purple crystal coin. The purple crystal coin felt very textured in his hand. There were 3 mountains hidden in the clouds on the back and a figure of a person on the front. In total, Xiao Chen had obtained 10 million superior-grade spirit stones from Situ Lei's and Lu Chen's spatial rings. This was much lower than Xiao Chen had expected. The two of them had their own clans and were not loose cultivators. Despite being half-sages, they only had slightly more than 5 million superior-grade spirit stones. This was completely incomprehensible. Aside from spirit stones, Xiao Chen's greatest harvest was the purple crystal coin before him. There were about 100,000 of them. The purple crystal coin should have been made from some mysterious ore. It was very valuable. As for what exactly it was, even after studying it for a few days, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. In the noisy restaurant, Xiao Chen held the purple crystal coin and finally asked Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, "What is this crystal coin?" "Ao Jiao, do you know?" Ao Jiao was currently taking care of the most valuable lunar cassia tree in the immortal spirit ring. Under her care, the white lunar cassia tree had already doubled in height from its initial 10-meter-tall sapling. The tree trunk had also become thicker. Xiao Chen had to wrap his hands around it before he could barely wrap his arms around it. The branches and leaves were lush, glistening with spiritual light. It looked very beautiful. Ao Jiao stopped what she was doing and narrowed her eyes. Then, she smiled craftily and said, "Naturally, I know. However, you have to throw in some more spirit stones. Right now, the spirit trees in the herb garden are growing too slowly with just the rank 1 spirit vein's origin." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. Honestly speaking, he had not paid much attention to the spirit trees in the immortal spirit ring. In reality, an ordinary tree would take 10 or 20 years to grow. What more a spirit tree? It would take hundreds or even thousands of years to grow. However, Ao Jiao worked tirelessly. She kept saying that it would be very useful to Xiao Chen in the future. The earlier he managed the immortal spirit ring, the better his advantage would be when he met Emperor Wu, who was of the same generation. Xiao Chen spent most of his superior grade spirit stones on it. This time, he had just obtained 10 million superior-grade spirit stones. However, Ao Jiao immediately asked for 3 million. This made Xiao Chen's heart ache. After that, no matter how much she asked, Xiao Chen ignored her. Now that he heard Ao Jiao mention this matter again, Xiao Chen felt helpless. He could only agree to throw in another 2 million superior-grade spirit stones. Only then did Ao Jiao smile in satisfaction. She said, "This is an astral coin. It is widely circulated among the high-ranked cultivators of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. Normally, Emperor Wu would use astral coins to exchange for treasures." Xiao Chen held the purple crystal coin and asked doubtfully, "Astral coin? Doesn't that overlap with spirit stones?" Ao Jiao smiled and said, "How can it overlap? Even in the human race's Tianwu domain, it would not overlap. I already said that this is the currency used among high-ranked cultivators. Martial sages and the various peak auctions all use astral coins as their currency. The most important thing is that spirit stones are most useful to human cultivators. They are not very useful to the other races. For example, the deity race mainly cultivates mental energy. The cultivation resource they require is demonic soul stones. The fiend race cultivates fiendish energy. The efficiency of converting spirit stones into fiendish energy is far inferior to that of blood soul stones. Only astral coins are made from the astral crystal mines of the Milky Way. They are essential for forging spirit weapons and secret treasures. They are a scarce resource among the various races. It is most suitable to use them as the currency used to communicate with the 5 major domains." After this explanation, Xiao Chen finally understood the value of astral coins. Due to the different body structures of the major races, the astral coins were extremely rare. Although they all cultivated the martial Tao, the cultivation resources they required were different. Spirit stones, which could be used widely in the Tianwu domain, would be hard to find in the Fiend domain or the deity race. At this moment, they urgently needed a common resource that could be traded between the various races. Hunluo province was at the border of the Tianwu domain, bordering the Fiend domain. Bushan Palace's control over it was very weak. The number of Fiend race and human cultivators in the province was roughly equal. Chapter 743. Finding astral coins on Situ Lei and Lu Chen was easy to explain. The 2 clan heads definitely had dealings with Fiend race cultivators. Xiao Chen wondered how much 100,000 astral coins were worth. Xiao Chen thought for a while before asking, "How many spirit stones can 1 astral coin be exchanged for?" Ao Jiao thought for a while before replying, 2,000 years ago, during the Thunder King's time, 1 astral coin was worth 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones. However, it was not fixed. For example, if you used astral coins to exchange for spirit stones in the human race, it would definitely not be as much as in the Fiend domain. There should not be too many changes now. It should be around 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones to 2,000. When Xiao Chen heard this, his heart could not help thumping heavily. Based on this exchange rate, 100,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 100 million superior-grade spirit stones. How could the 2 clans accumulate only 10 million superior-grade spirit stones after hundreds of years? This was impossible. Now that the 2 clans were fully stocked up, Xiao Chen was in a good mood. He revealed a smile and tossed an astral coin on the table. Then, he said loudly, "Waiter, the bill." However, Ao Jiao laughed to herself. While 100,000 astral coins might seem like a lot, it would be nearly used up to purchase 1 or 2 high-ranked superior-grade secret treasures. The consumption of resources between high-ranked cultivators was far beyond what Xiao Chen could imagine. When the waiter heard that the bill was being paid, he rushed over quickly. However, when he looked around, he discovered that the people on the table were long gone. Just as the waiter was about to curse out loud, he suddenly noticed the purple astral coin on the table. His eyes immediately lit up. He held it in his hand and examined it carefully before laughing joyfully. Astral coin. It really is an astral coin. I have not seen such a forthright cultivator in a long time. Hunluo province bordered the Fiend domain. Astral coins were not rare in Hunluo province. Hence, the waiter recognized this astral coin with one glance. Knowing the value of astral coins, the waiter nearly jumped up in joy. Outside the city gates, Xiaochen removed his black cloak and took one last look at Azure Peak City before continuing on his way. After spending more than a month in the savage beast forest, he had completely recovered in the past 3 days. Xiaochen's destination did not change. It was still the Devil region, the forbidden land where the Thunder King had comprehended his will. At this moment, everyone in the Lu residence in Green Summit City was listless. Lu Chen was dead, and the clan had lost a half-sage. Everyone could predict what would happen to the Lu clan in Green Peak City in the future. It would be difficult for them to continue their glory. If it weren't for his prestige, his enemies would have come to kill him long ago, but his peaceful days wouldn't last long. Unless Lu Enz, the successor to the family head, was willing to cut off more than half of the family business. Young Master Lu, what do you think? As long as you say that you will leave the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, our magnificent Fiend Hall will immediately help you deal with that brat. In the brightly lit main hall of the Lu family, a burly man in a yellow robe with a rough appearance and an ominous glint in his eyes said to the indecisive Lu Enz. Although Green Peak City was a small city, its proximity to the savage beast forest was excellent. It had always been one of the strongholds that the major factions of Hunluo province fought over. On the surface, it was in the hands of the Sita clan and the Lu clan. However, everyone in the know knew that the two clans were backed by the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School was the reason for the conflict between the two clans. They did not want one of the clans to grow too strong. In reality, if one thought about it carefully, one could understand. Given Situ Lei and Lu Chen's half-sage cultivation, without a strong backer, any martial sage would be able to subdue this place. However, such a situation did not happen. Clearly, everyone knew that touching these two clans was equivalent to offending the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Things would not end well for them. The yellow-robed man appeared very confident. He smiled and said, I believe you have already reported the situation here to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. However, they will not offend the Haotian sect for the sake of two small clans. They are even more afraid of the human race's Bushin Palace taking revenge on them if they kill this genius. However, we fiend race cultivators do not have so many scruples. If we kill him, so be it. As long as we do not break the tacit understanding between us, it will be fine. Lu En's expression slowly relaxed. He had indeed reported the situation to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The other party's reaction was exactly as the yellow-robed man said. They only placated Lu En's and said that they would send experts to take over the Lu clan temporarily. Then, they would take Lu En's in as a true inheritor. After Lu En's finished his studies, he would take revenge for his father's death. They had not mentioned taking the initiative to attack that brat. However, Lu En's still hesitated. After all, as a human, he could not accept the fact that he was a fiend race faction. However, when Lu En's recalled the scene of his father, Lu Chen, being smashed into a meat patty by Xiao Chen, boundless hatred surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. Very well, I promise you. As long as your magnificent Fiend Hall can kill that brat, I will help you gain complete control of Green Peak City. The yellow-robed man stood up and laughed loudly. He said, how delightful. In less than a month, that brat's head will appear before you. Hunluo province was located at the border of the Fiend domain and the Tianwu domain. The humans and the Fiend races had already infiltrated each other, forming a special, chaotic land. Be it the Tianwu domain's Bushin Palace or the Fiend domain's Heavenly Fiend Palace, they could not manage this place well. As time passed, they abandoned this place. This made it a completely lawless zone, and the chaos intensified even more. There were 6 major factions in Hunluo province: the human race's Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Bone Tomb Sect, and Blood Shadow Sect, and the Fiend race's Magnificent Fiend Hall, Heavenly Tiger Sect, and Soaring Serpent Mansion. These 6 major factions were all rank 8 sects with strong peak martial sages holding down the fort. In terms of accumulations, they were much weaker than the 9 ranks of the great families. However, among the rank 8 sects, any one of these 6 major factions would rank at the peak in any domain of the Kunlun realm. This was just one province, and there were 6 peak rank 8 sections. The chaos and conflict there was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the Bushan Palace and the Heavenly Fiend Palace made this place seem weak. Several loose cultivators who committed great crimes in the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain did not want to flee to the distant Primal Chaos domain. If they didn't want to run to the remote Primal Chaos domain, they would hide here to avoid being hunted down. Here, be it the famous bandits of the Tianwu domain's evil cultivator ranking or the great evil fiends of the Fiend domain, they could be found everywhere. On a mountain peak outside Azure Peak City, strong winds blew away white clouds, causing them to drift about. That yellow-robed man from the magnificent Fiend Hall stood at the summit, looking calmly into the distance. Whoosh! 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 A nimble figure leaped up from the foot of the mountain like a monkey, continuously climbing up. With a single kick, he would leap 500 meters. This person's kick was clearly very strong. However, when he landed, he was as light as a feather. None of the rocks on the mountain peak tumbled down. This person climbed the 5,000-meter-tall slope in a few breaths of time before landing on a huge rock at the summit. This person also wore yellow robes. However, his clothes were messy, and he did not care about his appearance. His long hair was a mess, as if he had not combed it for a long time. With one glance, the word sloppy would immediately appear in one's mind. Only his eyes were spirited, bright, and clear. These eyes were like luminous pearls that had suddenly popped out of a pile of trash. They were very dazzling, making everyone forget about the pile of trash and only remember this pair of luminous pearl-like eyes. The sloppy youth half-squatted on the huge rock, not bothering with his image at all. He stuck his finger into his ear and said breathlessly, "First uncle, why are you looking for me so urgently? I did not come to Hunluo province to sightsee." The yellow-robed man turned around and said with a smile, "Feng, I called you over this time to help our magnificent Fiend Hall with something. As you know, Azure Peak City is the city closest to the Tianwu domain in Hunluo province. The magnificent Fiend Hall has long been interested in this city." The sloppy youth with the single word, "Feng," removed his finger from his ear and casually flicked it a few times. He said lazily, "What does it have to do with me? You joined the magnificent Fiend Hall and no longer have anything to do with our giant ape race." The yellow-robed man felt somewhat frustrated in his heart. He said, "Little brat, you have already grown up, and your wings have hardened. Now that you have the title of Little Heavenly Monkey, have you forgotten how I raised you?" Feng's lips twitched as he stood up from the huge rock. He said helplessly, "Very well, tell me what you have to say. If it does not interfere with my matters, I can do it in passing." The yellow-robed man smiled and said, "Help me kill someone. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, you might not need to do anything." Feng's bright eyes stared at the yellow-robed man and said, "Kill someone? Given your cultivation as an inferior grade martial sage, you still need me to help you kill someone?" The yellow-robed man said softly, "Sometimes, there are some tacit understandings that cannot be broken. With my status, if I were to kill a junior genius, Bushan Palace will definitely find trouble with me. The Fiend Domain's Sky Fiend Palace will also find trouble with me." The situation was easy to understand. The major races were hostile to each other due to the competition for resources and other issues, but they also had their own tacit understanding. If your family sends out their older generation experts to kill the younger generation geniuses on my side, and my side does the same, then the two families can forget about developing. Sooner or later, there would be a shortage of successors, and their legacies would be severed. They would all perish. The matters of the younger generation should be left to the younger generation. If there were no great benefits, no one would break this unspoken tacit understanding. I have already contacted Wu Yuankai, one of the 10 great evildoers of the Hunluo province. This kind of loose cultivator does not fear anything. If he fails, you will have to take action." The yellow-robed man said indifferently. Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Up to you. However, I am curious, who exactly are you going to kill?" Even after inviting the 10 evils, you are still worried. Could it be the 7 giants of the Jianghu domain? Don't worry. They are not at that level yet. Just wait for my news. If I do not come looking for you in 10 days, the mission will end. The yellow-robed man leaped off the peak and vanished from Feng's sight. Feng, the genius cultivator of the giant ape race, who was known as the little heavenly monkey in the fiend domain, had messy hair and loose robes. He smiled and said, "How disappointing. If it were not the 7 giants, this mission would be very boring." At this moment, Shaochen did not know that someone had killed Situ Lei and Lu Chen for him, creating a huge disaster for himself. He was currently rushing to his next destination, the Hunluo province's provincial capital. After that, he would make a trip to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's headquarters to see if the Eternal Heavenly Sword School had any connection to the Thunder King. Along the way, Shaochen gained a better understanding of the Hunluo province. This Hunluo province actually had 6 rank 8 sections. This surpassed Shaochen's expectations. Chapter 744. Rank 8 sects were considered strong factions in the Jianghu domain. They were all in the same province. Who knew how intense the competition would be? The founder of this Eternal Heavenly Sword School is really shameless. Unexpectedly, he said that he created the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadows sword. I really want to know who this Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is. Ao Jiao said angrily from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Along the way, Shaochen met several Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples. When they spoke, they all respected this founder of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. They said that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was an absolute genius. Not only did he establish the Eternal Heavenly Sword School from scratch, but he also created several exquisite sword techniques. In the end, when Ao Jiao heard this, she flew into a rage. The sword techniques that the other party mentioned, including the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadows sword, were all comprehended by the Thunder King himself when he was young. Along the way, Shaochen had heard Ao Jiao's complaints several times. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't say any more. That Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is probably dead already. There is no point in you cursing at him." Ao Jiao said calmly, "That person was already a martial sage 2,000 years ago. If he broke through to Emperor Wu, even if he was a minor heavenly Emperor Wu, he would have no problem living for another 2,000 years. Shaochen shook his head and said, "That is impossible. If he became Emperor Wu, he would shake up the entire place. No other faction would be able to set foot in Hunluo province. The most important thing is that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples did not say that he became a martial emperor. If he really became a martial emperor, he would flaunt it. What you say makes sense. However, I feel that this is too much of a coincidence. 2,000 years ago, right after the Thunder King fell, this Eternal Heavenly Sword School was established. If he did not want to become a martial emperor, why would he establish a sect for no reason? Establishing a sect is for the sake of obtaining resources to become a martial emperor." Ao Jiao's expression turned grave. Her suspicions of this Eternal Heavenly Sword School increased. Shaochen noticed the main point in Ao Jiao's words. He asked, "What does establishing a sect have to do with breaking through to Emperor Wu?" Ao Jiao explained, "Some people with insufficient talent and luck will establish a sect and gather vast resources to forcefully break through to martial emperor. However, this kind of martial emperor's cultivation will forever be stuck at the minor celestial realm, unable to advance any further. Furthermore, the risks are equally high, and the resources required are astronomical. For some people, the gains do not make up for the losses." He glanced at Hunluo City, which was already in sight. Then, he stopped and said, "Actually, by now, you should tell me how the Thunder Emperor fell back then." Inside the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao remained silent for a long time. It was like she was unwilling to recall that period of the past. After a long time, she slowly said, "There are indeed some things that I have to tell you." Shao Chen had always been suspicious about the Thunder King's death. As the youngest sovereign martial emperor since the Qing Emperor, Sengmu had swept through the Kunlun realm unhindered. Practically no one in the same generation could match him. On the path of cultivation, those who could become Emperor Wu were usually people with great luck. Barring any accidents, they would not fall for no reason. This was even more so for someone like the Thunder Emperor. Since he could be conferred king, he would definitely not die by accident. Back then, in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the mysterious item spirit mentioned the Thunder King, it was full of praise. The first thing it asked Xiao Chen was if the Thunder King was the strongest sovereign martial emperor. After learning of the Thunder King's death, the stunned expression on the Thunder King's face did not seem to be feigned. Ao Jiao revealed a somewhat sorrowful expression. She said softly, back then, when Sang Mu advanced to sovereign martial emperor, he could not wait to challenge the Thunder King, one of the strongest sovereign martial emperors in the Tianwu domain. The Thunder King was a title. He was the founder of the Thunder and Lightning Palace, a sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. He was also one of the oldest Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. Many people said that the Thunder King was the strongest of the human race. Even the Holy Lord of the Three Holy Masters was not as strong as him. Of course, rumors were just rumors. No one could take them seriously. Furthermore, the Thunder King had already lived for more than 10,000 years and had not shown himself for a very long time. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Sang Mu was known as the Thunder King. Now that he advanced to sovereign martial emperor, he naturally wanted the Thunder King's title. However, the title was not bestowed by oneself. One had to have the corresponding strength for the title to be acknowledged by the world. Hence, there would definitely be a battle between Sang Mu and the Thunder King, one of the strongest Emperor Wu of the human race. Having just been conferred king, Sang Mu challenged a sovereign of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. Such boldness was something to look forward to. Xiao Chen asked somewhat anxiously, did he win or lose? Ao Jiao revealed a pained expression. She muttered, he lost. The Thunder King's Sang Mu's sword was broken by that old fellow, the Thunder King. Xiao Chen said somewhat dispiritedly, in that case, the Thunder King was killed by the Thunder King. Ao Jiao shook her head and said, no, that old fellow, the Thunder King, only broke the Sang Mu's sword and severely injured the Thunder King. However, he did not kill him. He even said that this was an unfair victory and invited the Thunder King to fight him again in 100 years. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, in that case, who killed him? I am not very clear on the specifics either. The instant the Sang Mu's sword broke, I fell into a deep sleep, in danger of dying at any moment. At some point in time, crystalline tears appeared in the corners of Ao Jiao's eyes. She said, when I woke up, not only did the Thunder King not recover from his injuries, they even worsened, becoming fatal. At that time, I was so frightened that I started crying. He told me not to cry. When I asked him who did this to him, he did not say anything. He only said that he was betrayed by a vile person and that he had let me down. After that, he went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, hoping to ask for a divine moonlight stone to protect me. However, he got into an argument with their young palace master. In his rage, the Thunder King dragged his dying body and killed their young palace master. He forcefully snatched away the divine moonlight stone. The Holy Lord of the Phoenix's Passion Palace planted a vermilion bird holy fire imprint on him, causing him to self-destruct. After Xiao Chen heard Ao Jiao's story, he finally understood the whole story. On the surface, the Thunder King appeared to have been killed by the Holy Lord of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. However, in reality, he was already dead. If he were at his peak, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master might not have been able to kill the Thunder King. The crux of this should be the period after the Thunder King's defeat, when Ao Jiao was asleep. How exactly did the Thunder King's injuries become fatal? Clearly, the Thunder King did not want to tell Ao Jiao about this, so Xiao Chen had no way of knowing. Xiao Chen thought about the Thunder King's life. He came from a humble background and became famous at a young age. Along the way, the deeds he left behind in the Sky Dome realm became a legend. After he arrived in the Kunlun realm, he was like a fish in water. He was like a bound Kunpeng finally unfurling its wings, larger than the sky. He distinguished himself from the many lower realm geniuses and defeated the disciples of the various noble clans of the Tianwu domain. After he advanced to martial emperor, he rose up completely. From then on, he rampaged through the Kunlun realm, inspiring fear in Emperor Wu of the various races. Such a fall was truly regrettable. If the Thunder King had not died, he would definitely be the strongest sovereign martial emperor in the Tianwu domain 2,000 years later. Looking at Hunluo City in the distance, Shaochen did not know what to say. Unexpectedly, the Thunder King's death was so strange. Who exactly was the villain that the Thunder King spoke of? Who caused his injuries to become fatal? Shaochen did not know where to start investigating. Even if he knew, he would not be able to do anything about it. Given Shaochen's current strength, even 1,000 of him would not be a match for the person who could injure the Thunder King. No wonder Jiao had not been willing to tell Shaochen. Before he was strong enough, even if he knew some things, he could only treat them as stories. It did not matter whether he told her or not. "Sorry, I made you recall some sad memories," Shaochen said with some guilt when he saw the tears in Jiao's eyes. Jiao gently wiped away the tears in her eyes and forced a smile. "It's fine. Some things have been bottled up in my heart for too long. Since I can say them, it means that I can walk out of them." Shaochen looked ahead with a resolute gaze. He said seriously, "Don't worry. I will definitely help you investigate the cause of the Thunder King's death. Who is the one behind this? The truth will come to light one day." Jiao smiled and said, "Don't seek trouble for yourself. The Thunder King did not tell me back then. It must have been because his opponent was too strong and he did not want anyone to take revenge for him. Let's go. After we go to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, we will immediately head for the Fiend Domain. You have your own path to walk as well." Shaochen did not say anything more. He only remembered this promise in his heart. In the future, when he climbed to the peak, he would personally kill the Thunder King's enemies. The strongest human martial emperor in the Tianwu domain, the Thunder King. Sooner or later, Shaochen would pay a visit and defeat the other party, fulfilling the Thunder King's final wish. Before the sky turned dark, Shaochen arrived at the city gates of Hunluo City. Hunluo City was no less majestic than Haotian City. In fact, it was even more majestic. This startled Shaochen. It was hard to imagine that this was the provincial capital of a border province. It was even more majestic than the provincial capitals of several major provinces in the Tianwu domain. After entering the city, Shaochen saw a different scene. Unexpectedly, the entire street was filled with cultivators. Furthermore, they all revealed killing chi, their gazes ferocious. If there was any conflict or argument, they would immediately start fighting. The scene was intense, but no one stopped them. The people here also seemed to be used to it. They watched with great interest and made comments from time to time. They seemed rather excited. Along the way, Shaochen saw several duels. Those who lost did not have a good ending. They all died on the street, their treasures snatched away. There were even some people who kept an eye on the cultivators entering the city. When they discovered any unfamiliar cultivator who was not strong or was alone, they immediately swarmed over. The entire city was so chaotic that there was no order to it. Everyone spoke with their fists. The law of the jungle was clear for all to see. Shaochen did not want to cause any trouble, so he released his dense killing chi. Only then did he manage to intimidate the crowd, deterring them from acting rashly. After all, such a dense killing chi was not something an ordinary person could accumulate. With one look, it was clear that this person was someone who frequently walked the line between life and death. After finding a random inn, Shaochen ordered a table full of food and wine. Then, he called the waiter in and tossed out 5 astral coins. He said, "I have some questions for you. Answer them honestly." The waiter received the 5 astral coins and said with a smile, "Young hero, if you have anything to say, feel free to tell me." Shaochen nodded and said, "Tell me about Hunluo City's situation. Also, tell me how much you know about the Eternal Heavenly Sword School." When the waiter heard that, he immediately started talking. His words were very nimble. Although he had a lot of vocabulary, he was not long-winded at all. Soon, Xiaochen gained a rough understanding of Hunluo City. Clearly, this was not the waiter's first time speaking like this. However, when he spoke about the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he was not as nimble. Chapter 745. Xiaochen already had a rough idea of what the waiter said, so he could not help but feel disappointed. The waiter could tell that Xiaochen wanted him to leave, so he said, "Young hero, there is a piece of news that you will definitely be interested in." Xiaochen raised his head and asked, "What is it?" He. About this." The waiter hesitated. Xiaochen understood what he meant and gave him another 5 astral coins. The waiter said happily, "Young hero is indeed a straightforward person. In that case, I'll be direct. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is preparing to auction off a broken sword. It is a fragment of a subdivine weapon." When Xiaochen heard that, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, "Subdivine weapons are worth cities. Even Emperor Wu would be interested. A fragment of a subdivine weapon would be worth a lot as well. It would attract some martial sages. However, this is not really big news." The waiter smiled mysteriously and said, "What if it is the sword that the Thunder King used back then?" Right after the waiter spoke, Xiaochen and Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, were stunned at the same time, clearly shocked. Xiaochen remembered that when he obtained the Thunderwood sword back then, he only had half of it. The other half was nowhere to be found. Why is the other half of the sword in their hands? Ao Jiao exclaimed excitedly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen, ask around and see if it is true. Seeing that Xiaochen did not believe him, the waiter quickly said, "This insignificant one does not dare to lie. In the past few years, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School has occasionally auctioned off some treasures with sky-high prices. They are all worth cities. Other sects would definitely hide them, but the Eternal Heavenly Sword School sold them." Xiaochen raised his wine cup and took a sip. He revealed a pondering expression. According to what the waiter said, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's actions were very strange. What is the name of the auction house? When is it being held? Xiaochen did not know about this. Since he did, he would definitely go and see if there was a chance to obtain the other half of the sword. However, the chances were slim. After all, it was just a fragment of a subdivine weapon. That half was already worth cities. The materials needed to forge a subdivine weapon were all rare resources. Many of them were treasures that could only be found by luck. Once one missed it, one would have to wait for hundreds of years. After the subdivine weapon was forged, it would interest several martial sages. This was especially so for the sects preparing to forge a subdivine weapon. They would spend a lot to buy it. Once the subdivine weapon was successfully forged, the owner's strength would immediately increase by 50%. It would not seem exaggerated at all. Furthermore, this divine weapon was once the sword of the Thunder Emperor, which added to its legend. Given Xiaochen's wealth, competing with these people was not realistic. It was not to compete with the Qin about it. The about it, not it said, Chen, with, the Chen, with would not have it. On the 30th of the month, that would be the day after tomorrow. It wouldn't take long. Xiaochen waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. Then, he said to Ao Jiao in his heart, "What do you think? Why is the remaining half of the sword in the hands of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School?" Waving his hand, Xiaochen dismissed the waiter. Then, he said to Ao Jiao in his heart, "What do you think? How did the other half of the sword end up in the hands of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School? You mean to say that the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage betrayed the Thunder King back then?" Xiaochen asked probingly as he put down his wine cup. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "Not necessarily. Given the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage's strength back then, even if the Thunder King was severely injured, he could have easily killed him." Xiaochen said somewhat helplessly, "What should I do with the other half of the sword? With my current wealth, it would be very difficult to obtain it. His competitors would definitely be martial sages." Compared to martial sages, Xiao Chen's 100,000 astral coins paled in comparison. He had no chance of winning. Ao Jiao did not seem to care about this. She sighed softly and said, "We'll leave it to fate. We just need to pay attention to who obtains it in the end. Perhaps there will be a chance to get it back in the future. When the lunar shadow saber advances to a subdivine weapon, it will save us a lot of trouble." After eating and drinking, Xiao Chen rented an independent courtyard at the back of the inn for peace and quiet. When the sky turned dark, a cultivator from the magnificent Fiend Hall arrived in the most chaotic area of Hunluo City, the Western District. This cultivator walked over in fear and trepidation. After looking around, he found his destination and carefully arrived at a courtyard. The Western District was filled with ferocious loose cultivators. If not for the magnificent Fiend Hall's identity token, he would not have been able to enter this district as a medial-grade martial monarch. When this cultivator saw the doors before him, horror flashed in his eyes. Wu Yuankai, one of Hunluo City's 10 evildoers, lived in this courtyard. The 10 evildoers were all great bandits of the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain. Even the weakest of them was a half-sage. The top 3 evildoers were even martial sages. The 6 great sects of Hunluo City would not casually offend these 3. This cultivator calmed himself and carefully knocked on the door knocker a few times. Then, he said loudly, "Senior Wu, I am a disciple of the magnificent Fiend Hall. The news you are waiting for has arrived." Wu Yuankai's voice reverberated in the dark night for a long time. However, there was no reply from the courtyard. This scared the magnificent Fiend Hall cultivator waiting outside. "Come in." After a long time, a hoarse voice came from inside. The magnificent Fiend Hall cultivator quickly pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Wu Yuankai, who was dressed in sackcloth robes, looked indifferently at the newcomer and said, "The magnificent Fiend Hall is only a so-so. It took you 7 days to find a person." The newcomer smiled and said, "Hunluo province is so big. Finding a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is not an easy task. Take a look. This is the down payment, 50,000 astral coins. After the matter is over, I will give you the other half." Wu Yuankai received a space ring from the person. After checking it, a look of greed flashed across his eyes. He grinned and said, "Give me that person's address. Wait for my good news in 3 days." "Thank you, senior. I will take my leave first." That person handed over Xiao Chen's address and left in a hurry, not willing to stay for another second. Wu Yuankai took a look at the address and said softly, "Since I took someone's money, I have to help them deal with their problems. Junior, don't blame me for being ruthless." The auction would begin on the 30th of the month. Hunluo City was in chaos for 3 days. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to go out and take a stroll, so he focused all his energy on cultivating. Ghostly Image Chop. Blue Dragon Goes to Sea. Soaring Dragon. In the small courtyard, Xiao Chen used less than 1% of his quintessence to execute the 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques that he knew. Of the 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques, Soaring Dragon was definitely the strongest. This was because it contained the might of a true dragon soaring. It was the strongest of the 3. Furthermore, it was a move that Xiao Chen could perfectly grasp. With this move, no superior-grade martial monarch would be a match for him. Even a half-sage would not dare to clash head-on. Of course, the other 2 moves were not just for show. Ghostly Image Chop was a combination of moves. Once Xiao Chen found his opponent's weak point, he would have a 50% chance of killing his opponent in one move. Even against a half-sage, Xiao Chen had a 50% chance of killing his opponent in one move. As for Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, it was a heaven-ranked martial technique that could be used multiple times. It was not like Soaring Dragon and Ghostly Image Chop, which exhausted a large amount of quintessence and mental energy. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chen would use it the most. The other 2 could be used as killing moves. Aside from this, Xiao Chen also had the Dragon Tone art. When he caught his opponent off guard, he could obtain an unexpected result. Furthermore, it was very effective against spirit beasts. As for using the dragon tone art to deal with the deity race experts, Xiaoqin did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, he had not seen the deity race's mental energy martial techniques before. Naturally, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was the best trump card for Xiaoqin. This Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could easily block the full-powered strikes of two half-sages. Its potential was limitless. During these 3 days, Xiaoqin made a simple assessment of his strength. This could be considered a summary of his overall strength after his fight with Lu Chen and Situ Lei. On the surface, my weakness appears to be my insufficient cultivation. However, it is actually my will. Xiaoqin withdrew his saber and calmly analyzed the situation. Actually, the cultivation of the 7 giants was about the same. However, Bai Wuxia and the others were several times weaker than Anjuanshi. There were many reasons for this. However, the most important one was that Anjuanshi's will far surpassed theirs. Although their cultivations were the same, their strength was on a completely different level. In fact, several inferior-grade martial sages were no longer a match for Anjuanshi. The most crucial thing is to comprehend a will. After this trip, I have to rush to the place that Ao Jiao mentioned. Who is it? Hiding there, acting sneakily. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's expression changed. He turned around and retreated 100 meters. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and stared coldly at Wu Yuankai, who was standing on the wall. Wu Yuankai looked at Xiaoqin and silently landed on the ground. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Your vigilance is pretty good. Unfortunately, you are going to be a dead man soon." Wu Yuankai did not look particularly old. He looked like a middle-aged man. However, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the vicissitudes of life in his eyes gave off a feeling of lethargy. Wu Yuankai's large black robes wrapped around his body tightly. He wore a pair of dark gold gloves on his hands. Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai. There was clearly nothing around Wu Yuankai's body, but occasionally, miserable cries could be heard. In the quiet night, the miserable cries tugged at the taut strings in the minds of cultivators. When this person landed, Xiaoqin took advantage of the opportunity to retreat another 200 meters. He looked at the other party with a grave expression, not daring to be careless. Xiaoqian's mental energy was vast and boundless, and his spiritual sense was very sharp. Normally, he would be able to discover a hostile cultivator within a kilometer of him. However, Wu Yuankai only got within 100 meters of Xiaoqin before he was discovered. If Xiaoqin had been any later, he might have been killed in a sneak attack. Occasionally, the disturbing cries resounded. Although Xiaoqin was not greatly affected, he kept feeling that something was wrong. Xiaoqin tried to focus his spiritual sense in his eyes. When he squinted, he discovered 10 odd scarlet ribbons of light that were hard to see with the naked eye surrounding Wu Yuankai. The ribbons of light were as fine as needles and thread. As they circled Wu Yuankai, they undulated like waves. As the scarlet ribbons of light moved, the spiritual energy of the world scattered and gathered like rain. As the scarlet ribbons of light moved, the spiritual energy of the world scattered and gathered like rain. Chapter 746. However, regular cultivators could not see it with their naked eyes. They could only vaguely feel the other party's flourishing aura like a mountain pressing down. This was the commonly known sage might. When cultivators advanced to martial sage, they could comprehend the power of the world and form strong heavenly sage laws. According to legend, Emperor Wu could even become one with the world, forming his own heavenly laws. With a wave of his hand, the sky would crumble, the earth would crack, mountains and rivers would shatter. Those thin red ribbons of light should be the laws of the world of this person, the half-step sage realm. This person was definitely not simple to condense 10 odd heavenly sage laws. Back when Xiaoqin fought Bai Wuxia, it looked like they were evenly matched within 100 moves. However, after another 500 moves, Xiaoqian's quintessence and vital qi would run dry. Furthermore, Bai Wuxia had heavenly sage laws. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy and the amount of quintessence he could store were not something Xiaoqin could compare to. Xiaoqin, this person is not simple. The red ribbons of light you see are not his true heavenly sage laws. They are just the projection of the heavenly sage laws in his dantian. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said with some worry, he should have cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique, infusing his baleful aura into his laws. Otherwise, the originally vast and mighty laws of the world would not be scarlet and filled with evil qi. If there is an opportunity, it is best to leave. Back when you fought with Bai Wuxia, no matter what, he had to worry about Shui Lingling. This person is a loose cultivator. He is probably lawless and does not care about anything. Even without Ao Jiao's reminder, Xiao Chen was already very focused. The person before him was probably the strongest opponent he had faced since coming to the Kunlun realm. Thunderclouds filled the sky above, and muffled thunder slowly roared. Occasionally, purple lightning tore through the sky. Xiao Chen had already unleashed his immortal state of thunder. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and silently executed Qing Emperor, drawing the saber. A red light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. That was the peak state of massacre that he had not used for a long time. At this moment, he did not hold it back. The wind formed by the massacre intent slowly blew in the courtyard with a heavy and desolate feeling. Soon, a strong wind blew. This wind contained the boundless killing intent in Xiao Chen's eyes. As the strong wind blew, the green grass in the courtyard lost all signs of life and withered on the spot due to the strong wind of massacre. The wind howled and the cranes howled, accompanied by lightning and thunder in the night sky. Amidst the shocking momentum, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered, and his black hair fluttered. Holding his saber hilt, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura, hiding himself in the world. In the vast and unbridled aura, he seemed infinitely small. The distance between him and Wu Yuankai seemed to have increased by thousands of kilometers. However, with just one movement, this tiny figure hidden in the world would cross 5,000 kilometers and arrive with a torrential aura. Wu Yuankai's pupils constricted as he exclaimed softly. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he was somewhat surprised. And, he, Wu In, he, Wu, he, Xiao Chen, was, comma, with, comma, he, drawing, he, Dao, Xiao, he. What shocked him was Xiao Chen's drawing the saber. What shocked Wu Yuankai was Xiao Chen's drawing the saber. Martial monarchs of the same generation, even cultivators with higher cultivations than Xiao Chen, felt suppressed on the spot. However, to Xiao Chen, this was nothing. He had already condensed his own heavenly sage laws. His aura contained the might of a sage, so he did not fear it at all. However, to Wu Yuankai, this was nothing. He had already condensed his own heavenly sage laws. His aura contained the might of a sage, so he did not feel any fear. Interesting. What a strange drawing the saber. He infused his aura and stayed into his saber technique. However, it does not look perfect. Wu Yuankai's lips curled up. Although he was shocked, he did not feel much pressure. He appeared very relaxed. Good. Watch as I capture you and force out this drawing the saber. Haha. Xiao. Wu Yuankai stepped forward. Amid the strong wind and lightning, he charged forward with an indomitable will. However, just as Wu Yuankai took half a step forward, he suddenly discovered 34 images leaping out of the boundlessly distant white figure. Each image represented a trajectory of the saber. 34 different saber positions sealed off all possible routes of escape for Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai's feet shrank back as he quickly retreated. His relaxed demeanor now had a grave expression. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw a strong wind howling endlessly. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds above. Occasionally, purple lightning tore through the sky. That insignificant figure did not move at all. Xiao Chen continued to hide his body under the sky, looking at Xiao Chen coldly from 5,000 kilometers away. Strange. Unexpectedly, this drawing the saber has such a name. Wu Yuankai no longer dared to be careless. The 10-odd red ribbons of light behind him suddenly brightened. As the light flickered, it became as red as blood. Its aura flourished as it rose continuously. Xiaochen thought to himself that it was unfortunate. If this person had walked up without any fear earlier, he would have died. If this person had walked up without any fear, he would have used the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber to strike the careless person in an instant. Xiaochen would have been able to gain the initiative in one move. Advancing or retreating would have been under Xiaochen's control. Unfortunately, this person was extremely cautious. The moment he took half a step forward, he immediately reacted. He would not give Xiaochen such a good opportunity. As the two auras clashed in the courtyard, the atmosphere instantly turned extremely stifling. Strong winds, lightning, scarlet light, and anguished cries all tangled together, giving off dull sounds of collisions. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The ground cracked bit by bit. Many cracks spread out like a spider web. Whoosh. 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 There was no lack of experts in the surroundings of the inn. Several of them immediately sensed the stifling aura. They looked around and quickly rushed over. Night battles were not rare in the chaotic provincial capital. However, few were like this. Before it even started, everyone already felt that something was wrong. This is definitely not a fight between nobodies. It must be a fight between experts. The cultivators who came to Hunluo City were definitely not good people. Aside from being able to watch the excitement, they might even be able to pick up some unexpected benefits. Soon, hundreds of cultivators gathered around Xiaochen's courtyard. They all stared at the two below with fervent gazes. When these people clearly saw Wu Yuankai's face, they all showed horrified expressions. They could not help but take a few steps back. It's Wu Yuankai. He is one of Hunluo City's 10 great evildoers, an existence ranked 20th in the Tianwu domain's evil cultivator gang. How can it be him? This old fellow has not come out for a long time already. The two people in the courtyard did not care about the commotion outside. The instant Wu Yuankai's aura reached its peak, he stopped hesitating and attacked decisively. The scarlet light around Wu Yuankai was frighteningly dense. Countless sinister monstrous heads moved up and down, opening their mouths and roaring with all their might. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, berserk, chaos, grief, and fear, surged towards Xiaochen like the tide, entering his sea of consciousness. The vast mental energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness turned into a golden sea that reverberated. With a huge wave, it shattered all these negative emotions. The horrifying baleful aura did not affect Xiaochen at all. Xiaochen's hidden body calmly watched Wu Yuankai fly over. After 2 breaths, Xiaochen's right hand, which was on the saber hilt, moved. Amid the strong wind and lightning, the resplendent saber light seemed to traverse 5,000 kilometers, arriving in an instant. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out in the dark night. In an instant, the courtyard was shattered by the 2 strong forces. The ground, which had already cracked long ago, could no longer endure it. With a loud rumble, it completely crumbled. Thousands upon thousands of huge rocks flew into the air, turning the place chaotic. Pu ci. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Xiaochen's mouth. His figure was sent flying backward continuously. Huge rocks were smashed into pieces by his body one after another. Wu Yuankai, who was in the air, did not move at all. However, there was a horrifying saber wound on his chest. The remnant electricity in the wound sizzled continuously. The electricity poured into Wu Yuankai's body, wreaking havoc. Wu Yuankai's lips twitched, and his thick eyebrows knitted tightly. When Wu Yuankai looked down, he saw the 8-centimeter-long saber wound on his chest, which broke through his inner armor. An expression of disbelief flashed in his eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Wu Yuankai's body had dodged more than 30 times according to Xiaochen's movements in order to avoid the omnipresent trajectory of the saber. Originally, Wu Yuankai thought that he had completely seen through the trajectory of Xiaochen's saber. However, in the final instant of the exchange, he missed and got struck by Xiaochen's saber. However, Wu Yuankai's reaction was very fast. His combat experience prevented him from panicking. The moment the saber light touched Wu Yuankai's chest, he struck Xiao Chen's right shoulder with a palm strike. The surging palm force knocked Xiao Chen back, not giving Xiao Chen any chance to deepen his wound. The tyrannical palm force pierced through Xiao Chen's protective quintessence and the light barrier within him, weakening it by 50 to 60%. However, it still injured Xiao Chen. If not for Xiao Chen's physical body already reaching rank 1 sage body, this palm strike would have shattered all of Xiao Chen's internal organs. Even if this person's strength was not comparable to Bai Wushue's, he was not far from it. Bang! Xiao Chen stabilized his figure and stood on a huge rock. His body leaned forward slightly as he held his saber with one hand. His gaze was as sharp as a weapon as he looked at Wu Yuankai coldly. Wu Yuankai is injured. Peering through the flying rocks, the many cultivators on the buildings around the inn saw the wound on Wu Yuankai's chest. Shock flashed in the depths of their eyes. Strange, who is this brat? He is so young, yet he can fight Wu Yuankai on equal footing and even injure him. Wu Yuankai's cultivation has already reached rank 2 half-sage. His reputation as one of the 10 evildoers is not for nothing. Since when could a nameless brat injure him? Haha. This is a good show to watch. Wu Yuankai has been killing people for the past few decades. Who knows how much wealth he has robbed? If something happens to him, our opportunity might come. Some people were shocked, but even more people harbored evil intentions. They revealed a murderous intent in their eyes as they stared at Wu Yuankai. This was Hunluo City. None of the cultivators who came here were cowards. Even if one was infamous, once one revealed a weakened state and was severely injured, no one would mind beating up a drowning dog. Chapter 747. Wu Yuankai looked calmly at Xiao Chen. The red ribbon behind him undulated like waves, and the vast spiritual energy of the world surged like a river. Winds and clouds churned, and Wu Yuankai's aura soared continuously. The surrounding rocks also bobbed up and down under the influence of the heavenly sage laws. Not bad. I have not seen such an exquisite drawing the saber in a long time. If it were 30 years ago, this old man would definitely have a good exchange with you. Unfortunately, I took someone's money to deal with this disaster. Today, you will die for sure. Wu Yuankai smiled and slowly clenched his gloved hands. As the metal rubbed against each other, it gave off creaking sounds. Blood Shadow Underworld River Fist. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, he punched from a distance. The heavenly sage laws in Wu Yuankai's body surged out, and the red ribbon behind him suddenly gave off a bright light. Even the naked eye could catch a vague trace of it. The scarlet heavenly sage laws radiated an evil aura. As they moved up and down, they continuously absorbed the surging quintessence of the world. The quintessence turned into surging quintessence and shot out together with Wu Yuankai's punch. The scarlet fist light formed a scarlet head that surged forward like a river flowing in reverse. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, the huge rocks in its way were easily crushed into powder and scattered with the wind. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he infused his great perfection saber intent into his saber. The saber hummed continuously as it gave off a boundless purple light. Xiao Chen tilted his body and ferociously thrust his right hand forward. The saber struck the center of the scarlet head, and the withdrawn saber intent scattered. The scarlet head immediately exploded into a clump of scarlet light. The scarlet light scattered everywhere like blood filling the night sky. Wu Yuankai laughed loudly and moved his fists. Fist lights formed scarlet heads flying forward. Each scarlet head left a scarlet trail in the air, looking like a vast and sinister underworld river. A white figure flickered as Xiao Chen rode on the blue dragon image. He brandished his saber and moved in and out of the huge rocks, calmly shattering the scarlet heads flying at him. Wu Yuankai's face twisted, and his veins bulged. He entered a berserk state. The 10-odd scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him undulated continuously, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Fist light flashed without end. The underworld river surged, crisscrossing, and countless vengeful souls howled. A painting of the 9 serenities of hell appeared in front of Xiaochen. Amazing. After not seeing Wu Yuankai for some time, his blood shadow underworld river fist has improved again. He can even execute the 9 nether underworld purgatory. That white-robed brat is quite incredible. He is only a superior grade martial monarch. However, by relying on the state of thunder, the state of massacre, and the great perfection saber images, he is not at a disadvantage even after 200 moves. However, compared to Wu Yuankai, he is still a bit lacking. Once the painting of the 9 nether purgatory is executed, it is as if the true purgatory has descended. Not only will the target's mind be in chaos, but even the heavenly mountain frigid iron will be corroded by the netherworld river. The scope of the battle expanded. When the cultivators learned that it was one of the 10 evils, Wu Yuankai, who made a move, the number of cultivators who heard the news increased tenfold. When they saw Wu Yuankai's fist explode and form the aura of the 9 nether purgatory, they all sighed in praise. Xiaochen casually swung his saber and tore apart a fist. When he saw the various horrifying mysterious phenomena above the vast underworld river, his lips curled up in a cold smile. Even the true purgatory cannot trap me. What more, this is just a mysterious phenomenon. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. Xiaochen held his saber horizontally as he stood upright. As he watched the 9 nether purgatory approach, a vast dragon roar came from his chest. The purple clouds in Xiaochen's dantian scattered and turned into dense quintessence, spreading to every corner of Xiaochen's body. The true dragon soared and quickly accumulated its momentum. Its energy was like a mountain flood, boundlessly vast. Xiaochen could not help but let out a long roar, causing the immortal lightning in the sky to roar continuously. Lightning tore through the night sky, looking like the sky was going to press down. Xiaochen took a step forward, and the night sky suddenly trembled. His body became like a true dragon as it tore through space and soared into the sky. Body and saber merged. The true dragon is me, and I am the true dragon. Thousands of inextinguishable sharpness, vast and endless rage, only I am undefeatable. What 9 underworld river? What limitless purgatory? What ghost cries and wolf howls? What demons and ghosts? Break! The true dragon soared, shaking the sky and the earth. No one could stop it. The electric light illuminated Xiaochen's roar immediately attracted the gazes of countless people. Suddenly, Xiaochen seemed to turn into a raging true dragon charging over. Bang! 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 The surging underworld river, the many malevolent evil spirits, and the many aggrieved spirits wailing in agony shattered continuously. Saber lights flashed as the 9 layers of purgatory appeared. The saber light instantly tore the 9 nether purgatory to shreds, and the horrifying mysterious phenomena vanished. How can this be? This brat tore the 9 nether purgatory apart. In a competition of heaven-ranked martial techniques, power, Wu Yuankai actually lost. Startled cries rang out. No one had expected Xiaochen to break Wu Yuankai's trump cards so decisively without leaving a trace. Ghostly image chop. Charging over, Xiaochen seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. The shock in Wu Yuankai's eyes was no less than anyone else's. However, he was calmer than anyone else. When he saw Xiaochen charging over, his figure flashed, and he quickly punched to block. Dang! 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 Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiaochen sent out. The dark gold gloves and the lunar shadow saber created sparks as they clashed. The dark gold gloves were at least a superior grade secret treasure. When Xiaochen's saber containing his great perfection saber intent chopped down on them, he did not leave any marks. Xiaochen even managed to deflect some of the force, reducing some of the pressure on Wu Yuankai. After Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiaochen sent out without any pressure, his lips curled up into a smile. He said, "You overestimate yourself. Do you think that by breaking my 9 nether purgatory, you can suppress me? You still dare to take the initiative to approach me? Are you tired of living?" The red heavenly sage laws behind Wu Yuankai fluctuated intensely. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes as he quickly accumulated quintessence. He prepared to use the opportunity when Shao Chen got close to him to explode him with a punch. Shao Chen smiled faintly. How could ghostly image chop be as simple as his opponent thought? He twisted his wrist and quickly drew a circle with his saber. Boom! A sea of electricity suddenly appeared. Electricity flashed as it surged towards Wu Yuankai, accompanied by the sound of surging waves. The sudden appearance of the vast sea of electricity startled Wu Yuankai. He quickly withdrew the quintessence he had accumulated and retreated. However, the sea of electricity surged like a tidal wave, chasing after him. The sea was boundless, and the electric light was vast. Before the sea of electricity, Wu Yuankai's figure looked very insignificant. Such a huge mysterious phenomenon. This brat is only a superior grade martial monarch. How can he support his quintessence? Wu Yuankai was very knowledgeable. With one glance, he could tell that the sea of electricity required a vast amount of quintessence. He felt astonished and confused, unable to understand. Even with Wu Yuankai's half-sage cultivation, it was not easy for him to support such a vast mysterious phenomenon. Without finding any openings, the amount of veritable essence energy needed to clash head-on with this move would be several times that of Shao Chen's. However, at this moment, the surging sea of electricity and surging waves approached him with a vast aura. Wu Yuankai could no longer hesitate. 9 Revolution Underworld River Transformation. Wu Yuankai roared ferociously, and the scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him quickly dimmed. The quintessence in his body erupted like a volcano. Wu Yuankai punched furiously, and the ancient and mysterious underworld river and the 9 layers of purgatory seemed to respond to his call. The sound of splashing water came from above. Space trembled, and a river covered in black qi appeared out of nowhere. It circled around Wu Yuankai 9 times, forming a 9 spiraling river in the air, completely shielding Wu Yuankai from view. Black qi spread out, and countless aggrieved spirits, withered bones, and mangled corpses wandered in the black river. It looked like a real underworld river, looking very horrifying. Bang! The sea of electricity and the 9 layers of underworld river clashed, producing a loud sound. Waves of alternating purple and black surged out, emptying everything within 3 kilometers. Wu Yuankai moved back 100 meters. Because he had exhausted a large amount of quintessence, his complexion was somewhat pale. The heavenly sage laws behind him, which were hard to see with the naked eye, quickly undulated, trying to make up for the lost quintessence. However, this move exhausted a lot of quintessence. Unless Wu Yuankai stopped fighting and immediately rested, it would be impossible to recover in a short time by relying on the 10-odd heavenly sage laws. The most important thing was that Shao Chen would not give Wu Yuankai any chance to catch his breath. He could not drag out a fight with a half-sage who comprehended heavenly sage laws. Amid the scattering sea of electricity, Shao Chen hid his aura and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, a strand of saber light flashed out. The purple saber light was like a rainbow in the night sky, like a meteor. It disappeared in an instant, untraceable and unfathomable. Suddenly, Wu Yuankai sensed death in his heart, startling him. He quickly stopped recovering his quintessence and focused his mind to its limits. He did not dare to be careless. Relying on his instincts, Wu Yuankai turned around and quickly clasped his gloved hands to his chest. Dang! Electric light burst out, and Wu Yuankai took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled intensely. The tip of the lunar shadow saber was caught by the pair of dark gold gloves. When it came into contact with Wu Yuankai's inner vest, it could not advance any further. Amid the howling wind, the two's clothes fluttered wildly. Wu Yuankai looked at Shao Chen, whose weapon was caught. He smiled coldly and said, "You can die now." In Wu Yuankai's opinion, he had caught Shao Chen's weapon and put him in a difficult position. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Shao Chen would die for sure. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, a mountain-like sovereign's aura suddenly came from Shao Chen's body. In the distant past, the legendary and glorious emperor seemed to have appeared before Wu Yuankai's eyes. Wu Yuankai's mind paused for a moment, and he could not help but loosen his grip on the saber. Xiaochen took advantage of this opportunity and pulled back, drawing the lunar shadow saber. Blue dragon goes to sea. Wu Yuankai swung his saber, and a dragon-shaped saber chi covered in auspicious clouds instantly took shape. Then, Xiaochen spun around and chopped at his opponent like a blue dragon breaking out of the sea. Wu Yuankai had just recovered his wits from the shock of the sovereign's aura when the blue dragon goes to sea attacked. In his haste, he did not have time to gather his quintessence, so he punched. Chapter 748. Pu Ci. Blood leaked out of Wu Yuankai's lips as he flew back a kilometer before everyone's astonished gazes. Chase! As Wu Yuankai watched Xiaochen charge over on the blue dragon, he roared in his heart, burning with rage. This brat really thought that he could not defeat this return of the blue dragon. Xiaochen just did not have a chance to accumulate quintessence. Wu Yuankai's face radiated murderous intent as he made up his mind. As long as Xiaochen came again, he would teach him a ruthless lesson. When Xiaochen was about 100 meters away, he suddenly let out a long roar. The voice of a true dragon resounded in Wu Yuankai's mind like thunder. Wu Yuankai's mind buzzed, and he felt a splitting headache. Fortunately, Wu Yuankai was a half-sage. His mental energy was not something a spirit beast or a regular person could compare to. He circulated his mental energy frantically and recovered. However, at this moment, Xiaochen charged over again with the dragon-shaped saber chi and the blue dragon. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. Wu Yuankai barely managed to block it before flying back another kilometer. Something's not right. Since when could Wu Yuankai not even block a heaven-ranked martial technique? Unexpectedly, he got knocked back twice in a row. This is too incredible. When the cultivators watching from the distant roofs saw Wu Yuankai get knocked back twice, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wu Yuankai stabilized the surging quintessence in his body and glanced at Xiaochen. After checking for a while, he discovered that Xiaochen's quintessence was almost depleted. The electric light on the saber was now much dimmer than it was at the start. Only faint sparks of electricity leaped around weakly. Regular superior-grade martial monarchs could execute a heaven-ranked martial technique 3 times at most before they became extremely weak, no longer having any combat prowess. Only Xiaochen refined his quintessence twice in every cultivation realm and consumed the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Only then could Xiaochen continuously execute heaven-ranked martial techniques after exchanging 100 moves with Wu Yuankai without showing any signs of fatigue. Let's see what other trump cards you have. Wu Yuankai flashed forward and wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A ferocious light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiaochen. He said in a cold voice, "Are you still going to come? If you have any abilities, bring them all out." Xiaochen's white robes fluttered as he casually waved his hand and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. He looked calmly at the other party and said, "You do not have much quintessence left, right? If you are determined, then make your move. Even if you kill me, you will exhaust all your quintessence and be killed by your enemies." Wu Yuankai only had a third of his true essence remaining. He had been attacked several times by Xiaochen, and his consumption of true essence was several times that of Xiaochen. If Xiaochen had not comprehended 10-odd heavenly sage laws, he would have drained his quintessence long ago, no better off than Xiaochen. Trying to scare me? You're still too inexperienced. Wu Yuankai's face sank. He felt that he was being overly suspicious. He should have just killed this brat with a single punch. Xiaochen remained unperturbed. The depths of his eyes were like an ancient well. He circulated all his vital chi and clashed with the jet-black fist. Bang! 1,000 tons of vital chi burst out. When the two fists clashed, ripples spread out in all directions. Xiaochen took 100 steps back. Although the force of his opponent's quintessence dissipated significantly, Wu Yuankai did not have any quintessence protecting his body. He could only rely on his strong physical body and the light membrane in his body. Even so, he was still significantly injured. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips, and his delicate face paled. Physical body cultivator. You are a physical body cultivator. When the two fists clashed, Wu Yuankai clearly had the upper hand. However, his expression was more flustered and shocked than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He said in a clear voice, "A casual punch of mine has 1,000 tons of force. When I burn my vital qi, I can achieve more than 1,000 tons of force. Exhausting most of your quintessence would not be a problem at all. Do you still think I am lying to you?" Damn it. Wu Yuankai felt conflicted in his heart. He hated that he could not kill Xiao Chen now. However, what Xiao Chen said was true. Even if he killed Xiao Chen, he would exhaust most of his quintessence. There were many people in Hunluo City who hated Wu Yuankai to the bone. There were even more people who wanted to snatch his treasures. Killing Xiao Chen was equivalent to forcing himself into a dead end. Wu Yuankai casually looked around and saw several gazes filled with ill intentions. Why are you still not scramming? Do you really want to throw away your old life here? Xiao Chen shouted. His voice was like thunder, startling the hesitant Wu Yuankai into trembling. After being insulted by Xiao Chen, Wu Yuankai immediately wanted to kill Xiao Chen. However, when he saw the incessant sharpness in Xiao Chen's eyes and that decisive aura, Wu Yuankai subconsciously shrank back. He pointed angrily at Xiao Chen and said, "Just you wait. I will come and take your life in 10 days. After saying that, Wu Yuankai flung his sleeves and quickly left in a flash. The slender heavenly sage laws behind him undulated, showing how sullen Wu Yuankai felt. Xiao! 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 In the dark night, several figures with ill intentions followed the direction Wu Yuankai left, disappearing into the darkness. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao opened her eyes wide. She said incredulously, "Xiao Chen, you really scared him away." Xiao Chen said disapprovingly, "This kind of old thing has committed endless sins and killed countless people. He looks like he does not fear death. In reality, he is more worried about his life than anyone else. He has lost his sharpness. No matter how strong he is, there is no need to fear him." Ao Jiao said, "You have to be careful. I feel that there are a few gazes on you. It's fine. This person lured away the big fish. Some Yu clan members want to probe me. I do not mind starting a massacre. Come, let's go directly to the auction house." Not long after, as Ao Jiao said, a slender black-robed man blocked Xiao Chen's path. That black-robed man had a fiend qi that was different from a human's, sinister and crafty. This person was actually a fiend race loose cultivator. Based on his cultivation, he should be a superior grade martial monarch. If he revealed his true form, he should be a peak superior grade martial monarch. Be more proactive and toss out the spatial ring in your hand. I can give you a quick death. The fiend race loose cultivator smiled and stuck out his scarlet tongue, giving off a hissing sound. Just kill him. This fellow is a cultivator of the fiend domain's snake race. If he reveals his true form, he will be especially difficult to deal with, Ao Jiao said quickly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen removed the universe ring in his hand and casually tossed it at this person. Clearly, that snake race cultivator had not expected such a decisive attitude. He only reacted after a while and laughed loudly. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch the universe ring. "Brat, you are rather tactful. I can choose not to kill you." Bang! 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 The instant Xiao Chen focused his gaze on the universe ring, his vital qi surged through his entire body like a river, giving off rumbling sounds. Xiao Chen took 3 quick steps forward. 1,000,000 kilograms of force struck the ground, causing the sturdy ground to tremble continuously. This startled the snake race loose cultivator. However, Xiao Chen had already arrived before him. He burned most of his vital qi and punched. The wind from the fist surged, and the force exploded violently. The sound of thunder shook the air, and the roofs of the surrounding buildings were directly overturned. After burning his vital qi, Xiao Chen's punch carried 1,400 tons of force. It pierced through the snake race cultivator's protective quintessence. The ferocious force immediately shattered his internal organs. The snake race cultivator's hand slackened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling over. Xiao Chen grabbed the universe ring in the air. Then, he looked around coldly. Xiao Chen waved his hand and continued forward without looking back. When the restless figures hidden in the darkness saw this scene, they no longer dared to have any other thoughts. They looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure with horrified gazes. Probably by tomorrow, the news of a nameless brat forcing Wu Yuankai to retreat will spread throughout the city. Wu Yuankai is guilty of many crimes. His infamy has spread far and wide. Unexpectedly, a superior-grade martial monarch chased him away. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. I have never heard of him before. Recently, Hunluo City has been extraordinarily chaotic. For the sake of the Thunder King's broken sword, several martial sages in seclusion have rushed over. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 major factions have all rushed over as well. Soft discussions resounded in the crowd. As they watched Xiao Chen leave, they sighed. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chen appeared below the Flourishing Heaven auction house. Xiao Chen did not know what the Flourishing Heaven auction house was, but the area within 3 kilometers of it was very peaceful. Several of the ferocious loose cultivators forcefully suppressed their baleful auras. The chaotic situation in other places was a stark contrast to this place. Due to the grand auction in 3 days, there were many cultivators coming and going to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. According to the information that Xiao Chen obtained, not only would the broken sword of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword be auctioned in 3 days, but there would also be many other precious treasures. Secret treasures, martial techniques, spirit pills, natural treasures, medicinal pill recipes, and many more. As the only auction house in Hunluo City, the bustling scene was predictable. As Xiao Chen followed the crowd, he could sense several strong cultivators. Xiao Chen noticed 4 or 5 martial sages who hid their auras. The heavenly sage laws behind these people, which could not be seen with the naked eye, were all finger-sized. Furthermore, there were many of them. As they moved up and down, vast spiritual energy poured into their bodies. Wu Yuankai's needle-sized heavenly sage laws could not compare to these people's. It was like comparing a child to an adult. In a fight, these martial sages would be able to crush Wu Yuankai with one punch. Furthermore, the auction had not officially started yet. If it were 3 days later, there would be even more martial sages. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. With the 100,000 astral coins on hand, he would not be able to obtain the broken sword of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. As for snatching it by force, that was even more impossible. After entering the interior of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Xiao Chen was immediately dazzled by the treasures in the various cabinets. Several items for auction were displayed in the resplendent hall. With a few casual glances, Xiao Chen discovered several items that interested him. However, when he saw the buyout prices, he could only smile bitterly and withdraw his thoughts. The items that could be displayed in advance would not be the finale of the auction. In other words, the actual auction would be even more shocking than the treasures before him. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, I wonder what is the background of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. How is it able to maintain such a grand display in Hunluo City's provincial capital? When Ao Jiao heard this, she said sullenly, they have a great background. 5,000 years ago, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion already existed. Their auctions are spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. They also have an auction in the inner city of Yerhaotian City. Chapter 749. In addition to auctions, they also run many other businesses, such as selling intelligence, processing secret treasures, forging star coins, space exploration, hiring armies, and even auctioning great thousand worlds. After hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a headache. He secretly clicked his tongue, how is this possible? With such a huge force, wouldn't it be comparable to Bushan Palace? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, in the future, you will know how vast and ancient the Kunlun realm is. It far surpasses your imagination. Several of the ancient sovereign noble clans have even more ancient histories than the Bushan Palace. They have existed for a very long time, becoming immortal. Xiaochen chatted with Ao Jiao about the past of the Kunlun realm as he casually walked around the hall, admiring the treasures for auction. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a crystal cabinet. Inside was a piece of beast hide paper, which was the formula for a medicinal pill. The breaking sage pill could increase the chances of a cultivator breaking through the bottleneck of martial sage. The price was 30,000 astral coins. A fixed price meant that if a guest could pay that many astral coins, they could take this item away and not appear in the auction. Strange, why does such a precious pill formula only cost 30,000 star coins? Xiaochen summoned a pretty maidservant in the hall and voiced his doubts. The bottleneck to martial sage was extremely difficult. How could this alchemic recipe only be worth this much astral coins? The pretty maidservant explained with a smile, "Honored guest, this alchemic recipe uses the refining methods of the immortal epoch. Ever since Grandmaster Jin was killed in the Kunlun realm, this refining method became extinct. Master Jin was a famous grandmaster alchemist in the history of the Kunlun realm. His achievements on the path of alchemy were so great that later generations could not even see his back. Rumor had it that Xiaochen possessed a spiritual bone and brimmed with talent. In an immortal sect remnant, he obtained the immortal epoch's alchemy methods. After modifying them, he created many peak-grade alchemic recipes. Unfortunately, his appearance destroyed the benefits of the original orthodox alchemists, and he died in an assassination before he was even 30 years old. The breaking sage pill in front of him was a top-grade pill. Even his descendants were unable to learn his pill concoction method. In addition, he had passed away early, so this pill formula had become a mere decoration. There were many similar alchemic recipes circulating in the Kunlun realm. Several alchemists did not believe in heresy and bought them to study. However, not long after, they would return the price at half price. That was because the strange refining method left them completely confused. It had nothing to do with the refining method that they had been taught. They couldn't figure it out at all. After listening, Xiaochen's heart thumped loudly. However, his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "You are quite honest. You told me everything in detail." The maid smiled tenderly and said, "It's not a secret. That customer must have suffered a great loss to sell it at such a low price. However, with this fixed price of 30,000 star coins, I reckon that no one will buy it. The chances of it being auctioned off in 2 days is very high. I'll buy it," Xiaochen said to the maid as he looked at the alchemic recipe under the crystal glass with a fervent gaze. Shock flashed in the maid's eyes. She felt it was strange. Why did Xiaochen still want to buy this alchemic recipe when he knew about its uniqueness? However, there were always some people in this world who would not give up until they ran into a wall. The maid quickly recovered her wits and said, "In that case, come with me to the back to settle the bill. I will bring the alchemic recipe to you immediately." Wait a moment. You should be collecting dragon bones, right? 30,000 astral coins was actually quite a lot. A regular half-sage would only have about 200,000 astral coins. As for Xiaochen, he only had 100,000 astral coins. Spending 30,000 astral coins in one go would inevitably hurt Xiaochen. Then, he thought of the most valuable treasure in his hands. The maidservant leading the way said calmly, "Dragon bones? Coiling dragon bones? Earth dragon bones? Fire dragon bones? Flood dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? True dragon bones." The maid instantly stopped and quickly turned around. Then, she revealed the sincerest smile and said, "True dragon bones. I'll bring you to the VIP room. A venerate will personally receive you." The pretty maid's expression when she heard about true dragon bones astonished Xiaochen. "It looks like I underestimated the value of true dragon bones." That is true. Aside from the dragon burial mound, it is hard to find another place with true dragon bones in the vast Kunlun realm. Furthermore, the true dragon cave is not a place you can enter just because you are strong. Most of it depends on luck. In that case, I can probably sell it for a good price. I have more than 100 pieces of true dragon bones. Perhaps I can really redeem you. Haha. In that case, you are too naive. How can I be worth so little astral coins? You'd better save them for the things you need. Following behind the maid, Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao quickly conversed. Soon, they arrived at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The maid smiled and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chen. Please have some tea. I already sent someone to inform the venerates. They will not take long. After knowing that Xiao Chen was selling true dragon bones, the attitude of the maidservant before him underwent a complete change, becoming extremely attentive to his needs. Xiao Chen held the teacup made of glazed purple crystal jade and smiled faintly as he received the teacup. I am Xiao Mei. I have not asked for young master's name and which sect you are from. The maid named Xiao Mei exuded a boundless charm. She started to try to worm information out of Xiao Chen. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Chen put down the teacup and glanced at the girl. He said softly, I am from the Haotian sect, Xiao Chen. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not be easily tempted by this girl. As they chatted, the other party did not manage to obtain any useful information. Creak. Not long after, the doors to the VIP room opened. A noble girl wearing purple phoenix robes walked in leisurely. Her jet black hair was coiled into a cloud-like bun and adorned with a simple-colored phoenix hair ornament. She gave off a feeling that she was ambitious and that she was going straight to the clouds. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her skin was as lustrous as white jade. This girl exuded an air of nobility. Of all the girls that Xiao Chen had seen, only Princess Yingyu could suppress her. Xiao Mei, you may withdraw first. I will entertain this young master. The maid's red lips parted, and her voice was as clear as flowing water. It was very memorable. Xiao Mei was somewhat startled. She did not know why the one who came was a grand venerate, Nangong Qiong. She replied respectfully and withdrew. Supreme Sky Sex Xiao Chen, the bearer of the Sky Dome Realm's luck. 3 months ago, you fought against Bai Wuxia at the Dragon Burial Mound and did not lose 100 moves. Last night, when you fought with Wu Yuankai, you were the one who chased him away. The noble girl smiled gently as she looked at Xiao Chen with a pair of charming eyes. Ao Jiao had already introduced the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's origins. The moment the other party opened her mouth, she revealed her identity. Xiao Chen was not surprised. He sat calmly on the rattan chair and raised his eyelids slightly. He looked at the other party calmly and said, that is me. However, I do not like to speak nonsense, especially with strangers. Stop trying to probe me. Clearly, this girl had never met someone as direct as Xiao Chen before. He did not bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Clearly, she was not used to it. Take out the dragon bones. Let me take a look. Xiao Chen casually tossed, and a segment of true dragon remains slowly drifted towards the other party. Nangong Qiong quickly caught the dragon bone with her lily-white hands. With one look, she knew that it was real. She raised her head and said, it is indeed a true dragon bone. Although it is a subordinate dragon of a low status, it is still very valuable. This segment can be exchanged for 2,000 astral coins. 2,000 astral coins. Xiao Chen had more than 100 segments. He kept some for his own use and sold 100 segments. That was 200,000 astral coins. Xiao Chen had not expected the true dragon bone in his hands to be so valuable. Given this, he would not need to be a spectator in this auction. Deal. I have 100 segments of true dragon bone. We can make the transaction now. Nangong Qiong had not expected such a large sum. She hesitated for a while but did not rush to speak. Xiao Chen frowned and asked, what's wrong? You don't believe me? Or does your flourishing Heaven Pavilion feel that there is no need to collect so many true dragon bones? No. Young master, don't misunderstand. true dragon bones have always been rare and have many wondrous uses. Naturally, the flourishing heaven pavilion will not complain about having too many. However, if you sell such a large number of dragon bones to me in Hunluo City, you will suffer a great loss. Xiaochen asked interestedly, what do you mean? It is just across from the flourishing heaven pavilion. The shops of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School purchase dragon bones all year round. Furthermore, they sell them at twice the market price. After understanding the situation, Xiaochen smiled faintly. Then, he looked at the other party and said, you are an interesting person. Instead of doing business, you are pushing it away. Hand over the alchemic recipe. I'll buy it. No matter how interesting the other party was, Xiaochen could not let himself suffer a loss. Naturally, he would not come here to sell the dragon bones. Nangong Qiong felt somewhat angry. Earlier, this fellow was praising her. Now, he changed the topic and made his intentions clear. Nangong Qiong handed over the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill and said, this breaking sage pill is priced at 30,000 astral coins. Actually, that is an exorbitant price. If you really want to buy it, the base price of 10,000 astral coins is more than enough. Oh, in that case, I'll auction it off in 2 days. Goodbye, Xiaochen said as he stood up. Seeing Xiaochen leave just like that, Nangong Qiong felt extremely depressed. Before she could finish speaking, Xiaochen had already opened the door and left, disappearing long ago. Outside the flourishing heaven pavilion, Ao Jiao felt suspicious. She said, it looks like that girl still has something to say. Why did you not give her a chance at all? Xiaochen said softly, this woman's origins are unknown. She is strong and has many thoughts. It is best to have less contact with her. I wonder, why is this Eternal Heavenly Sword School spending so much money to purchase dragon bones? Ao Jiao analyzed rationally, it should be to refine medicinal pills. True dragon remains are an essential ingredient for many sage-grade medicinal pills. Such a large-scale purchase shows that the success rate of this medicinal pill is much lower than that of a regular sage-grade medicinal pill. They need to have sufficient true dragon remains. Xiaochen raised his head and looked to the front. Then, he said, we have arrived at the Eternal Heavenly Herb Store. What Nangong Qiong said was true. There was indeed an Eternal Heavenly Sword School herb store across from the flourishing heaven pavilion. They could see it after a few steps. After entering, Xiaochen stated his purpose for coming. The manager immediately beamed with joy and completed the transaction with Xiaochen. The 100-segment True Dragon remains were exchanged for a total of 400,000 astral coins. This way, Xiaochen had more than 500,000 astral coins on him. Chapter 750. A regular inferior grade martial sage would be worth no more than 2 million astral coins. Given Xiaochen's current cultivation, 500,000 astral coins would be an instant fortune. Young master, please wait a moment. Our young master would like to invite you upstairs for a chat. After the transaction, the plump shopkeeper invited Xiaochen. This herb store belonged to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The young master that the shopkeeper mentioned should be the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Mo Lingtian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School wanted to auction off the broken part of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. It was not strange that the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School would come personally. Xiaochen had long wanted to see the Eternal Heavenly Sword School for himself. He did not hesitate to agree. On the second floor, Xiaochen saw the young master that the shopkeeper mentioned. He was about 27 or 28 years old, considered very young in the Kunlun realm. Mo Lingtian looked handsome and had a deep cultivation, a half-sage. Sparks of electricity leaped about in the depths of his eyes. An indistinct sword intent occasionally flickered in the electric light. Behind Mo Lingtian, Xiaochen looked carefully and discovered heavenly sage laws comparable to Wu Yuankai's. This person was not simple. However, this was not what Xiaochen was concerned about. What he was more concerned about was that when Mo Lingtian first saw him, a hard-to-detect killing intent flashed in his eyes. White-robed bladesman, I have heard of your great name long ago. You should have obtained these 100 pieces of true dragon bones at the dragon burial mound, right? It looks like the rumor of you receiving 100 moves from Bai Wuxia is true. Although Mo Lingtian said this, the arrogance on his face did not diminish. He did not truly care about Xiao Chen. If not for the savage battlefield being so far from Hunluo City, I believe we would have met already. Xiao Chen casually replied, waiting for the other party to get to the point. Mo Lingtian asked in an aloof manner, half a month ago, you killed 2 half-sages near Azure Peak City. Is that true? Yes, I did indeed kill 2 blind half-sages. Does your distinguished self have any advice for me? The other party's tone was unfriendly, and Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. Mo Lingtian's gaze sank. He said, unfortunately, those 2 clans are subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. You killed the people of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. So that's how it was. Xiao Chen finally understood why the other party's eyes flashed with killing intent when they saw him. What a coincidence. I actually took the initiative to deliver myself to your doorstep. How does young Master Mo intend to deal with me? However, there was nothing to be afraid of. He had the support of the 9 ranks of the great families, the Haotian sect. The sect had a great emperor. Even if the other party had the guts, they would not dare to do anything to him. Mo Lingtian waved his hand casually and said disapprovingly, 2 half-sages. So what if I kill them? Furthermore, they have already pledged their allegiance to the magnificent Fiend Hall. The one who wants to kill you is the magnificent Fiend Hall. I have another purpose in looking for you. If you agree, you will be a friend of mine, Mo Lingtian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School can also guarantee your safety. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled coldly in his heart. Where does this Mo Lingtian get his arrogance from? Not only is there no payment, but he wants to move me with just a few empty words. Becoming friends with you, Mo Lingtian, is a very glorious thing. Do you really think that you are a martial emperor? I need your Eternal Heavenly Sword School to guarantee my safety. Since when did the Eternal Heavenly Sword School become more arrogant than the Haotian sect? How about it? I have been polite enough to you, right? Not only can I write off the matter of you killing the subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School, but we can also work together in the future. Mo Lingtian said confidently as he looked at Xiao Chen. He did not want to fall out with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School so early. He still needed to help Ao Jiao figure out the true identity of the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage. Xiao Chen endured the unhappiness in his heart and revealed a smile. Young Master Mo is very magnanimous. What is it? Speak. Mo Lingtian had already expected Xiao Chen's reply. He stood up and smiled. Come to my Eternal Heavenly Sword School 10 days from now. You will know then. That's right. Here is a ticket to the auction. You will be able to sit in the first 2 rows. Take it. Not just anyone can buy it. Mo Lingtian casually waved his hand and tossed a ticket to Xiao Chen. He looked like he was giving away something incredible. If Mo Lingtian knew that Xiao Chen did not even care about the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's Nangong Qiong, he would not feel so superior. Xiao Chen pretended to be pleasantly surprised. He received the ticket and said, Young Master Mo is very capable. To think that you can give away such a precious ticket so casually. Mo Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a cocky expression. He said, It is just a small matter. If you become my friend, I can even get you a VIP card for the flourishing Heaven Pavilion. After Xiao Chen left, the door to the back of the room opened. An old man with unfathomable cultivation and as straight as a sword appeared. Unexpectedly, he was a martial sage. The old man said with a sullen expression, Young master, do you really intend to bring him to the Heavenly Rock King Stargrave Palace? He has caused our Eternal Heavenly Sword School to lose a lot of face. A heavy murderous intent flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He said, Naturally not. If not for the Haotian sect, I would be able to squish him to death with a wave of my hand. The Stargrave Palace is filled with danger. Furthermore, martial sages and above cannot enter. When he no longer has any value, I will just kill him. No one will know that I did it. The old man said with some worry in his eyes. However, news of the opening of the Star Grave Palace has already spread. Not only will the 6 big sects of our Hunluo province rush over, but several young experts of the fiend race will also rush over. Adding such an uncertain factor into the mix, isn't that a little risky? Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully and said, "Did you see his expression just now? Just giving him some small favors and he became so happy. How could such a fellow escape from my palm? I am a peerless genius who will definitely become the everlasting Sky Emperor." Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully. After leaving the herb store, Xiaochen casually tossed aside the ticket. Then, he spent 300 astral coins to buy a seat in the first row. In the Magnificent Fiend Hall's western district, the yellow-robed man in the Magnificent Fiend Hall's branch looked at Wu Yuankai expressionlessly, clearly unhappy. What a piece of trash. He could not even deal with a superior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he was scared away. Wu Yuankai felt very sullen, but he could not rebut. No matter what, the fact that Xiaochen scared him away could not be changed. Wu Yuankai's face twisted in dissatisfaction. After a long time, he said sullenly, "I was careless. However, your people did not tell me everything. They did not say that his physical strength had already reached 100 kilograms of force. Cut the crap. I will give you 10 more days. This is your last chance," the yellow-robed man said in a cold voice. Wu Yuankai raised his head and said, "The difficulty has increased. I want the remaining half of the reward. Give it to me now, or else you can go and find someone else." The yellow-robed man had not expected Wu Yuankai to raise the price. He could not help but rage in his heart. However, he endured it in the end. He tossed out a spatial ring and said, 100,000 astral coins. If you fail the mission, you can forget about remaining in Hunluo City in the future. Wu Yuankai caught the spatial ring, and a greedy expression appeared on his face. He said, "Don't worry. He will leave the city sooner or later. At that time, if I do not have anything to fear, he will die for sure." After Wu Yuankai left, an impressive-looking youth walked out of the hall. The fiend energy in his body surged like it would erupt at any moment. This youth's qi and blood were as vigorous as the blazing sun. As he walked, he was like a huge elephant walking on the plains, heavy and filled with power. This was a cultivator of the fiend domain's elephant race. The youth asked, "What's wrong? That brat is not easy to deal with. Do you need me to make a move?" When the yellow-robed man saw this youth, he immediately withdrew the rage on his face. He said, "There's no need. I have already prepared a foolproof plan. Young Hall Master, there is no need to bother with such a small matter." The Magnificent Fiend Hall's young Hall Master did not mind. He said, "How many astral coins can the branch give me? I need 3 peak defensive superior grade secret treasures for this auction. Otherwise, the Star Grave Palace will not be confident." "Don't worry. The Hall Master has already informed us. 500,000 astral coins have already been prepared," the yellow-robed man said, "having prepared for this long ago." The youth with surging fiend energy smiled in satisfaction. He clenched his fists tightly and said with a resolute gaze, "As long as I can obtain the fragment of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, even if I cannot advance to Martial Sage, I will be able to obtain another 100 Heavenly Sage laws, increasing my strength by 50%. When the yellow-robed man heard about the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, he could not help but reveal an expression of yearning. He said, "I heard that the Heavenly Rock King condensed all his comprehensions before he died into this Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. Although it has already shattered into pieces, even a martial sage would benefit greatly from it. Unfortunately, even sovereign martial emperors cannot break into that Star Grave Palace. Only those below martial sage can enter. Otherwise, this old man would join in the excitement." The youth smiled faintly and said, "Haha. If there are more of the painting pieces, I can bring one for Elder Huang." The yellow-robed man quickly performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, I thank young hall master in advance. 2 days later, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's large-scale auction began as scheduled. All the superior-grade martial monarchs and above in Hunluo City rushed over. The crowd moved like a river flowing into the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's hall. Dressed in a black cloak, Xiaochen stood in a pavilion across the hall. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. There are probably more than 6,000 people. Even a sovereign sect would not have so many superior-grade martial monarchs. There were limited seats in the auction, so only superior-grade martial monarchs could enter. However, there were still so many people rushing over. This was Xiaochen's first time seeing such a scene, so he was somewhat astonished. That is normal. More than half of the loose cultivators of the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain are gathered here. It is not strange for so many superior-grade martial monarchs and above to arrive. Ao Jiao had seen many grand scenes before. These were much more majestic and much calmer than Xiaochen's. After 1 hour, the crowd slowly thinned. Xiaochen prepared to enter as well. Just at this moment, a familiar figure slowly appeared in Xiaochen's vision from a distance. It was a delicate and charming woman in white clothes. Her skin was white like jade, and it seemed as if it could be broken by a gust of wind. Her pure and cute face carried a natural charm. Her curvaceous and alluring body made people unable to control the flames in their hearts. With a swoosh, they started to burn. As she walked, the wine gourd hanging at her waist swayed back and forth. Her face was in high spirits, radiating charm. The moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 751. Xiaochen was slightly stunned and stopped what he was doing. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "It has been almost 2 years since I last saw this girl after the 5-nation youth competition. TSK. Is this the little fox that I hugged back then?" I did not dare to imagine that not only did she manage to take human form, but she even looked so alluring. Ao Jiao's eyes were filled with shock as well. "Hey, who's that man beside her?" His gaze seems to be very ambiguous. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and pulled down the hood of his cloak. He said calmly, "He is probably one of her pursuers. Let's go. It's time for us to go in." "Wait, you're not going to meet this girl?" "It is not time yet." Mu Xinya's group of 4 chatted softly on the street in front of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. "I heard that aside from the Broken Thunder King's mulberry sword, there will be several peak superior grade secret treasures. Even sage grade secret treasures, which are even more precious than superior grade secret treasures, will appear in this auction." Jiang Zimo spoke calmly, just like when he was in the Sky Dome realm. "That's right. This auction is held by the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion only once a year. Although the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City is not large, it will definitely have many good items. We will definitely be able to buy some of the secret treasures that we want in the Star Grave Palace." The person who took over the conversation was a rather pretty man beside Bai. His handsome appearance gave off a mesmerizing aura. His exquisite facial features looked like they were carved. His eyebrows looked like they came from a painting, and his eyes were as black as the stars. It was a face that women would be jealous of. The only flaw was that although he was handsome, he was slightly lacking in masculinity. His temperament was somewhat feminine. However, this was not a big deal. Some women might even be more attracted to him. Mu Xinya smiled slightly and said, "Haha. Young Master Xuanyu is an outstanding genius of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. It looks like he is confident of obtaining the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting fragment." It turned out that this person was a fiend race cultivator of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. No wonder he was so pretty. After the Spirit Fox race took human form, they were all handsome men and pretty women. They were very charming. Xian Yu smiled faintly and glanced at Mu Xinya. An undetectable possessive look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "That's easy. The 2 of you are Xiao Bai's friends. The benefits we obtain this time will definitely include the 2 of you." Just at this moment, Xiao Bai, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Her eyebrows, which were like willow leaves, were gently knitted together. Her expression was one of pleasant surprise and confusion. "Bai, what's wrong?" Xian Yu hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Xiao Bai said somewhat uncertainly, "I seem to have felt elder brother Xiao Chen's aura earlier. However, in the blink of an eye, that aura hid itself. I don't know if elder brother Xiao Chen is here." When Mu Xinya and Jiang Zimo heard Xiao Chen's name, their faces lit up with joy. They said, "That can't be wrong, right? This is Hunluo City. It is very far from Haotian City." Bai squinted slightly and smiled, "That should be wrong. If elder brother Xiao Chen was nearby, how could I not see Bai?" When Xuanyu, who was at the side, heard Bai mention Xiao Chen's name, his expression turned unnatural. There was an expression of jealousy in his eyes. Xuanyu recovered his composure and smiled warmly. He changed the topic and said, "Let's go, the auction is about to start. If we do not go in now, we will miss it." The four of them did not notice a black-cloaked person standing below a pavilion not far away. That person was currently watching them enter the gates of the flourishing heaven pavilion. "You are extraordinarily ruthless. Unexpectedly, you took the initiative to hide your aura," Ao Jiao said as she clicked her tongue. Earlier, when Xiao Chen leaped off the pavilion, he immediately felt a strange connection. Although the blood contract between him and Bai had been erased by An Zishuan, the two of them had been together for a long time. They had experienced many life and death situations. Some things could not be broken on a whim. It was hard to explain that strange feeling. Xiao Chen had no choice but to hide his aura. Only then did he barely manage to fool Xiao Chen. "We have not dealt with Wu Yuankai's problem yet. That Mo Lingtian is not a good person either. If we meet her now, it will only put her in more danger. As long as I know that she is safe, it will be fine. There will be a chance for us to meet again in the future." After a while, Xiao Chen said softly, "That Silver Moon Spirit Fox cultivator called Xuanyu is very strong, no weaker than Mo Lingtian. Furthermore, based on his appearance, he is not a good person." Ao Jiao's eyes had always been sharp. The hidden message in Xian Yu's eyes did not escape her eyes. Naturally, it was impossible for Xiao Chen not to see it. He said indifferently, "I hope he does not do anything stupid." Xiao Chen walked forward and soon entered the flourishing heaven pavilion's hall. The hall on the first floor was completely different from the last time Xiao Chen had visited 2 days ago. The booths that were originally filled with items for auction had all been moved away and replaced with rows of seats. It was noisy, and the hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. It seemed to be extraordinarily bustling, and all sorts of discussions could be heard without end. Xiao Chen looked at his ticket and quickly found the spot that belonged to him. The auction platform was 500 meters in front of him. It was a pretty good seat, and there were no star coins to spend. This auction is really extraordinary. Not only are there many martial sages cultivating in seclusion, but there are also many martial sages. The top true inheritors of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, the Bone Mausoleum Hall, the Blood Shadow Sect, the Magnificent Fiend Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and the Soaring Serpent Mansion are all here. Most of those martial sages are here for the broken sword of the Thunder King, Sang Mu. I wonder, why are the top true inheritors of these large sects rushing over? Indeed, this is really strange. There have been auctions in the past, but I have never heard of the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects rushing over. Never mind, this has nothing to do with us. I just want to see if there is a chance to win a weapon that I can use. The moment Xiao Chen sat down, some of the discussions nearby entered his ears. Unexpectedly, the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects all rushed over. Xiao Chen could not help feeling mildly astonished. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense into the hall. Soon, he picked up several strong auras that were no weaker than Wu Yuankai's. Furthermore, they were all young. If Xiao Chen guessed right, they should be the top true inheritors of the 6 large sections. There were several stronger auras in the VIP rooms on the 2nd floor. The heavenly sage laws around them were all as thick as a finger, numbering in the hundreds. These auras were far from what a half-sage could compare to. There were also many martial sages here. Xiao Qun withdrew his spiritual sense and entered deep thought. For some reason, he felt that a storm was brewing. This auction was just a prelude to something that was about to happen. The true inheritors of the 6 large sects and the hidden strong half-sages might all be here for the same purpose. I wonder if Imo Lingtian calling me over has anything to do with this matter? Suddenly, the noisy hall turned quiet. Xiao Qun looked up and saw a white-haired old man wearing luxurious gold-lined clothes slowly walking over from the auction platform. Everyone, welcome to Hunluo City's Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's annual auction. I am Old Qin, the host of this auction. I will not speak any nonsense. I will directly reveal the first item. Old Qin appeared to be very capable. After a simple opening speech, he directly lifted the black cloth on the auction stage. An exquisite pagoda that looked like a cockroach appeared in front of everyone. Boom! Old Qin casually waved his hand and infused some quintessence into the pagoda. The spiritual energy in the surroundings started fluctuating intensely. Ethereal sagely music came from the pagoda. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted as he infused his spiritual sense into his eyes. When he looked carefully, he discovered strands of heavenly sage laws around the pagoda. This was actually a sage-grade secret treasure that surpassed peak superior-grade secret treasures. Several half-sages would not be able to afford such an item even if they sold everything they had. Even if they bought it, they would not be able to sustain the consumption of such a secret treasure. The cultivators here were at least superior-grade martial monarchs. Their knowledge was not something ordinary people could compare to. Soon, they recognized the origins of this secret treasure. Unexpectedly, it is a sage-grade secret treasure. This first item is really enviable. Pagoda-type secret treasures are usually defensive. If I can obtain it, I will be able to protect myself against a martial sage. Fool, not to mention whether you can afford it or not, you have not comprehended any heavenly sage laws. It would be difficult for you to bring out the might of such a secret treasure. You would barely be able to activate it once. Hee hee. I know, but I was just saying it casually. This sage-grade secret treasure is definitely prepared for those major characters and the true inheritors of the 6 major factions. We can only look at it. One sage-grade secret treasure immediately stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction hall. Old Qin smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with the effect. As you all expected, this is a defensive inferior-grade sage-grade secret treasure. It contains 32 heavenly sage laws and can protect one's life at a crucial moment. The starting bid is 50,000 astral coins. Old Qin stroked his beard as he spoke in a calm voice. 50,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 50 million superior-grade spirit stones. This was a rather large sum and was suitable as the starting bid for a sage-grade secret treasure. 200,000. Right after Old Qin spoke, someone immediately made a bid. Furthermore, the bid was raised to 200,000 astral coins in one go. Xiao Qun looked over. The one who made the bid was a young man with sinister eyes, like a venomous snake. He was already a half-sage. This person had 11 needle-like black heavenly sage laws around him. His strength was only slightly weaker than the evil man Wu Yuankai's. Xiao Qun withdrew his gaze and made a mental note of this person. Hunluo province was not very large, but there were many demonic geniuses gathered here. For this person to reach half-sage at such a young age and even comprehend heavenly sage laws, he was not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Unfortunately, when Xiao Qun fought by Wuxia, he was only a medial-grade martial monarch and did not have a clear sense of heavenly sage laws. If Xiao Qun had sensed them at that time and focused his spiritual sense on his eyes, he would have been able to see how many heavenly sage laws Bai Wuxia had comprehended. If Xiao Qun compared this person's strength to Bai Wuxia's, he would have been able to see the difference in strength. Someone recognized this person and said, "It is the top true inheritor of the Soaring Serpent Mansion, Sua Guangyuan. He is really rich," directly raising the bid to 4 times the astral coins. Chapter 752. Sua Guangyuan's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was clear that he was determined to obtain that sage-grade pagoda. The moment he opened his mouth, he shocked most of the people. This immediately extinguished the flames of desire in many people's hearts. 200,000 astral coins. An ordinary half-sage would only have that much wealth. Xiao Chen was very interested in the sage-grade pagoda. Unfortunately, he had not comprehended heavenly sage laws yet and could not refine it. It was not worth it to buy it. The hall fell silent. For now, no one made another bid. Disappointment appeared in old Qin's eyes. A inferior grade sage grade secret treasure could sell for 100,000 astral coins. 200,000 astral coins was indeed a great profit. However, this was an auction. If someone bid, the price could continue to rise. 230,000. However, it was clear that old Qin's worries were unfounded. Someone immediately raised the bid to 30,000 astral coins. The one who made the bid was the magnificent Fiend Hall's young hall master, Xiang Fei. 250,000. 270,000. 300,000. Soon, the top true inheritors of the 6 factions called out their bids. The competition was intense, and the price kept rising. From the initial 50,000 astral coins, the price rose 6-fold to 300,000 astral coins. This was already a horrifying number. However, what surprised Xiao Chen was that none of the martial sages in the VIP rooms on the second floor made a bid. They did not seem to care about this sage-grade secret treasure. Ao Jiao explained, defensive secret treasures are very valuable. However, this pagoda contains too few heavenly Tao laws, not even 50. To those martial sages, it is not enough. It is of little value and is not worth spending a lot of money on. Xiao Chen now understood. It turned out that there was such a logic behind this. On the other side, Xianyu, who was seated at the back, said, "Bai, do you want this sage-grade pagoda? If you do, I can help you buy it." Bai was somewhat distracted. He smiled politely and said, "There is no need. It is too expensive." Seeing Bai reject him so straightforwardly, Xianyu smiled embarrassedly. His handsome face showed some embarrassment. Eventually, this sage-grade pagoda reached a price of 350,000 astral coins. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Mo Lingtian won it. After Mo Lingtian obtained the sage-grade pagoda, he revealed a cocky expression. Then, he gestured at Zhuo Guangyuan to show off, angering the other party so much that he gritted his teeth. After successfully obtaining a good start, old Qin's mood was very good. He immediately revealed the second auction item. It was a heaven-ranked spear art. To any martial monarch, a heaven-ranked martial technique was a trump card. No one would complain about having too many trump cards. In addition, there were quite a few cultivators who used spears at the scene. After an intense bidding war, the spear was sold for an extremely high price. Many of the treasures auctioned next were rare items. Of course, there were also some items that weren't very valuable that were left unsold. There were no treasures that could excite Xiao Chen, so he did not make a move. However, he treated it as an eye-opener, so it was not boring. The next item up for auction is a pill formula. The pill formula records the refining method of the breaking sage pill. Of course, I believe you all know that the refining method of this medicinal pill is an immortal Tao alchemy. It is completely different from the current refining methods. The starting bid is 10,000 astral coins. When Xiao Chen heard old Qin's voice, he perked up. The thing he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ha. I wonder which unlucky alchemist got cheated and ended up selling this alchemy recipe cheaply. How unfortunate. If he could really refine the breaking sage pill, the value of this alchemy recipe would be 10 or 20 times higher. What is the point of saying all this? After Great Master Jin died, no one in the Kunlun realm could learn immortal Tao alchemy. Clearly, the people present were familiar with the alchemy recipe for the breaking sage pill. They discussed it in low voices, but no one made a bid. Old Qin had expected this long ago. The chances of this alchemy recipe going unsold were very high. However, it was not a true treasure. So be it. 11,000. Just as old Qin prepared the next item, Xiao Chen raised his bid by 1,000 astral coins. What a fool. Another person thinks that he is the reincarnation of great master Jin, able to refine the breaking sage pill. Ha ha. There are fools every year, there is never a lack of them. Seeing someone buy this thing that was definitely a loss, several people immediately mocked him. Only old Qin, who was on the auction platform, smiled happily. It was as though he feared that Xiao Chen would go back on his word. He picked up the hammer and was about to smash it down. 20,000 astral coins. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A voice suddenly rang out. Unexpectedly, someone made a bid. Furthermore, this person raised the bid to 20,000 astral coins in one go. Who is this? Everyone could not help but look over curiously. They discovered it was a mysterious cultivator wearing black robes and a mask. No one could guess his origins. On the other side, under the cloak, Xiao Chen's expression was extremely calm. He said, 30,000. 40,000. Right after Xiao Chen raised the bid to 30,000, the black-robed masked man immediately raised it to 40,000. Old Qin, who was just about to smash the hammer, was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He could not understand what was going on. This was an alchemic recipe that was clearly a scam. Why would someone bid for it? Furthermore, this person even raised the bid to 40,000 astral coins. Xiao Chen had to obtain the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill. Others might not know any immortal alchemy, but Xiao Chen was an exception. The trash in the eyes of others was a supreme treasure in Xiao Chen's eyes. He absolutely could not let it go. Xiao Chen, whose face was mostly covered by the shadow of his hood, opened his mouth again. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. 80,000. 90,000. Every time Xiao Chen raised the bid by 10,000, the mysterious masked man would not hesitate to raise the bid by another 10,000, as though he was certain he would win. This repeated over and over again. When the bid reached 200,000 astral coins, the two of them still did not show any signs of stopping. In the auction hall, the mockery that was originally mixed with various voices gradually stopped. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Quite a few people had their mouths wide open, completely dumbfounded by what they saw. 400,000. 400,000. Under the bidding of the two, the price of the breaking sage pill soared until it reached a level that everyone found incredulous. The price of an insignificant breaking sage pill's alchemic recipe far surpassed that of a sage-grade secret treasure. This defied logic. No matter how hard they thought, they could not figure out what was going on. The gazes of everyone in the hall focused on the two mysterious bidders. Even the several martial sages on the second floor, who were as calm as Mount Tai, cast doubtful gazes. Xiao Chen raised his head slightly and looked up. Only when he reached the railing at the top floor of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion did he stop. Behind the railing, Nangong Qiong smiled faintly and exchanged gazes with Xiao Chen mischievously. It was hard to imagine that this girl, who normally exuded a noble air, could have such a cheerful expression. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly, stopping his bid. Ao Jiao clicked her tongue and said, "That's for acting cool. Now you know the consequences of offending a woman, right?" Since Xiao Chen stopped bidding, naturally, there would not be a third person. Just like that, the breaking sage pill that no one cared about was sold for a price even higher than that of a sage-grade secret treasure. 410,000 astral coins. Such a high price startled everyone. As they looked at the mysterious masked person, they all tried to guess which deity this person was. Why would he spend so much money on a useless alchemic recipe? If you still want the breaking sage pill, come and look for me after the auction ends. A melodious voice entered Xiao Chen's mind. When he looked up, he saw Nangong Qiong blinking at him. She smiled faintly and retreated. Xiao Chen frowned in confusion. What is this woman trying to do? On the other side, Bai looked at Xiao Chen, who wore a black cloak and wrapped himself up tightly. An expression of pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. There was no mistaking it. Although that person's voice had been altered, Bai could still tell that it was Xiao Chen's voice. However, even though Bai's thoughts were as pure as before, she was no longer as ignorant as before. Elder brother Xiao Chen would definitely not avoid me for no reason. There must be a reason. When Xian Yu saw a smile on Bai's face and an excited expression on her face, he followed her gaze and could not help but ask curiously, "Bai, did you meet someone familiar?" Bai withdrew her gaze, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She smiled and said, "No, I just feel that it is strange that person spent so much money to buy the breaking sage pill." Xian Yu smiled in understanding. The breaking sage pill is a scam in the first place. However, there will always be people who believe in it. There is no need to care about it. Old Qin, who was on the stage, revealed an expression of wild joy. He quickly hammered the gavel. This was truly a pleasant surprise, truly shocking. The auction continued. The next item was a defensive peak superior grade secret treasure, an inner vest. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 great factions fought intensely for a defensive peak secret treasure. The 6 people took turns bidding, pushing a peak superior grade secret treasure worth 70 to 80,000 astral coins to more than 200,000 astral coins. In the end, the Blood Shadow Sex Ting Peng obtained it. If there were no more peak superior grade defensive secret treasures, there would be waves of climaxes. All sorts of bids would shake the hearts of the crowd. This made the ordinary cultivators truly understand what it meant to be rich and overbearing. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to exchange his inner vest for a peak superior grade secret treasure. However, when he saw the situation, he had no choice but to give up. Xiao Chen did not earn his astral coins easily. He did not want to be a sucker. However, the next item was a secret manual that attracted Xiao Chen's attention. It was a peak heaven-ranked martial technique known as the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were not rare in the Kunlun realm. However, peak martial techniques with astronomical prices were not that common. Several rank 9 sects only had a few of them. Furthermore, one needed to make a great contribution to obtain one. Otherwise, even true inheritors would not have a chance to practice it. The moment this fist technique appeared, it quickly attracted the attention of several people. Even the martial sages on the second floor cast their gazes over. However, Old Qin's next words dampened everyone's interest. This is a deity race martial technique. As everyone knows, aside from talent, the deity race martial techniques have certain requirements for mental energy and vital qi. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to practice them to the strongest level. The deity race was born with divine strength. Their physical bodies were much stronger than humans. Furthermore, they mainly cultivated mental energy. Hence, the focus of their martial techniques was different from that of humans. Chapter 753. Although they both cultivated the martial Tao, they each had their own specialties. Human martial techniques focused on state and form, while deity race martial techniques focused on spirituality. They developed in a slightly different direction. However, it was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. It still depended on the individual. The starting price is 50,000 astral coins. Start bidding. After Old Qin finished his introduction, he looked down with some anticipation. No matter what, this was a peak heaven-ranked martial technique. There would definitely be a market for it. Vital Qi is still fine. However, deity race martial techniques have very high requirements for mental energy. If you really practice it, you will only be able to bring out the might of a regular heaven-ranked martial technique. However, this price is still fair. You did not ask for an exorbitant price. If it does not exceed 100,000 astral coins, I can consider it. Although it was a deity race heaven-ranked martial technique, many people were still very interested. After a few bids, this myriad heaven divine fist reached 80,000 astral coins. 150,000 astral coins. A voice filled with desolate killing intent came from one of the VIP rooms on the second floor. In an instant, many excited cultivators were killed. That voice seemed to have a strong deterrent force. The moment it appeared, no one dared to make a sound. It looked like the owner of this voice was familiar to many of the cultivators here. Several of the cultivators who had the ability to bid remained silent. They did not want to compete with that person, or rather, they did not dare to. The third rank of the 10 evils, Jianghu, actually wants this deity race martial technique. This is really strange. His famous consummate technique is already a peak heaven-ranked martial technique. Who knows? It is impossible to guess the thoughts of these major characters. Soft discussions broke out in the surroundings. It turned out that the person who bid was the infamous Jianghu in Hunluo City. The others did not want to get involved with him, so they gave up on bidding. Although my dragon claw fist is barely sufficient, it can no longer keep up with my progress. Back when I fought with Wu Yuankai, if I had an even more powerful fist technique, I would not have needed to use schemes to scare away my opponent. I would have been able to make him stay. This myriad heaven divine fist is like it was tailor-made for me. My vital chi and mental energy are far stronger than ordinary people. I can definitely cultivate this martial technique to the peak. Xiao Chen thought for a while and quickly made a decision. He said, 200,000 astral coins. The entire arena was silent. Countless gazes turned towards Xiao Chen. Did this fellow not know who he was fighting with? That was the third ranked of Hunluo City's 10 great evildoers, a bona fide martial sage expert. He was definitely a major character in Hunluo City. The true disciples of the 6 great system-allocated sects were also very curious. They gathered their gazes on Xiao Chen, wanting to find out just who this person was. What trump card did Xiao Chen have to dare offend a martial sage loose cultivator? However, all of them were disappointed without exception. Xiao Chen's divine sense formed an invisible barrier around him, blocking all the incoming mental power outside. Haha. Little fellow, you are good. I'll leave this deity race martial technique with you for safekeeping. A sinister laugh sounded in his mind. Jianghu had given up on the auction. It seemed like he was planning to kill and rob. That made sense. Loose cultivators had always been like this. Furthermore, they needed to save enough astral coins for the broken mulberry sword. They would not spend too much on this deity race martial technique. Xiao Chen ignored this person's threat. The myriad heaven divine fist was very useful to him. He had to obtain it. No matter who it was, he had to fight for it. The grand finale of the auction was about to begin. However, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to remain. After offending a martial sage, it was best to leave early. Taking advantage of the bustling auction, Xiao Chen quietly left the hall. He went to the back and paid the 200,000 astral coins, obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist. The cover and paper of the myriad heaven divine fist were all golden. When Xiao Chen held it in his hand, it felt very heavy. A divine aura spread out from it. Xiao Chen casually flipped through a few pages. Immediately, he felt his mental energy being drawn out like a surging river. Golden light continuously poured out from the pages. As the light flickered, the divine aura became even more vast. Scenes of deities fighting and killing appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Those were distant myths and epics, magnificent and boundless. Xiao Chen closed the book with a pa sound. Although he appeared fatigued, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. To others, the myriad heaven divine fist could only be used as an ordinary heaven-ranked martial technique. However, to Xiao Chen, it was a bona fide peak heaven-ranked martial technique. Young Master Xiao, Venerable Nangong invites you for a gathering. The manservant in the hall said respectfully to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. He withdrew the myriad heaven divine fist and smiled. Lead the way. In the most magnificent room on the top floor of the flourishing heaven pavilion, Xiao Chen saw Nangong Qiong toying with the breaking sage pills alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. He sat down across from Nangong Qiong and poured himself a cup of fine wine on the table. Haha. Young Master Zhao's boldness is truly admirable. A trash-like breaking sage pill actually sold for 400,000 astral coins. Nangong Qiong had a rough understanding of alchemy. However, when she looked at the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill, she felt confused. The method of extracting liquid, condensing the pill, and molding it was completely different from what she knew. Now, she even felt somewhat curious. Did Xiao Chen really grasp the immortal Tao's alchemy method? He was not like other alchemists who only wanted to use this alchemic recipe to broaden their horizons. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. In the long history of the Kunlun realm, there had been countless geniuses in alchemy. However, aside from Grandmaster Jin, no one else had grasped the immortal Tao's alchemy method. Nangong Qiong did not believe that the person before her could grasp it. That would be too shocking. Regardless of the reason, Nangong Qiong only needed to know that Xiao Chen cared a lot about this alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and stared at the other party for a while. Then, he smiled and said, "You are really an interesting person. 2 days ago, you told me that the base price of this alchemic recipe was already too high. 2 days later, you spent 410,000 astral coins to buy it. At that time, the base price of the alchemic recipe was 30,000 astral coins. If Xiao Chen wanted to buy it in advance, he would have needed to spend 30,000 astral coins. When Xiao Chen heard that the base price was already too high, he decided to give up on the base price. He planned to wait until the auction. At that time, he would be able to save 20,000 astral coins. Naturally, Xiao Chen was happy to save 20,000 astral coins by waiting 2 days. However, he had not expected this girl to play tricks on him. Nangong Qiong's lips curled up, not caring about Xiao Chen's teasing. She said, "Since you like to hide from me so much, I can only use some unconventional methods. I'll cut to the chase. I need you to help me with something. After this is done, not only will I give you this alchemic recipe for free, but I will also give you 400,000 astral coins." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and entered deep thought. During today's auction, the top true inheritors of the 6 major sects fought over defensive superior grade secret treasures. The price they spent was more than double that of usual. If not for some urgent matter, they would not have been so generous. Only a sufficiently large profit could make this group of people pay up. Several 100,000 astral coins was not a small sum to anyone. If I guessed correctly, the thing you want me to help you with is 10 days from now, right? When Nangong Qiong heard this, shock appeared on her smooth, jade-like face. She said, "You are new to Hunluo City and have no background. How did you know?" Indeed, this confirmed some of his guesses. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I do not know anything. However, I will not have time in 10 days. I already promised the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Mo Lingtian that I will help him." Nangong Qiong had not expected Xiao Chen to reply like this. She frowned slightly. She stood up and paced around the room, muttering something to herself. Soon, she revealed a smile and said, "I got it. I will accompany you 10 days from now." Mo Lingtian is extremely conceited. In his eyes, only the 3 holy masters are comparable to him. You killed the people of his Eternal Heavenly Sword School, and he is seeking you for help. He definitely has malicious intentions. Nangong Qiong's gem-like eyes flickered with a somewhat fanatical light. The more she spoke, the more smoothly she continued, "He is definitely using you to pave the way for him. At that time, he will shake you off and kill you without anyone knowing. You and I will work together. With my help, we can turn the tables on him, saving us a lot of effort." Nangong Qiong finished speaking in one breath. Her face filled with excitement as she looked at Xiao Chen with longing. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. At this moment, Nangong Qiong no longer exuded any air of nobility. She looked rather fanatical, not caring about her status at all. "How is it? What do you think?" Nangong Qiong's eyes burned with passion as she urged Xiao Chen to make a decision. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Miss Nangong, you forgot yourself." It looked like Xiao Chen had been fooled by Nangong Qiong's outward appearance. This girl should be of noble birth. That air of hers was not something that could be faked. However, when it came to scheming against someone, she spoke confidently. She did not realize that anyone who dared to work with her would be betrayed in the blink of an eye. Nan Gongqiong recovered her wits. She had a somewhat embarrassed expression on her pretty face. She coughed, and her air returned to normal. The noble air in her blood slowly spread out. However, when Xiaochen saw her true appearance, he only found it funny. After thinking for a while, he said, "I promise you. You will come with me to meet Mo Lingtian in 10 days. However, you can tell me the specifics now, right?" Nan Gongqiong smiled faintly and said, "I think it is better to let Mo Lingtian tell you 10 days later. I will arrange a place for you to stay for the next few days. That will guarantee your safety." Since Xiaochen could not get an answer from Nan Gongqiong, he did not say anything more. After chatting for a while, he left. Faint ripples appeared in space in a gorgeous room. Then, an old woman walked out with a sullen expression. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Miss, why not use the people of the main clan? That is too dangerous." Nan Gongqiong smiled faintly and replied softly, "That is not the case. The core grave of the Star Grave Palace requires a physical body cultivator. Xiao Chen is the most suitable candidate. When the grave opens this time, not only will the descendants of the heavenly rock race come, but the true inheritors of the 6 great sects and some of the nearby fiend race geniuses will also receive the news. At that time, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. If the Nangong clan's identity is exposed, they will definitely surround and attack us. It is better to hide in Mo Lingtian's team and use this egomaniac as a spear." After the auction ended, Xiaochen received some good news. The one who won the Thunder King's broken mulberry sword was the evil person, Zhong Zhenghao, who competed with Xiaochen for the myriad heaven divine fist. Chapter 754. Rumor had it that after Zhong Zhenghao obtained the broken sword, he left the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's territory and was immediately attacked by the other martial sages. Zhong Zhenghao was too busy to deal with Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen would definitely come for the broken sword of the Thunderwood sword. His grudge with Zhong Zhenghao would not end here. "I hope that you can escape this calamity and help me keep it safe for a while." Xiaochen smiled gently and gave Zhong Zhenghao his blessings. Then, he started to seriously read the myriad heaven divine fist. An unknown storm brewed. The heroes everywhere were sharpening their weapons, no matter what it was for. Xiaochen was already involved. If he wanted to protect himself and obtain benefits, he needed to improve his strength further. The only way to increase his strength in a short time was the myriad heaven divine fist in his hand. This time, when Xiaochen flipped through the golden pages, he let his mental energy pour in like a gushing river, not stopping it. As Xiaochen infused his mental energy, the pages gave off a bright, dazzling golden light. The pages flipped automatically. According to the distant legends, deities descended from the light. Majestic music played on the battlefield. This was an epic legend. As the people sang it, it was passed down through the ages. Without needing to memorize it, the various moves of the myriad heaven divine fist imprinted themselves in Xiaochen's mind. The distant legends of the ancient deity race also presented a magnificent, boundless, and majestic picture before Xiaochen. The radiance of deities and some of the mysteries of the myriad heaven divine fist complementing each other. When Xiaochen completely drained his mental energy, the page stopped in the middle. There were still 3 moves on the latter half of the page that he had not flipped through. The golden light in Xiaochen's eyes dimmed continuously. It flickered with a faint, majestic light, rampaging wildly within. Without needing to comprehend it at all, Xiaochen completely understood the mysteries of the first 4 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist. Closing his eyes, Xiaochen started to absorb these mysteries. After a while, he opened his eyes. The light was no longer dimmed. However, his pitch-black eyes seemed even more filled with intelligence. As Xiaochen's gaze paused on the pages of the secret manual, he felt that it was a pity. If he had more mental energy, he would have been able to comprehend the last few moves of the myriad heaven divine fist. He gently flipped through the pages with his fingers, but no light appeared. After reading through the entire content, he was still confused and had no idea what to do. The deity race's martial techniques are truly incredible. As long as one has sufficient mental energy, one can directly comprehend the mysteries within. Without spiritual power, even if I look at it, I won't have a clue. Shao Chen closed the secret manual again. Still not satisfied, he said, if only I could read the last 3 moves in one go. If an outsider heard this, they would probably go mad with anger. With the mental strength of an ordinary martial artist, they would be overjoyed to be able to see a complete move. This fellow had seen 4 moves in one go, yet he was still not satisfied. Even the peerless geniuses of the god race would be inferior to Shao Chen in this realm. Furthermore, Shao Chen was so dissatisfied. He was really not afraid of the wrath of the heavens and the people. The myriad heaven divine fist had a total of 7 moves. Each move was incredibly strong. They were distant legend, radiance of deities, deities descending, chains of deities, eternal myth, dusk of deities, and the final move, burial of deities. Shao Chen did not have enough mental strength to see the last 3 moves. He could only plan for them in the future. After taking a deep breath, Shao Chen stretched his body and prepared to practice the first move of the myriad heaven divine fist, distant legend. After taking a deep breath and recovering some of his mental strength, Shao Chen started to circulate the distant legend. The various mysteries of the divine fist appeared in Shao Chen's mind without much thought. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Shao Chen's pitch-black eyes. A resonant poem resounded in the world. It sounded like countless believers were singing in praise, praising the legendary deities. The poem was holy and resonant, flowing continuously. When they merged together, it traversed the river of stars and time, reaching the other side. The golden light in Shao Chen's eyes grew denser. His entire body was covered in light. His vital qi, veritable essence energy, and mental energy drained rapidly. Vaguely, Shao Chen seemed to sense the deep gazes of the deities in the heavenly kingdom, far beyond the other side. That was a distant legend. At this moment, Shao Chen felt it personally. The energy traversed the distance between time and space and the other side, pouring into his body. Shao Chen soared into the air and punched. His fist whistled, and the sound it gave off overlapped with the holy song. Space trembled, and the golden light immediately burst out, filling the air and turning it into a golden canvas that lingered for a long time. Shao Chen gently turned around and landed on the ground. When he saw the dense golden light in the air, joy appeared in his eyes. In that earlier punch, Shao Chen's mental energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy actually merged together, forming a new energy. If someone had stood in front of him earlier, the light from his fist would have been enough to turn that person into dust. Shao Chen did not stop to rest. He continued practicing the second move of the myriad heaven divine fist. Distant legend, the deities of the other side, I pray in my heart, praying for the deities to send down their radiance to wash away the boundless darkness and sin of this world. On the other side of space and time, the many gazes that Shao Chen sensed earlier all focused on him. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, beams of golden light carrying vast and majestic energy traversed the boundless space and time, breaking through the void for thousands of kilometers, gathering on Shao Chen's body. The golden light on Shao Chen's body did not fade. His hair fluttered in the wind, scattering golden motes of light. The instant the light descended, Shao Chen instantly attacked, punching the void again. Boom! Silently, the golden light flowed along Shao Chen's fist and formed a huge and dazzling pillar of light. Then, it shot forward, opening a golden passageway. Everywhere the pillar of light passed, all obstacles turned to dust. This was the radiance of the deities. Deities descending. For the third move of the myriad heaven divine fist, a golden figure appeared high in the sky. It tore through the barrier of the sky and scattered the boundless clouds. Then, it landed on Shao Chen's body with a whoosh. Instantly, Shao Chen's aura soared. As his clothes fluttered, it seemed like everything bowed to him. As he walked, heaven and earth trembled. The energy in Xiao Chen's body soared for no reason. Deities descending seemed to have the same effect as the strength character art's 33-fold increase in combat prowess. Both could instantly multiply one's combat prowess. The difference was that the strength character art was more tyrannical, directly increasing one's combat prowess by 33-fold. Even if one's veritable essence energy could not bear it, it would not just increase it by 2 or 3 times. Once executed, it would increase one's combat prowess by 33-fold. If one's physical body was not strong enough, even if one killed the enemy, one would be exhausted, losing all combat prowess. This was also why Xiao Chen would not execute the strength character art unless he had no other choice. As for deities descending, although it was not as tyrannical and exaggerated as 33-fold combat prowess, it used the power of an ancient deity king, so the burden on one's body was not as great. Bang! Xiao Chen's aura soared continuously. His expression remained calm as he punched the ground ferociously. There was no earth-shattering sound. 100-meter-wide pits silently appeared in the ground. There was no dust filling the air. The force of one punch directly crushed all the dust into nothing. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist, and a divine light immediately shot out from his body, shooting into the sky like a meteor. Xiao Chen's aura plummeted, and the originally vast and boundless energy instantly scattered. The force of one punch can bring out about 10-fold combat prowess. It is far inferior to the strength character art. However, it is more useful to me now. Xiao Chen analyzed calmly as he looked at the deep pit in the ground. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he said, "With this punch, I can defeat Wu Yuankai, who only has 1/3 of his veritable essence energy left." The myriad heaven divine fist did not exhaust much veritable essence energy. It relied on vital qi and mental energy. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness still had more than 1 million kilograms of force. However, he had not developed it sufficiently. Not to mention mental energy, just vital qi alone could already exert 1 million kilograms of force. However, Xiao Chen still used the superior grade earth-rank dragon claw fist, which could no longer keep up with his progress. Today, the myriad heaven divine fist utilized the 2 great treasures in Xiao Chen's body to their fullest potential. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chen looked calmly to the front and circulated the 4th move of the myriad heaven divine fist. As he circulated his mental energy and vital qi drained. 99 golden chains appeared out of nowhere behind Xiao Chen. Divine scripts flowed on the golden chains. As they spun, they looked like long dragons, carrying an overwhelming aura as they charged forward. They were like a vast army, vast and mighty. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the 99 golden chains vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The greatest use of the divine chains was for sealing. Without a strong target, it would be hard to test out its might without actual combat. After executing the 4th move, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to continue comprehending. After all, there were some mysteries that he knew in his heart. However, only by putting them into action could he truly understand them. After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were clear. He entered deep thought. The myriad heaven divine fist should still be lacking something. However, he could not figure out what exactly it was. Based on Xiao Chen's understanding, the might of this fist technique should be far beyond this. In the future, when he advanced to martial sage, he might be able to see even further. Perhaps he might be able to touch the other side of the starry heavens, the distant legend of the deity race's heavenly nation that never faded. 5 days later, Nangong Qiong removed her extravagant attire and replaced it with plain clothes, concealing the noble aura in her bloodline. Then, she appeared before Xiao Chen. She sized up Xiao Chen and felt it was strange. After not seeing him for 5 days, Xiao Chen seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. However, his cultivation clearly had not improved much. Nangong Qiong thought of something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Xiao Chen, how many moves of the myriad heaven divine fist that you obtained from the auction?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not tell Nangong Qiong the truth. This girl's origins were mysterious, and she was very strong. He could not figure her out. Furthermore, she was very cunning. She was not as simple as she looked on the surface. When traveling with this girl, he needed to be more careful. Let's not talk about this. Since you came to look for me, you should be setting off, right? Nangong Cheong was rather tactful. Since Xiao Chen was not willing to say, she did not pursue the matter. She only made a mental note of it. Then, she smiled and said, "That's right. With our speed, we should be able to reach the Eternal Heavenly Sword School in 5 days." Chapter 755. Xiao Chen tidied himself up and asked casually, "Aren't you afraid that Mo Lingtian will recognize you if you go to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School like this?" Nangong Cheong smiled and said, "Naturally, I am not afraid. I have only been in Hunluo City for a month or so. Don't worry." Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen had guessed. This woman should be a high-ranking member of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's headquarters and not an insignificant supremacy of the local Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Not long after stepping out of the courtyard, Xiao Chen sensed that someone was watching him. Nangong Cheong also frowned slightly and said, "You really have a lot of troubles. Should we deal with them first?" Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he guessed who it was. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "There is no need to care. He is waiting for me to leave the city, and I am also waiting for him." After leaving the city and traveling 50 kilometers, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted on a remote path. As expected, he saw Wu Yuankai with a ferocious expression and surging killing qi. Wu Yuankai wore a pair of dark gold gloves. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his face twitched. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You are really bold. You left the city in less than 10 days. Do you really think that I was just joking? Why is this fellow so daring? Can't he see that I'm standing together with Nangong Cheong?" Xiao Chen thought, finding it strange. However, Xiao Chen discovered that Nangong Cheong was smiling faintly. At some point in time, she had already moved a kilometer away. Her arms were crossed over her chest, as if this matter did not concern her. "This woman, today, I have nothing to fear. Let's see what else you can do. Die." Before Xiao Chen could think, Wu Yuankai had already charged over with a flourishing aura. His fists swept out wildly, and many sinister underworld rivers surged over. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the attack. Wu Yuankai had been suppressing his anger for so many days, and this was the time when his aura was at its peak. He would let him vent his anger first. Bang, bang, bang. The nether rivers covered in black energy danced in the air like raging dragons. The cries of vengeful spirits echoed endlessly, as if a terrifying purgatory had descended upon the mortal realm. Wu Yuankai's black hair was scattered, and his expression was ferocious. He glared at Xiao Chen, who was dodging all over the place, and chased after him. His fist, which was wrapped in a pair of dark gold gloves, shot out a power that caused the air to tremble, rumbling non-stop. "White-robed brat, weren't you very powerful that day? Why are you so timid now?" Rage burned in Wu Yuankai's heart. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was avoiding the fight, and shouted arrogantly and delightedly. As his white robes fluttered, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored him. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually swung it, scattering the fist wind. As the nether river filled the sky, Xiao Chen rode on the blue dragon image, moving back and forth like the wind. Under Wu Yuankai's wild attacks, huge pits appeared on the ground. Dirt flew everywhere, filling the air with dust and covering the sun. "Bastard. If you have the guts, then don't run." Relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen flew up and down. Wu Yuankai did his best, sending out all sorts of horrifying attacks. However, they always brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulders. At first, Wu Yuankai's delighted shout turned into a roar of rage and dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's heart turned cold. He had already made up his mind to make this person stay, not leaving behind any future problems. Naturally, he would not care about the other party's verbal attacks. "It's about time. After another 100 moves, Wu Yuankai's aura ran out. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. The aura that he had been suppressing for a long time burst out. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. If I do not make a move, then I will let you shout as you please. However, if I make a move, it will definitely be earth-shattering, incomparably sharp. Xiaochen stomped on the air with his right foot, and the surging black nether river immediately scattered, turning into black rain falling down. Before Wu Yuankai could react, Xiaochen turned into a true dragon and soared into the air. Then, he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out endlessly. The black nether river dancing chaotically in the air scattered like dry weeds before Xiaochen's soaring saber light. Wu Yuankai's expression turned startled. He had not expected Xiaochen, who had been suppressing himself for so long, to unleash such a startling might after making his move. Without much time to think, Wu Yuankai moved his fists and materialized the 9 layers of purgatory painting at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself, my aura flourishes. The momentum of a true dragon soaring is completely formed. How can the 9 layers of purgatory that you materialized in a hurry block it? In merely the blink of an eye, Xiaochen scattered the newly formed 9 layers of purgatory. The dragon soared into the sky, its momentum not decreasing. Wu Yuankai cursed. He had no choice but to receive this move head-on. Bang! His protective quintessence nearly shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips as he retreated 100 steps. He glared hatefully at Xiaochen and immediately launched a counterattack. However, even though Wu Yuankai was fast, Xiaochen was even faster. Since Xiaochen had already caused his opponent's momentum to plummet, how could he give him a chance to turn things around? Ghostly image chop. The saber lights split apart, and Xiaochen sent out 72 saber lights, forming a sea of lightning that knocked Wu Yuankai back again. Following that, there was another unpredictable saber chi. Wu Yuankai had experienced this before, so he dodged in advance, narrowly dodging the saber chi. The saber chi brushed past him. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. After his first attack failed, Xiaochen immediately turned around and executed the first move of the dragon subduing slash, not caring about the quintessence consumption. A blue dragon broke out of the vast sea mysterious phenomenon. Its ferocious roar resounded throughout the world. The 300-meter dragon-shaped saber chi carried a vast dragon might as it hacked at Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai moved back 6 times in a row, repeatedly retreating. He could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood, vomiting it. Then, he said in a crazed manner, "Ha ha ha. Come on. Continue. Continue. This old man wants to see how many resources you can squander." Xiaochen remained silent. He swung his saber 4 more times, sending out a total of 10 blue dragon goes to sea before he stopped. Wu Yuankai, who had been knocked back in the air, was now in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and his complexion was pale. Blood continuously leaked out of a corner of his lips. In reality, even if the 7 giants used 10 heaven-ranked martial techniques consecutively, they would not fare much better than Wu Yuankai. Nangong Qiong, who had already retreated 3 kilometers away, revealed a shocked expression. She said, "Is this fellow crazy? No matter how much quintessence he has, he should not use it like this." Wu Yuankai, who was in a sorry state, looked at Xiaochen, who had sheathed his saber. Then, he reared his head back and laughed maniacally. He said, "Who asked you to be so arrogant? Guy." 9 underworld rivers descended from the sky behind Wu Yuankai. His quintessence surged as he charged over with an overwhelming baleful aura. Myriad heaven divine fist, distant legend. Xiaochen casually tossed the lunar shadow saber to the ground. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiaochen's eyes. Suddenly, countless resonant sagely songs resounded in the air. A vast divine aura radiated from Xiao Chen's body, which gave off a golden glow. Xiao Chen, who had exhausted most of his quintessence, charged over fearlessly at the frenzied Wu Yuan Kai. As Xiao Chen moved, the sagely songs surrounded him. The gazes of the deities on the other side of the starry heavens opened their eyes and focused on him. Bang! Xiao Chen punched, and his fist merged with the sagely songs. A boundless golden light poured out. In that instant, the 9 sinister underworld rivers, which covered the sky, were illuminated by the light, leaving nowhere to run. Chi. The black underworld rivers were purified into strands of black chi that scattered into the air. Wu Yuankai bore the brunt of the attack. When the light landed on him, it was like a flame burning him up, causing him to cry out in pain. Radiance of deities. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His black hair gave off a golden light as it fluttered wildly in the air. The gazes of the deities crossed the distance between the starry heavens and the other side and focused on him. Xiao Chen's fist burst forth with a bright light, looking like a small golden sun, dazzling and dazzling. Wu Yuankai had just gotten rid of the golden light on his body. When he saw this piercing golden light, he was so frightened that he paled. Didn't this fellow exhaust his quintessence? How can he still be so powerful? The golden pillar of light turned into a fist wind as it flew forward. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered, but the light did not fade. Wu Yuankai did not dare to be careless. He unleashed all the heavenly sage laws that he had comprehended, quickly materializing a complete underworld river with 9 coils around him. At this moment, Wu Yuankai brought out the might of the blood shadow underworld river fist to its limits. When it clashed with the blazing pillar of light, it gave off a horrifying sound. Shock waves surged out in the air. Nangong Qiong, who was 3 kilometers away, changed her expression slightly. She quickly retreated, and the golden shock waves brushed past her face. If she had retreated any later, she would have been caught up in the shock waves. When she felt the hot wind on her face, her expression turned extremely grave. In a mere 5 days, he learned 2 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist. This fellow is truly unfathomable. However, what shocked Nangong Qiong even more was that when Wu Yuankai faced Xiao Chen, who executed the light of deities, he felt like leaving. After clashing head-on several times, Wu Yuankai was severely injured. Originally, he thought that after Xiao Chen exhausted his quintessence, he could do whatever he wanted to him. However, he did not know where Xiao Chen learned such a horrifying fist technique. As Xiao Chen watched Wu Yuankai flee in a sorry state, his lips curled up. He said in a low voice, "It is already too late to think of running now." Deities descending. The golden image of a deity sovereign tore through the barrier of the sky for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was like a divine light entering Xiao Chen's body. Instantly, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He gave off a bright light, and everything in the world prostrated themselves in worship. Even Nangong Qiong's mental state changed somewhat. The image of Xiao Chen in her eyes was like a deity, deterring all thoughts of resistance. Bang! Xiao Chen pushed off the air, and the entire space shook. Cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern on the ground, forming bottomless ravines. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiao Chen caught up to the fleeing Wu Yuankai in an instant. Berserk energy burst out from his fist. Wu Yuankai could not resist at all. With one punch, his body exploded into a shower of blood, filling the air. The divine light in Xiao Chen's body faded away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Yuankai's spatial ring and the pair of valuable dark gold gloves into his universe ring. With a casual wave, the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground returned to Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he gently landed before Nangong Qiong. Pa! 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 A cheerful smile appeared on Nangong Qiong's face. She clapped her jade-like hands and said, "Young Master Xiao is very skilled. No wonder you dared to challenge by Wuxia." After watching the show for so long, Xiao Chen only said this. He could not feel happy about having this woman as his companion. Chapter 756. After the 2 of them left, they did not know that in the clouds 3,000 meters in the sky, a pair of pearl-like eyes had seen everything that had just happened. Whoosh! In the clouds, little heavenly monkey, the genius of the fiend domain's giant ape race, gently landed on the ground. Looking at the cobweb-like ravines on the ground, Fang's frivolous face revealed a grave expression under his messy hair. This fellow's myriad heaven divine fist is actually much stronger than several of the young deity race experts. There is also that girl. If I am not wrong, she should be a descendant of a hidden sovereign clan. Feng raised his head and watched the two leave. His lips curled up slightly as he said, however, this is good as well. Snatching the great rock spreading wings painting piece from the trash of the 6 great sects is simply too boring. However, he would have to postpone his promise to his first uncle. Feng pushed off the ground and instantly moved 1 kilometer forward. There was no wind or waves, no sound at all as he vanished from where he was. 5 days later, Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong arrived at the gate at the foot of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. It was a continuous mountain range that towered into the clouds. Spiritual mist spread throughout the mountain range, giving off a refreshing smell. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they would feel refreshed. When one looked up, there was an indistinct spiritual light between the mountain peaks, forming rings of different colors in the sky. The rings of light were hidden in the clouds, appearing and disappearing, adding to the mystery. Xiao Chen looked around and said, I did not expect this Eternal Heavenly Sword School to have more than 10 rank 4 spirit veins in the main peak. Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. They could produce superior grade spirit stones. 10 rank 4 spirit veins could produce a large number of rank 4 spirit stones in a year. Nangong Qiong's lips curled up as she said, your horizons are really extraordinary. Of these 10 peak spirit veins, none of them are of high quality. Only the main peak has a high-quality peak spirit vein. Such a huge rank 8 sect does not even have a holy spirit vein. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is only a so-so. At the foot of the mountain was a vast drill ground. More than 1,000 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect disciples were practicing the lightning light fleeing shadows sword technique. Sparks of lightning leaped on the swords. As the sword lights danced, they guided the thunderclouds materialized by the state of thunder above their heads. More than 1,000 disciples executed the same sword technique, and it was the same concept. Every single move could easily cause wind and thunder and lightning to rumble. The scene looked extremely grand, giving off a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, if a martial sage wanted to barge in forcefully, he would definitely be beaten back miserably. Nangong Qiong looked at the thousands of inner sect disciples on the drill ground with mighty auras. She smiled meaningfully and said, what a great thunder light fleeing shadows sword. Unfortunately, the only thing worth praising in this Eternal Heavenly Sword School is not your own. As Xiao Chen looked at this girl, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This Nangong Qiong seemed to have a great background. Unexpectedly, she knew that the Thunder King created this thunder light fleeing shadows sword. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, looked at the huge statue of the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage on the drill ground. She was stunned. She had not expected the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage to be this person. Little Ao Jiao, do you recognize who that Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is? Ao Jiao's voice turned somewhat cold as she replied, this person came to the Kunlun realm together with the Thunder King. Sangmu took good care of him and had a deep friendship with him. How could he claim all the martial techniques that the Thunder King created for himself? Mo Lingtian is here. You know what to say later, right? Nangong Qiong suddenly said. Xiao Chen stood outside the mountain gates and looked in. Mo Lingtian led a group of people through the drill ground, heading towards the two of them in a grandiose manner. Mo Lingtian must have made arrangements long ago, sending people to guard Xiao Chen at the foot of the mountain. Hence, before the two of them entered the mountain gates, Mo Lingtian came out. After leaving the mountain gates, Mo Lingtian led the group of people over to Xiao Chen. His handsome face did not reveal any expression as he said casually, "You are here." As Mo Lingtian spoke, he gave off an aloof attitude. It was as though he was giving Xiao Chen a lot of face by letting him come. Xiao Chen did not care about this. He nodded casually and sized up the 5 old men behind the old man without anyone noticing. The 5 old men all had deep auras. They were half-sages. Furthermore, they were half-sages who comprehended heavenly sage laws, only slightly weaker than Wu Yuan Kai. Who is she? I don't think I asked you to bring anyone else. When Mo Lingtian saw Nangong Qiong behind Xiao Chen, his expression changed, and he spoke in an extremely displeased tone. Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong had already arranged what to say. He smiled faintly and said, "This is a friend who came with me from the Sky Dome realm. Her strength is equal to mine. With her accompanying me, I will definitely be able to help you better." Mo Lingtian snorted coldly and sized up Nangong Qiong with a playful gaze. He said coldly, "Xiao Chen, you overestimate yourself. Is someone who is equal to you considered an expert? What do you think I am going to do? I can bring anyone. Bringing you is already breaking the rules. To think that you dare to take the liberty of bringing someone else." Xiao Chen even felt like dying. Not only did Mo Lingtian call him to be a free fighter, but he even showed such an annoying expression. This Mo Lingtian was truly the best of the best. Just as Xiao Chen was about to lose control, Nangong Qiong stepped forward and smiled faintly, releasing some of her aura. Mo Lingtian's expression immediately changed. He said, "A half-sage. I nearly misjudged you. If you can block a palm strike from me, I can bring you along." After Mo Lingtian spoke, he stretched out his right palm. Electricity leaped around his palm, carrying the might of thunder as he sent it towards Nangong Qiong. Mo Lingtian attacked in the time it took for a spark to fly, without any warning. However, Nangong Qiong did not panic at all. She calmly sent out a palm strike. Bang! The 2 palms clashed, and a strong wind immediately surged out, fluttering the clothes of the surrounding people. The dust on the ground also kicked up in that instant. Amidst the dust, Mo Lingtian staggered and stepped back. He almost lost his balance and fell down. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen noticed the image of a pagoda appear around Mo Lingtian. Then, Mo Lingtian withdrew his hand and returned it to his dantian. The instant the pagoda appeared, Mo Lingtian immediately stabilized his retreat. When the dust settled, he appeared calm and unruffled, retreating very elegantly. Shock flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Not bad. You can block a palm strike that I used 50% of my strength with your full strength. You are qualified to come with me." "Lingtian, this woman's origins are unknown. Should we reconsider?" One of the old men behind Mo Lingtian sent a voice projection with a suspicious gaze. Hee. It's fine. A full power strike is only so-so. I already refined the sage-grade pagoda. It will be easy for me to crush these 2. Mo Lingtian appeared extremely confident. He continued to send a voice projection, "After this matter is over, kill Xiao Chen and leave this woman alive. She is still of some use." The 5 old men thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem. Even without Mo Lingtian, if the 5 of them worked together, these 2 would not be able to cause any trouble. Xiao Chen asked secretly, "Nangong Qiong, how much of your strength did you use earlier?" Nangong Qiong smiled craftily and replied with a voice projection, "About 30 to 40%. Xiao Chen wondered what Mo Lingtian would think if he heard Nangong Qiong's words. The full power strike that he thought was only 30 to 40% of Nangong Qiong's strength. At the same time, a similar scene played out at the foot of the mountains of the 6 rank 8 sects of Hunluo province. The top true inheritors of the various sects led several half-sage elders down the mountains in high spirits. In an inn near the flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City, Xianyu, Bai, and the others gathered to discuss the same matter. Aside from the 4 people that Xiao Chen saw back then, there was also a middle-aged man with a deep cultivation and a grave and stern expression. Xianyu said respectfully to this person, "Second uncle, the heavenly rock race's people should have made their move already, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. This time, for the sake of opening the Star Grave Palace, the Heavenly Rock race put in a lot of effort. All the remaining experts of the race are mobilized. Jianghu said sullenly, in the history of the Fiend domain since the ancient era, the Heavenly Rock King is one of the top 10 sovereign Fiend emperors. His grave palace will definitely be filled with danger. If we are not careful, we will fall. The middle-aged man said, the grave palace itself is not dangerous. The cultivators that will come after hearing the news are the greatest problem. However, for the sake of the great rock spreading wings painting and the other treasures that might be in the grave palace, this risk is worth it. After the group discussed for a while, they all went their separate ways and made their final preparations. Only the middle-aged man and Xian Yu remained in the room. The middle-aged man glanced at Xian Yu and smiled. Unexpectedly, you managed to pull Biyao this time. I heard that the Fox King has taken a fancy to Bai and intends to adopt her as his daughter. If you manage to obtain this girl, it will be equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Fox King. Your future will be limitless. Our Xian clan's position in the Spirit Fox race will be even more stable. Xian Yu smiled, feeling very pleased. She is just a little girl. It will be easy for me to capture her. She comprehended the sword heart and even cultivates a mysterious cultivation technique. Her appearance and aura are even better than the young Wang Fei's. If I can obtain her, not only will the Fox King look at me in a new light, but there will also be countless benefits. It might even be possible for me to become the future Fox King. At the foot of the mountain, Shaochen finally learned from Mo Lingtian what this trip was about. The Heavenly Rock King was a sovereign fiend emperor of the Fiend domain's Heavenly Rock race. Before he died, he infused his comprehensions of cultivation into a great rock spreading wings painting. When the Heavenly Rock King was alive, he found a star in the boundless starry river and refined it into a palace. After he died, it became his grave palace. The great rock spreading wings painting was in this grave palace. However, when the great rock spreading wings painting was formed, the experts of the Heavenly Rock race actually started killing each other over the painting. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. If one could obtain the lifetime comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor, it would be of heaven-defying help to one's cultivation and future cultivation. During the fight, the great rock spreading wings painting was broken into several pieces. The moment the painting scroll crumbled, the moment the painting shattered, the horrifying energy that exploded out instantly blasted the peak martial sages of the Heavenly Rock race fighting for the painting into powder. Chapter 757. At that moment, the Star Grave Palace completely closed. According to the Heavenly Rock King's plan, no one above Martial Sage could enter. The Heavenly Rock King broke through the barrier of the sky and flew into the depths of the boundless starry heavens. Due to the Heavenly Rock King's death, the strong Heavenly Rock race's strength had decreased significantly. Furthermore, the peak cultivators of the race had all died in the fight for the painting. The golden age that the Heavenly Rock King created for the Heavenly Rock race was gone forever. The Heavenly Rock race's strength declined sharply. After a few thousand years, the Heavenly Rock race became the weakest of the 100 races of the Fiend domain. Every 100 years, the Star Grave Palace would pass above the Heavenly Rock race. The Heavenly Rock race had never given up on summoning the Star Grave Palace, praying that it could summon the Heavenly Rock race back to its former glory. There was confirmed news that after several generations of attempts by the Heavenly Rock race, the Heavenly Rock race was really going to summon the Star Grave Palace. As time passed, the once mighty Heavenly Rock race left the bustling areas of the Fiend domain long ago. They moved to the borders of the Fiend domain, to the sand region 4,000 kilometers away from Hunluo province. The sand region was a vast desert, desolate and devoid of life. All sorts of ferocious beasts roamed about. There were only a few small oases. For the Heavenly Rock race to end up in such a state, it was easy to imagine how weak it was. If ordinary people could not travel 4,000 kilometers, they would have to travel for a long time. However, to Mo Lingtian's group, it was not particularly far. In fact, it could be said to be very close. Flying skillfully allowed them to travel thousands of kilometers in a day. 8 days later, a seemingly endless golden desert appeared before the eyes of the eight. Mo Lingtian looked at the surging yellow sand and glanced at Xiao Chen behind him. His lips curled up as he said, "There are all sorts of ferocious beasts hiding under this desert. Flame sand snakes, muddy earth lizards, demonic spotted leopards, bone dragons, and many more. There are also the most troublesome gold-corroding worms. Xiao Chen, your physical body is the strongest. You will lead the way. Send us to the heavenly rock race's summoning altar. I will point you in the right direction." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. This fellow is really impolite. Let me just treat it as tempering my physical body. I will settle the score with him later. Looking at Xiao Chen, who obediently came forward, the corners of Mo Lingtian's mouth curled up, revealing a proud smile. What white-robed bladesman? He is like a dog in my hands. Does he really think that he can obtain any benefits? Hee, Ling Tian, you're really something. What white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to challenge by Wuxia. Before young master, he does not even dare to fart. When the 5 elders behind Mo Lingtian saw this, they immediately started to flatter Mo Lingtian. What do the 7 giants count for? I, Tianzhong, am outstanding. In the future, when I control the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, I will definitely become the Eternal Heavenly Emperor and shake the Kunlun realm with my might. Elders, let's go. The few of them sent voice transmissions to each other. Although they did not say it out loud, Nangong Qiong heard everything clearly. When she heard Mo Lingtian's final words, she nearly burst out laughing. Wu Yuankai, one of the insufferably arrogant 10 great evildoers of Hunluo City, could only be beaten up by Xiao Chen. It was unknown where Mo Lingtian got his confidence to look down on Xiao Chen like this. Bang, bang, bang. The blazing sun hung overhead, and yellow sand covered the ground. Occasionally, ferocious beasts leaped out of the sand. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He executed the dragon claw fist and killed these ferocious beasts one by one. As Xiao Chen walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. As his fists and claws moved, dragons roared endlessly. Unless it was a ferocious beast above rank 9, most ferocious beasts would find it hard to survive more than 10 moves from Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen practiced his punches and kicks on the scalding sand, he gained a lot. In the past, Xiao Chen had always cultivated on flat ground. The more complicated ones were grasslands and forests. He had never practiced in a harsh environment like the desert before. The blazing sun of the Kunlun realm was several times larger than that of the Sky Dome realm. This was the first time Xiao Chen experienced its might. Without clouds to block the blazing sun, Xiao Chen's clothes were completely soaked in sweat in less than 2 hours. He looked like he had just been fished out of a river. Xiao Chen's body suffered a torment for no apparent reason. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely stop and rest properly, using his quintessence to block the sun and let himself feel better. However, Xiao Chen felt an incomparable carefree feeling. Under the blazing sun, he circulated his vital qi at full power. The integration of his muscles, bones, and blood seemed to have improved by another level. It felt like he could break through the shackles of a rank 1 sage body at any moment. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He could not help but put in even more effort to kill the ferocious beasts blocking his way. Mo Lingtian looked at the sweating, murderous Xiao Chen a kilometer away. He mocked, indeed, a country bumpkin from the Sky Dome realm. The sun of the Kunlun realm is the strongest yang-attributed flame in the 3,000 great realms. Without clouds to block the sun, an ordinary person would die after being exposed to the sun for 2 hours. Given our cultivation, even if we were exposed to the sun without caring about the exhaustion, we would still end up with fire poison. If not for that, why would this young master care about a few bugs blocking the way? The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect elders also had mocking expressions on their faces as they echoed the elders' words. Nangong Qiong was very experienced. Naturally, she knew that Xiao Chen was not stupid. It was impossible for him not to feel the might of the Kunlun realm sun. There had to be a reason for him to kill the ferocious beasts blocking the way so desperately. Indeed, after observing for a long time, Nangong Cheong finally discovered the secret behind it. She could not help feeling startled. This fellow actually used the Kunlun realm sun to temper his body. Furthermore, it seemed to be very effective. It was laughable that Mo Lingtian and the others mocked Xiao Chen as a country bumpkin, truly ignorant. With Xiao Chen leading the charge, Mo Lingtian and the others had it easy. They only needed to deal with the occasional fish that slipped through the net. 3 days later, the bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crackling sounds. Suddenly, he felt very relaxed. It was like he had just put down a heavy burden. My rank 1 sage body has advanced to rank 2. Xiao Chen casually punched and exploded a flame sand snake that leaped out. Then, he revealed an expression of joy as he squinted at the blazing sun in the sky. Xiao Chen broke through the bottleneck of his rank 1 sage body. This was a pleasant surprise. Mo Lingtian, who was a kilometer away, did not notice the changes in Xiao Chen. As he fought with the ferocious beasts, all sorts of sounds rang out. These sounds were much more intense than the crackling of Xiao Chen's bones. Furthermore, Mo Lingtian did not care about Xiao Chen at all. He felt that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial monarch. No matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen stopped advancing. The figures of the heavenly rock race cultivators finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Mo Lingtian met up with Xiao Chen. As he looked at the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators patrolling in front, he smiled sinisterly and said, "We have arrived. After holding it in for so long, it is time to vent." A purple crystal sword about 2 fingers wide appeared from Mo Lingtian's sleeve. He grasped the sword hilt, and suddenly, a boundless lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered under his feet. Boom! An electric light exploded under Mo Lingtian's feet. His body turned into a bolt of purple lightning and soared into the sky. He was so fast that the naked eye could not catch him. When the lightning disappeared into the horizon, Mo Lingtian's figure landed beside the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators. Electric light leaped around the purple crystal sword, and a sword light flickered. 2 heads flew off with a schwa sound. The 2 heavenly rock race cultivators did not even have a chance to cry out before they were killed. The 5 old men quickly flew over and smiled. Young master's thunder steps are indeed superb. In an instant, you crossed 2 kilometers. Xiao Chen recalled the process of Mo Lingtian executing thunder steps in his mind. After a while, he felt like he had gained something. He felt that this movement technique had many redeeming qualities. Xiao Chen stood beside Mo Lingtian. 5 kilometers below the sand dune, the heavenly rock race's army had already split into a few groups, guarding the surroundings. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense passed through the groups and reached the core, which he could not see with his eyes. Then, he saw a vast and complicated formation. 49 dazzling clumps of light leaped around the nodes of the complicated formation. The overwhelming spiritual energy formed pillars of light soaring into the sky. What a fellow! No wonder he dared to say that he would succeed. He actually gathered 49 peak spirit veins and moved all the spirit veins' origins over. For the sake of this summoning of the Grave Palace, the heavenly rock race probably spent all the savings of the race on it. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. In the center of the formation was an altar filled with an ancient aura. A young man wearing golden armor stood in the middle of the altar. He exuded a sharp aura and a heroic aura. This young man glanced at the surrounding sand dunes. There were people hiding behind them with malicious intentions. His lips curled up in a sinister smile, showing that he did not care. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. A strange thought popped up in his mind. Could the heavenly rock race have purposely leaked the news this time? Mo Lingtian looked around and sized up the place. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "There are really many familiar faces here to join in the excitement. The Bone Mausoleum Halls Wang Ying, the Soaring Serpent Mansions Wo Guan Yuan, the Blood Shadow Sex Ting Peng, the Heavenly Tiger Sex Yun Fei Yang, and the Magnificent Fiend Halls Xiang Fei. There are also several fiend domain geniuses who came from afar. Unfortunately, they will return disappointed. As Mo Lingtian spoke, he seemed to be very proud of himself. Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong directly ignored Mo Lingtian's words. They sent voice projections to each other, discussing how to find an opportunity to deal with these eternal heavenly sword school half-sages after they entered. As night fell, the 49 pillars of light in the formation became even brighter in the dark night. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a resplendent star that was clearly different from the others. It slowly moved across the sky, getting closer to the altar. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Their eyes blazed as they quietly waited for the star to fall. The star that belonged to the heavenly rock king was at its most resplendent in the dark night. At this moment, the heavenly rock king star was at its most resplendent and dazzling. As it moved 5,000 kilometers in an instant, it looked incredibly slow in the eyes of the people below. A hopeful light appeared in Bai's bright eyes, revealing an incredibly determined expression. Bai Chen muttered to herself, "This is the Star Grave Palace. If I can obtain the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, I will not have to look at elder brother Xiao Chen's back anymore." Back then, during the 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen defeated all the outstanding talents and was once the king grade true dragon. While Bai felt incredibly happy for Xiao Chen, she also felt a trace of loneliness as she looked at Xiao Chen walking in front. She had been cultivating in the Heavenly Fiend Palace for a long time, but the distance between her and Xiao Chen had widened. At that time, Bai Chen swore to herself that she would catch up to her elder brother Xiao Chen. Then, Bai would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with him and not just look at Xiao Chen's back anymore. Chapter 758. I can definitely do it. Bai Chen clenched her fair hands tightly. She had suffered a lot in the past 2 years. She would definitely be able to make her elder brother Xiao Chen look at her in a different light. Xian Yu stretched out his hand to place it on Bai's shoulder. He revealed a smile and said, "Later, when the Grave Palace falls, Bai, just follow behind me." Bai smiled faintly and dodged Xian Yu's hand. She said, "Thank you, elder brother Xian Yu. At that time, elder brother Xian Yu had better protect yourself. Bai will not let you worry about me." Xian Yu pulled back his hand that missed. An indiscernible rage flashed on his handsome face. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Very well. However, if you need help, just let me know immediately." The dazzling star, the heavenly rock king who had fallen long ago. However, the grave palace still allowed him to shine. Even after thousands of years, it could still attract the attention of many outstanding talents. All this was because he was a sovereign martial emperor, the king of emperors. Nangong Qiong looked around and frowned slightly. Then, she sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen, "This time, even if you and I work together, we might not be able to suppress everyone. Aside from the trash of the 6 great factions, unexpectedly, there are other people." Seeing Xiao Chen's doubts, Nangong Qiong placed her hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. A strange energy spread out, and a scene in the distance appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was as if he could touch it. "This is," Nangong Qiong smiled and said, "Heaven and Earth audiovisual art." The scene changed and fixed on a beautiful youth in white. Nangong Qiong said, "This is a genius cultivator of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. He is not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. He is not someone that Mo Lingtian can compare to. The girl beside him is a peak genius of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race that rose to fame in the past year. She possesses a supreme cultivation technique of the fiend race from the immortal epoch. Her appearance and talent are 1 in 10,000. She even caught the eye of the Fox King. She is known as one of the 3 great beauties of the fiend domain. Some of the spirit fiend descendants are interested in her." Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 2 years, the innocent little girl from back then already had such a reputation. The scene before Xiao Chen changed. A sloppy-looking young man with messy hair and a pair of gem-like eyes appeared in the clouds. Don't be fooled by this person's appearance. He is a genuine monstrous genius from the giant ape race. He is extremely famous in the fiend realm and is known as the Little Heavenly Monkey. Many spirit fiend descendants are inferior to him. Aside from this, Nangong Cheong had overlooked several young fiend race cultivators. They were probably not worthy of her attention, but in reality, none of these people were weaker than the direct disciples of the 6 major sections. Finally, the scene stopped on a sand dune in the distance. On the sand dune stood a young swordsman dressed in black. He had a cold expression and stood as straight as a javelin. The swordsman stood quietly on the sand dune, as if he had merged with the night. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to discover his existence. However, once one discovered him, he would be like a powerful treasure sword, deeply imprinted in one's mind. No matter what, one would not be able to forget him. That swordsman's pitch-black eyes were like black gemstones, even darker than the night, even more lonely and desolate. This is our greatest enemy on this trip. This person is called Yen Shirsan. Aside from the people of the 7 giants, no one in the younger generation of your Tianwu domain knows him. Yen was an extremely ancient family name. At the start of the martial epoch, when the human race prospered, the Yen clan was already a sovereign noble clan. By the time the ancient era ended, the Yen clan had already existed for more than 50,000 years. Nangong Cheong continued, he is the scion of a sovereign noble clan, the Yen clan. I really can't figure out why he is not cultivating in the profound domain but here. He mainly cultivates the sword Dao and already has 1 foot in the threshold of martial sage. The great rock spreading wings painting is not very useful to him. The flourishing heaven pavilion was spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Aside from auctions, they also dealt in intelligence. Xiaochen did not find it strange that Nangong Cheong knew so much. Xiaochen looked at the golden-armored youth of the heavenly rock race on the altar and asked, do you know the origins of that heavenly rock race cultivator wearing golden armor? Nangong Cheong glanced at him and replied, this person is called Mingyu, the son of the heavenly rock race's clan head. His talent and strength are not bad. Unfortunately, the heavenly rock race has too few resources. Otherwise, he would be someone on the same level as the little heavenly monkey. Based on Nangong Cheong's words, she did not care about this golden-armored youth. However, Xiaochen had a different opinion. The situation is different from what I thought. Mo Lingtian is no longer of any value. Later, you should directly kill him. The Sage-grade secret treasure pagoda is yours. I will split 70% of his treasures with you. Originally, Nangong Cheong had intended to use Mo Lingtian to hide her identity to prevent being surrounded. However, now that a few people with backgrounds no weaker than hers arrived, there was no longer a need to hide her identity. Xiaochen smiled and said, interesting. Since I am going to make a move, you still want to take 70%? Nangong Cheong raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. Then, she immediately smiled and said, good, it is settled, then. The sage-grade pagoda is yours. You take 70% of the treasures, and I will split 30. I fell for it. This girl is just digging a hole for me. Without doing anything, she obtained 30% of Mo Lingtian's treasures. Interacting with this girl is really worrisome. Xiao Chen, later, when the Star Grave Palace falls, we will do the same. You will take the lead and help us carve out a path, Mo Lingtian said casually. Mo Lingtian said casually, as if he was giving orders to the world. However, he did not know that Xiao Chen and Nangong Cheong had already ignored him. They were secretly discussing how to split the treasures after killing him. As the two spoke, the resplendent star outside the barrier of the sky completely overlapped with the direction of the altar. The heavenly rock race elders, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately took action, quickly forming hand seals. The complicated formation lit up with a boundless light. The 49 spirit veins' origins drained at a visible rate. When the spirit veins' origins were completely drained, a boundless suction suddenly came from the altar, locking down the Star Grave Palace in the sky. In the next moment, the Star Grave Palace descended at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it touched the barrier of the sky. A bright fiery light blazed in the night sky, blazing fiercely. It was a wondrous scene, magnificent and magnificent. As the fiery light spread, the star-grave palace broke through the barrier of the sky, slowly appearing before everyone's eyes. Boom! 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 Countless fiery lights shot out like meteors, shooting across the vast desolate desert and exploding in a chain of horrifying sounds. At this moment, everyone held their breath as they looked at the sky. A small castle-like grave palace floated in the air, looking like it would fall at any moment. Whoosh! 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 The 1,000-odd heavenly rock race cultivators all shot up, quickly flying towards the entrances of the grave palace. The other cultivators, who had been waiting outside for a long time, all flew over as well. Several incredible people even rushed into the entrances ahead of the heavenly rock race cultivators. Lights of various colors flickered in the night sky. The scene turned chaotic. Mo Lingtian frowned slightly. It looked like the grave palace was about to land, but Xiaoqin did not move at all. He shouted angrily, "Xiaoqin, didn't I tell you to open a path for us? Are you tired of living? Why are you still not moving?" As Mo Lingtian spoke, Xiaoqin moved. However, this action startled the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's half-sage elders. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Bang! Without giving Mo Lingtian any chance to react, Xiaoqin, who was very close, directly executed deities descending and punched Mo Lingtian's head, turning it into a shower of blood. Mo Lingtian, who had always been arrogant and did not care about Xiaoqin, died just like that from Xiaoqin's punch that multiplied his combat prowess tenfold. It was direct and efficient, extremely miserable. The other 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sage elders immediately felt dizzy. Why did the white-robed bladesman, who did whatever he was told to do earlier, attack Mo Lingtian so boldly? Furthermore, when Xiaoqin attacked, he erupted with a horrifying aura and a surging golden fist wind, completely suppressing everyone present. By the time they reacted, Xiaoqin had already stretched out his hand to grab the sage-grade pagoda that flew out of Mo Lingtian's body and put it into his universe ring. "You! How bold! How dare you kill the top true inheritor of our Eternal Heavenly Sword School?" The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School elders pointed at Xiaoqin with murderous intent. Boom! The star-grave palace landed on the ground. Heaven and earth shook, and an overwhelming sound drowned out the voices of the 5 half-sages. The surging shock waves that followed, filling the air with yellow sand, knocked Xiaoqin's group into the air. Although the energy contained in the shock waves was great, they were rather scattered. Although Xiaoqin and the others were knocked back, they did not suffer any injuries. The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sage elders stabilized themselves and glared at Xiaoqin. Their killing chi surged like a vast ocean. "Xiaoqin, to think that you are so despicable. Earlier, you killed the clan head of a subordinate clan of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. My clan's disciple was kind and did not make things difficult for you. To think that you repaid kindness with enmity, sneak attacking us." One of the elders exclaimed in rage. They had been relying on Mo Lingtian. In the future, when Mo Lingtian became the sect master of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he would give them countless benefits. However, now that Mo Lingtian died, there would definitely be a new top true inheritor. A new emperor would recruit his own subordinates. The new top true inheritor would definitely have his own subordinates. How could there be any benefits for them? "You must die. Even if you have the Haotian sect backing you, we will kill you today." Xiaoqin silently circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and laughed loudly. Then, he shouted coldly, "What is the point of saying so much? You are all very clear on what you are planning. You want to kill me, but I do not intend to let you leave alive. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want to me?" The 5 were only slightly stronger than Situ Lei and much weaker than Wu Yuankai. Now that Xiaoqin had learned a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, why would he care about them? Sagely songs, singing a distant legend. A grand and majestic song rang out. Xiaoqin flew forward without hesitation. With every step he took, a golden light shone down. Sagely songs surrounded him, and a holy aura spread out. This is the aura of the deity race's superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. How does he know it? The 5 half-sage elders exchanged looks, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Chapter 759. Boom! A golden fist wind surged out. Xiao Chen's vital qi, mental energy, and quintessence gathered to form a strong golden energy, forming a vast radiance that spread out in an instant. The 5 attacked at the same time. They all executed their martial techniques but still could not block. That radiance shattered their quintessence martial techniques. The 5 eternal heavenly sword school half-sages vomited a mouthful of blood and took 100 steps back. Their eyes were filled with horror. Let's go. This brat is too demonic. We are not a match for him. Let's go back and report this to the sect master and get him to invite the Supreme Elder out. The 5 eternal heavenly sword school half-sages actually wanted to retreat from Xiao Chen's punch. You think you can leave? Radiance of deities. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. The deities of the Pramitha heavenly nation focused their gazes on him. His body immediately shone with an indescribably dazzling light. He looked like a deity walking in the world. The golden light on Xiao Chen's fist was as dazzling as the sun. When he punched, a majestic golden pillar of light immediately shot out. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered and the air burned. The pillar of light struck the 5 flying half-sage elders. It was like they were struck by lightning. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and stood upright. The golden light on his body slowly faded away. However, the golden radiance in the air lingered for a long time, looking immortal. His figure flashed as he rode on the blue dragon. Then, Xiao Chen attacked the 5 half-sages, killing them expressionlessly. When Nangong Qiong, who was behind, saw this scene, she was flabbergasted. Earlier, when Xiao Chen killed Imo Lingtian in one move, he had relied on a surprise attack. But this time, he'd actually killed 5 half-saints. Although these 5 were not worth mentioning among half-sages, much weaker than Wu Yuankai and those demonic geniuses, they were still 5 half-sages. However, these were still 5 half-sages, after all. Xiao Chen had casually killed them. This was somewhat shocking. Even with the myriad heaven divine fist, he should not be this strong. After all, he was only a superior grade martial monarch. There was only one explanation, and that was that his psychic energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was comparable to the geniuses of the god race. His spiritual force was comparable to the geniuses of the god race, and he also possessed a vast amount of true essence that far surpassed the god race. With the 3 combined, the myriad heaven divine fist seemed to be tailor-made for him. Compared to the geniuses of the deity race, he could bring out even more power. Nangong Qiong thought for a while and immediately figured out what was going on. The strength of the Xiao Chen before her was probably no weaker than any of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. The myriad heaven divine fist displayed its might once again. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. As the purple thunder divine incantation tempered mental energy, his mental energy had always been far superior to that of ordinary people. But most of the time, mental energy could only be used as divine sense for detection. It was like a pearl covered in dust, completely wasted. After obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist, this pearl shone brilliantly, revealing its extraordinary might. In the future, when the purple thunder divine incantation advanced to the 7th layer, Xiao Chen's mental energy would continue to increase. At that time, he might be able to learn the deeper mysteries of the myriad heaven divine fist in advance. Xiao Chen took out the spatial rings of the 5 half-sages and scanned them with his spiritual sense. First, he counted the astral coins in them. There was a total of 300,000 astral coins. It looked like as elders of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, these 5 were not particularly rich. Xiao Chen had obtained more than 200,000 astral coins from Wu Yuankai alone. Furthermore, that was not including the valuable pair of dark gold gloves. Ding! Nangong Qiong tossed out a spatial ring and said with a smile, This is Mo Lingtian's spatial ring. I already took 30% of it. The remaining 70% is yours. Xiao Chen casually caught the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He discovered 300,000 astral coins, all sorts of medicinal pills, and a secret manual for the Thunder Steps. He wondered if that lass kept her promise and only took 30% of the profits. However, even if she did not keep her promise, Xiao Chen could not fall out with this girl immediately. Firstly, he did not know her limits. Secondly, this girl clearly understood the Star-Grave Palace a lot. After he entered, he would definitely need to rely on her. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen now had more than 1,000,000 astral coins. His wealth had definitely soared, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Looking around, there was not a single person to be seen in the previously bustling place. Without exception, everyone had surged into the massive Star Tomb Palace. Nangong Qiong, did you notice that the many heavenly rock race cultivators all flew in before the Star-Grave Palace fell? However, there was one person who did not move. Xiao Chen asked calmly as he looked at the Star-Grave Palace. Surprised, Nangong Qiong asked, "Who?" When the Star-Grave Palace fell, if one stood below, one would definitely be crushed to death. The heavenly rock race's young clan head, Ming Yu. Did you see wrong? Absolutely not. I saw him standing on the altar with my own eyes. He did not fly up with the other heavenly rock race cultivators. When Nangong Qiong heard this, her expression changed. She said, "The situation is not good. I probably underestimated this person earlier. We have to go in quickly." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Wait for a while. Let me refine that sage-grade pagoda first before we enter." With a flip of his hand, an exquisite pagoda flew out of the universe ring. After the pagoda flew out, it immediately soared into the sky, trying to leave. The sage-grade pagoda already had a trace of spirituality. It instinctively did not want to be refined by others. How could Xiao Chen let it go? His strong mental energy locked the pagoda in place. Then, he sent his spiritual sense into the core of the pagoda and erased Mo Lingtian's spiritual mark, replacing it with his own. After nourishing it for a while, Xiao Chen's spiritual mark completely occupied the pagoda, wiping out the aura that Mo Lingtian left behind. With a thought, the pagoda turned into a beam of light and returned to Xiao Chen's chest. Then, it merged with his flesh and blood, becoming one. This was the ability of a sage-grade secret treasure. Nangong Qiong could not help feeling somewhat jealous. This fellow's mental energy is really heaven-defying. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to refine this sage-grade secret treasure without 3 to 5 days. However, Xiao Chen did it as easily as if he was eating or drinking. Come, let's enter the Grave Palace. After refining this pagoda, Xiao Chen's confidence in his strength increased. Then, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of a grave palace. A dark passageway appeared before the two. Cold chi came from the walls on both sides of the passageway, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Chen quickly circulated his quintessence and forced out the cold chi. How cold! Why does it feel like I fell into an ice cave? Nangong Qiong carefully looked around and said casually, "The Heavenly Rock King used a heavenly ice star to forge this grave palace. The temperature of the heavenly ice star is comparable to ice marrow. Be careful, don't let the cold chi invade your body. Otherwise, it will turn into a cold poison." After walking for a while, Nangong Qiong stretched out her hand and pressed a spot on the wall. The wall opened, and a grave room appeared before the two. Unfortunately, aside from simple decorations, there was nothing else in there. The auras of any treasures did not leak out. The two continued forward. Along the way, Nangong Qiong opened up many hidden grave rooms. However, she did not gain anything from them. Occasionally, she found pleasant surprises, but they were just small items. After walking for a while, the number of people in front increased. Nangong Qiong did not hold back, so she opened up the hidden grave rooms in front of all the cultivators. This caused everyone to feel astonished, and they all followed suit. Ka. Another secret room opened, and a beam of light shone out from inside. A vast emperor's might spread out together with the light, startling the many cultivators following behind. It's a fragment of the great rock spreading wings painting. Someone immediately recognized this item and cried out in pleasant surprise. The crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. All of you, scram. This painting fragment belongs to me, Yun Feiyang. No one is allowed to snatch it. Bang! 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 The people behind were knocked into the air. A group of half-sages wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Tiger sect charged over arrogantly and despotically. The Heavenly Tiger sect was a sect established by a group of cultivators who left the Fiend Domain's Heavenly Tiger race. After 1,000 years of development, they had gained a firm foothold in Hunluo province. The Heavenly Tiger sect was an absolute hegemon in the vicinity of Hunluo province, no weaker than the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Their arrogance and despotic behavior made perfect sense. The human and fiend race cultivators who came here were all outstanding talents, barely qualified to be called geniuses. At the very least, they were peak superior grade martial monarchs. Many of them were even half-sages. However, before the Heavenly Tiger sex group, they did not dare to be too unbridled. They all opened up a path and glared at Yun Feiyang, who was the leader, in extreme displeasure. When the Soaring Serpent Mansion's people arrive, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Several of the people who were knocked into the air by the Heavenly Tiger sect said hatefully, showing dissatisfaction in their eyes. The Soaring Serpent Mansion's people had also taken this entrance. If nothing unexpected happened, they would feel the energy fluctuations of the great rock spreading wings painting piece and would rush over soon. At that time, there would be a fierce battle. These people might be able to fish in troubled waters and obtain fortuitous encounters. Although the Heavenly Tiger sex people were strong, the others only hid at the side. No one intended to leave. Yun Feiyang was tall and stout. He wore a fur coat, and his facial features were broad. With one glance, he looked very imposing. As he walked, he exuded a mighty aura. Come over here. Yun Feiyang spread his fingers, and a suction force formed by fiend energy passed over Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong, heading for the secret room. Yun Feiyang was very arrogant. He did not care about anything, wanting to snatch away the great rock spreading wings painting piece in front of the two. Nangong Qiong placed her right hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and stopped him. She said, "Don't be in such a rush. He will not snatch away the painting piece that easily. Let's use him to exhaust the energy in the painting piece first." The dazzling great rock spreading wings painting piece radiating emperors might quickly flew towards Yun Feiyang. The smile on Yun Feiyang's face widened. Bang! Just as Yun Feiyang was about to grab the painting piece, something strange happened. A vast, surging energy burst out from the painting piece. Boom! It knocked the others back. "Young master, are you all right?" The Heavenly Tiger sect's half-sage elders showed shocked expressions as they quickly rushed over. Yun Feiyang waved his hand and said sullenly, "I'm fine. It looks like the energy contained in this painting piece cannot be underestimated. I was a little careless. I'll just have to try again." "Yun Feiyang, you want to snatch the painting piece with that little ability of yours? Even if I gave you a chance, you would not be able to grab it." At the top of the tomb, a figure quickly dashed out and grabbed at the map fragment. However, just as the figure was about to touch the map fragment, a figure suddenly appeared. However, just as that figure was about to touch the painting piece, that force knocked him back.